You are watching or listening to the Good Morning Gwinnett Show, hosted by Audrey Bell Kearney, bringing you your daily dose of business and technology to educate, empower, and inspire small business owners. Be sure to subscribe to the show today.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. So we are at the Georgia AI Summit, and I don't know if I hope you guys can hear me. If you can hear me or can't hear me, put it in the chat room. But this is going to be short and quick, and I wanted to do some demos real quick because Victoria is our real expert, right? Victoria's a real expert here. I'm the no code expert. Hence the shirt AI side hustler engineer. Yeah, that's me. So outside of being the president of the Gwinnett Women's Chamber of Commerce, I have been like a mad scientist over the last 3 months creating things. And I just wanted people to get an idea of what you can create with no code these days. And I've been having a great time, but I'm getting a little busy. And what I've said to people is, I can get you started, but I'm gonna have to pass you off to Victoria if you want something more intricate, because as far as I go. But I've been able to create some really amazing things, and I wanted to share those with you guys this morning. And I want to start out. This is where I started. Like Georgette said, one of our I think Victoria said it. One of our initiatives is AI in the workforce, and we're excited about that because a lot of people are deathly afraid. And you hear people say jobs won't be lost, job will be lost. They will be. There will be a lot of jobs lost, especially as it pertains to customer service and manual labor like warehouse and things like that. We can see that even on the shipping docks, there's gonna be a lot of jobs lost there too because robots are coming. We got a great young man speaking later about robots, and he can tell you everything about a robot. But they're coming. They're not coming. And so we want people not to be afraid. We also want people to understand that it's not just making beautiful pictures. It's not that. It's so many things you can do with that. So I've been busy, and I personally feel like AI is the great equalizer for all of us. I feel like it opens doors, and you don't know how to do any. You don't need to know how to do anything except for talk and write and type. That's it. So, without further ado, I'm gonna show you some of the things I've created over the last 3 months, and I have been a straight maniac. I'm not lying, y'all. I have so many. Yeah. I've been a straight maniac, not sleeping. So this is the first thing I created. It's called Debt Crusher Pro, right? So I created this with a software called Pickaxe, right? Mm-hmm. And it is a chat bot specifically to help you get out of debt. So I said, okay, I'm gonna create something to help you get out of debt. What most people don't know about me is that I'm a financial advisor. Been one since 1999. Well, that's true. We both are. I've been licensed since 1999. I don't talk about it because it's not fun to me. Clearly. It's fun to Carolyn. Carolyn. Yeah. That's Carolyn, y'all. It's not fun to me, but it's fun to Carolyn. But I've been licensed since 1999. But people get in debt and they don't think about debt until it's time to buy a car or time to buy a house. Mm-hmm. So then they have to scramble and try to figure it out. So I created Debt Crusher Pro. And when I created this, I thought about all the things that needed to be in this. First, you need to do a financial assessment, right? I was like, let's do a financial assessment, see where you are. Okay. Then I said, well, now people say I'm in debt. I don't make enough money to get out of debt. How can I make some money? Well, let's tie in side hustle in there. Throw that in there so you can make some extra money. Now, once you get the money, you need to know how to invest it. So Carolyn is inside of this app. So when you want to invest, it'll say, hey, these are some investment questions. If you need a financial advisor, Carolyn name and number pops up because we programmed her in there.
Plug her in. Yes.
So she's in there. Now you have all this going on. You got money, you got houses. Now you got asset protection. Now, what I like about Pickaxe is that it allows you to monetize this app right out the gate, very simply. Like you can make money. So this app right here, if someone decides to sign up, it starts at $18 a month and it goes up the more you want to use it. So 18, 28, 48, right out the gate. You don't need to know how to code. All you need to know is what you want to know. That's why I did this one, right? So that was the first one I did. I was like, I did it in 7 days. And that was in between life, me running the chamber, me running my business. I was like, yeah. And the pig took the most time, as a matter of fact. he took me the most time because I had a whole bunch of versions of him. He had eyelashes, all kinds of stuff was going on. He took the most time. So, but that was the first tool I created. And I was like, so I started talking to the young man who created the Pickaxe software. They're in California, Silicon Valley. They know me like I'm their friend now. Wow. I'm like, hey, listen. this, and this. Why can't I do this? And they were so accommodating because they were trying to help people like you and I who want to be in this space but don't know how to code and want to create something and want to create a side hustle and sell something. So that was the first thing. Second thing I created was this. It's called PressBot, right? So I have a media company. Good Morning Gwinnett is my podcast and news site, goodmorninggwinnett.com. And there's a lot of content out there. I think I've done over 1,200 episodes of the show. I have probably 1,800 articles on the website. But one of the things I get is a lot of press releases about news that's going on. People send it to me so I can post it on the site. And then a lot of people don't know how to write a press release. I don't know how to write a press release. So I guess what I did, I said, well, I'm going to create PressBot. And you can go in there, you can write your press release in PressBot. It's $97. Once you write it, it'll write it for you. And then you send me a copy and I post it on the site. That's a part of your $97. How much does pickaxe cost me a month? $20. You can create 3 apps for $20 a month and run those for $20 a month. That's all it costs me. That's it. That ain't even the exciting part. This is the beginning. This is where it got crazy. So when Georgette and I talked about how can we make our chamber really be a partner in the community, we looked at AI and where it was going. And I was like, well, we need to lean in, really lean into AI. So this is what happens to me on Sunday morning when I'm clear. I started to think about all these things. So one Sunday I was like, okay, how can we leverage AI to help our community? So we came up with the AI workforce development. And what we do with this is you can go on there, you can get a free AI audit. We have Job Ready. So there's stuff in there to help you optimize your resume, tools in there to help you prep for the interview with AI, things like that. We created certifications. Now you can, just for transparency, you can go to Google and take a bunch of free stuff, right? But you can't get personalized, real person coaching with that. That's why ours is different. So once you take one of our certifications, you can actually go on there and once a month we'll get with you on a call in a group and talk about whatever it is you're having a problem with. So that's the one thing you do get with that. That's what makes us different. Because somebody's like, well, Google gives it for free. They do. But how can you get on the phone with a Google exec? I'm just asking a question. They were like, well, no, that's the difference. Because even though you know how to do these things, this doesn't necessarily mean that you can get on. I don't even think I'm sharing, y'all. Hold on a second. I just realized I'm just talking. I ain't even presenting. No, people probably thinking, what's she talking about? Hold on one second. Share screen.
Do the entire screen.
Oh, entire screen.
Yes. All the way to the right. Yeah. You gotta make it way easier for you.
Good.
Make sure you click it.
That's why she's a tech person.
So click on the square.
I click. The square.
Yeah, they make you select it.
I know. It's my computer. Like,
hold on. Share audio.
Yes.
While you're doing that, they got added to. By the way,
It's like you're sharing.
getting out of it. You can actually run pickaxes directly in the hub there. So it'll be right there. You can directly in my Premier hub and you get 10% off. So
Yeah, I love pickaxe. Like,
can you spell it? I'm sorry.
pickaxe, PICKAXE, pickaxe. So we decided to do the AI workforce development platform. Now, this is a pretty simple platform. If you go on there, you find out information about boot camps and certifications and how to get AI job ready, do an AI audit for your organization. That was the first thing we did. But then I realized I'm just one person. And I was like, man, I've created this for our community and our members, but what about other communities and other local governments? So I then went on to create this one. This is the big daddy of the big daddy, right?
Ooh.
So this is the engine that drives a lot of what we need to know in economic development, community leadership. Now, this is for community leaders, and this is for chamber presidents. But for me, I can't be everywhere. So I decided to create something that my counterparts, my associates, my local community, my local government could use to do the same things that I'm doing. So this tool right here, the job analyzer, if you look at this and scroll down, it gives you a lot of information about what to do, what not to do, and it lets you analyze your community, which is really cool. Put in zip codes, and this right here it has so many things in it, like a talent score builder, equity builder, resilience simulator. This is for leaders in the community, so they can go in there and they can put in their information, their zip code, find out where the jobs are, find out what the job loss markets, where the losses are, find out how to collaborate with each other. So I'm in Gwinnett. I might want to collaborate with somebody in Indiana. They go in there. There's a way for us to communicate and share resources inside of the platform. I did this without knowing how to do a line of code, not one. Can't do nothing. I'm like, okay, listen. Why is that not like that? Why is the navigation bar not like that? I'm in the computer. These are the type of things you can create. And so this right here is the big daddy of the big daddy. I call it big daddy, big daddy. It also creates a blueprint generator. So if you go in there, you want to create a blueprint for your business or for your community, you can create what that looks like. How do we make our community AI efficient? That's what Georgia and I are working on. We're right here in Gwinnett. We can't be everywhere, but I created this tool so it can get to anybody anywhere. So if you live in rural Georgia, rural South Dakota, the tool can help you do these things. So that's a now for me as an entrepreneur, that's a big ticket item, right? They're not really a big ticket because governments can spare $1,000 a year, but it could be a big ticket item. But I try not to make things so, and this is just me. And my friend who's an attorney told me yesterday, you are crazy. But I try not to make things so expensive because I want people to be able to use the tools, right? And I know that sometimes that's a hindrance. We have a problem in the United States right now. I'm trying to be a problem solver, not just for Gwinnett County, but for beyond. And so for me, this is my way of doing that. Now, this is where it started to get fun. I went over I have a granddaughter, she's 6. I'm still working on hers because hers has a lot of moving parts, but this is hers. Let me make it bigger so you can see it. I'm still working on hers. My daughter loves content. She's an IT engineer, so she loves to create content. So I decided I was going to make her an interactive platform, learning platform. We had it so much fun. So she spent the week with me a couple of weekends ago, and we made all the songs for her platform. The platform talks. Let me see which one I was doing yesterday. It teaches money, math skills. She got Carter coins. This right here, anybody can do this. I don't know how to do it. I know what I wanted. I went to ChatGPT. I said, hey, I want this. ChatGPT said, okay. I said, it needs to be this. It said, okay. And then I took that prompt and I went to Lovable and I dropped it in Lovable and Lovable did this. I don't know how to do a line of code. I'm just saying that. Now, when it starts to get really intricate, like I can't get the voices not to over talk themselves, I'm gonna have to call Victoria's like, listen, the voices keep talking over each other. Because it does. Like they keep every time they talk. So hers is a little bit more difficult. But when you look at this, if you have kids, you want to create legacy for your children. She's 6. She had a great time. She was over yesterday. She calls me Gia. She said, Gia, how's my thing coming along? she brought me tacos. And I said, I'm looking at it. I said, but listen to the sound. Like, first of all, we had a man talking over the ABCs. We was like, we need to change the voice and put your voice. So we cloned her voice with 11 Lad, and then we put it inside of here, right? So this is what my family is doing. Now, speaking of family, we started with Carter, and my brother is a high school football coach at Southwest DeKalb. My nephew is a college football coach, D1 school in Charlotte. My baby nephew got NIL money, and he goes to Indiana. He just went there. So we all about football. My mother started my brother in football when he was 6. We're a year apart, so I've been doing football since I was 7. And I said to myself, I know my brother and my nephews are going to do nothing but look at football. They're not going to do business. It's all football. But they had a huge network. My brother has coached people who are in the NFL right now. They have a huge football network. So I said to my husband, like, hey, I need to do something in football, right? And I sat down and I looked at parents who love their kids and they play sports. And I know this because I've been doing football since I was 7. They would do anything for those kids. My brother has been father, uncle, brother, coach to so many young men over the last 30 years. He has told me horrific stories. He has amazing stories. And they always come back to grades and parenting and all these things. So I was like, you know what? Let me create a tool that's not just for the player, but for the player, for the parent, and for the coach. And inside of this tool, they can all talk to each other. They can see grades. Let me show you some of the features. They can look at the grades. So it's about academic excellence. That's one thing. The recruiting process is crazy. A lot of people don't even understand what that means, right? Health and wellness. Those kids are under so much stress. I'm at Friday Night Lights pretty much all fall long at somebody's game all year. Been doing that my entire life, right? That's a big thing. Who do you talk to? I built in a tutor. I'm gonna show y'all Coach Grind in a minute. The tutor is called Coach Grind. I built in a tutor, AI tutor in there, team management, so the coaches can talk to the team and talk to the players at the same time. And the family can coordinate the calendars. Like, people don't know sometimes so much is going on. I don't know what to do. I don't know what's your schedule. I forgot to tell you what's all in the calendar. And then the dream board is the kind of like the brag board. But I want to show you here. This is Coach Grind. So Coach Grind is in there, and Coach Grind does everything. He talks about recruiting. He helps them with their academics. It's stuff in there about NIL. Like, for you to understand what NIL is, it's like, and it's changing every year. It's a big deal because kids get a lot of money and then they don't know what to do with that money. My nephew, when he got his money, he came to my house because everybody knows you want to know business, you go to Audrey. He comes to my house and he said, "Auntie, I need an LLC." And I was like, "Why?" He said, "Because I got this NIL deal." I said, "You got that much money to need an LLC?" He was like, "Well, they told me I need an LLC to get the money." I was like, "Well, let's do it." So we sat down and we came up with a brand name. I said, "You can't just do a name. It has to be a brand name because you're about to make a lot of money. It needs to be a brand name." So we came up with this really cool. So as a matter of fact, Georgette came up with the name because she was at the house. We were back and forth at the table like, "I don't like that one." So she said, "What about," I forgot. I don't even remember what the name is, but she came up with the name. We was like, "That's a good name," but it's real brandable. So we set his LLC up right at the table. So now when he got his first NIL check, which was I think in January, because he graduated early in December and went straight to Indiana and that. But had he not known that money would have been blown. He would have been buying sneakers and all kinds of stuff. There are a lot of kids getting way more money than he got, way more. But they don't know how to manage it, and what good is that? You know what I mean? So I created this for the player, the parents, and the coaches. And so I just wanted to share it because I wanted you to kind of see, and this is all me doing no code, and I did all of these in Lovable. Love.dev, DEV.
DEV.
Right. And then this last one, this was a funny one, y'all. So my husband works in pharmaceutical. His mom started him working in pharmaceutical when he was 18. That's all he's ever done. He's 59. That's all he's ever done. But he says to me, "I want to do something else." Me knowing him, like, okay, so what are you going to do that's not pharmaceutical? Because he had a hot dog cart, the biggest one you could see, and it sat and took up the entire garage. He sold hot dogs on it once in 4 years. We had to sell it last year. I was like, "Look, sell the hot dog cart. It's taking up all the space in the garage. You're not going to do anything with it." He's not going to do anything that's not pharmaceutical related, but he wants to retire. And I said to him, "What are you going to do?" Now, he's an introvert. I was like, I don't know what he's going to do because he's not going to talk to people as if it's not about pharmaceutical. You talk about pharmaceutical, you light up like a Christmas tree. And so I said to him, "Listen, we need to do something in workforce development. Like, let's teach people, because when they have to recruit for their job, they have to leave the state because they can't find talent in the state. Or they just started bringing people off the street and training them because they just can't find the talent." He works in Marietta. We live in Gwinnett. So that's a hike every day. He's like, "I'm tired of doing that hike." All right. So I said, "What are you going to do?" He said, "I don't know." So I said to him, "If I do this, are you going to be serious?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm going to be serious." I kind of figured he would because it was pharmaceutical. So this is what I came up with him.
Oh, I love this.
He literally fell asleep with this on his phone in the bed. And I said to him, "Put the phone on the charger." But he felt, so this is what, so he does tablet, he does pharmaceutical manufacturing. Now, what I said to him was, and he could set up a pharmaceutical company. We have a huge project coming out here in Gwinnett County called the Roaring Project. It's a 100-year project. It's huge. But one of the things that they're doing is pharmaceutical and bio-life and things like that. He can help them set that up. But I said to him, "You got to start putting the brand out there. So you need to start talking about what you do outside of the job and outside of our house." So this is his way to get started in that. So again, I set it up for him. He has a course that's there that you can learn tablet compression, that was one of the biggest problems they have when in the space. It's find somebody to do tablet compression, and coding was the other one. I said, what's the biggest bottleneck? He said tablet compression, and it's loading slow. It's part of the internet, but that's his course, right? So people can take the course and they can learn tablet compression. And then he's going to get on a lot of, you're going to get him on LinkedIn all the time to do consulting. And I said to him, when we're closed, there are other parts of the country that are still open. So, it's 9 o'clock at PM here, but in China, it's 9 a.m. And if they're looking for somebody to consult with them, then let them book you to consult. So this is his thing. So I've kind of set my family up to do their own thing while I'm a mad scientist doing my thing. But I shared all that with you to say this is something that you can do in your family, in your business, because the tools are there. And although I'm nowhere near as skilled as Victoria, not even close, I can work a no code kind of thing. I can work. So I've been doing that, and I just wanted to share that with not just you guys, but people who are listening, watching the live stream right now, to show you some of the things we've done. I'm teaching. I did a 4-week challenge for my sorority, and I think next week is their last week, so they'll be completed. Because again, there are thousands of us. It's only one me, and I was like, well, if I can train y'all guys, y'all can go out and train the rest, and we can keep it going. It is a great equalizer in my mind because it's so easy to get started, and so it's going to be a little technical for some people. But here's the thing: if somebody in your family can learn it, let them be the AI engineer in the family. You know what I'm saying? I'm the AI engineer in my family. My brother told me, Audrey, don't send me stuff to read. I'm not going to read it. I'll say, well, listen, take this link and share it with the football world. You're not going to look at it and read it? He's like, I'm not going to read it. I said, okay. Mind you, he's an educator for 30 years. They wanted him to be a principal. He said, I'm not going to be a principal because I'm not going to read it. I was like, okay. So he has never been a principal, but I feel like this is a great equalizer. It's going to open up doors for your family, your community. Somebody can learn it, and somebody can teach everybody else, or somebody can just be the architect of the family and build the things that everybody else go out and sell, right? So that's why I wanted to share this. So that's what I got for y'all. I am doing another challenge coming up. I forgot the date, but I will pop something like that. I don't know when it is. This is a QR code. I am doing another challenge. It's only $147. It's a 5-day challenge. It's going to be rigorous. It's going to be, I'm not going to say it's not because it's going to be rigorous, but if you can stick it out, and it's in the evening time, if you can stick it out, I promise you, you'll be so excited about it. And I'm always there to answer questions. So I'm going to start that. You said when it? The 27th, my mom's birthday.
Right.
Yeah, it's my mom. As a matter of fact, it's May 27th. That's my mom's birthday. I lost my mom to COVID in 2021, so that'll keep my mom busy that day. But anyway, it's open to anybody. Scan the code, and for those of you who are watching live, if you go to aifounders.network, aifounders.network, the link is also there too. May 27th is when we kick off, and I want to say it's 6 o'clock in the evening, but it's an evening thing, so people can come home, eat dinner, and take a break, and then get started. So that's my spiel. I'm done. We're going to bring up. Yes.
On the AI workforce engines, what was the backend there? Was that also
Lovable. And that took me about 10 days to build. Yeah, my husband's site took me 2 hours. My granddaughter's site is taking me more time because she has a lot of voices. They singing songs and ABCs, so that's taking me a little bit more time. But the AI workflow engine took me about 10 days to do, and that's in between me running the chamber, trying to get all this stuff done. But that's how long it took me. Yes.
What is a good source to find out about different no-code tools? Like, how do you find about Level 4 or Pickaxe?
If you just Google no-code tools, they're everywhere. But there is a site called Future Tools, and his name is Matt Wolf. He has them all. And then there's another site called There's an AI for That.
Yeah.
You can find the rest of them.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I'm going to stop talking because I need to bring up someone who's very dear to my heart, who has supported this chamber since we launched. Georgette and I launched 2 years ago, 2023. I was the vice president of another chamber. And let me just tell everybody, hey, listen, guys, this is what you're missing because you didn't buy your ticket. We got to go. We got to go, so I'm out. Did I cut him off already? Sorry, didn't mean to do it without saying
I
goodbye.
think so.
Okay, cool. Anyway, this young woman has been a supporter of this chamber since we launched. When I had the idea for the chamber, I was a vice president of another chamber. God had given me this idea in 2020, and I sat on it. And then 2021, my life fell apart because I lost my mom to COVID, and I had to pull myself back together. And I went back into the chamber, and I was the vice president of the other chamber. Towards the end, December the 26th to be exact, I went to a meeting, and the meeting went awful, and I stepped down that night. The next morning, I was like, I'm launching the Gwinnett Women's Chamber. And so I talked to Georgette. Georgette has been my business partner since 1997. We invented the first plus-size fashion doll, so we are inventors. That's what we started. I'm an author. I think I've authored 13 books. My last 3 books I did with AI. And let me tell y'all something funny about that. I did the book with AI, and it's making money on Spotify. I get checks from Spotify. It's the craziest thing. I have never gotten a check from Spotify ever until I did the book. And it's a nonfiction book. It's called The Lyran Legacy. And I was like, I'm going to write this book. And I'll put it out there. I've been cracking. I was like, oh my God, Spotify is sending me money. Because it's audio book. And I didn't even record it with my own voice. I used Google AI for that. So anyway, we can talk about that later on. We started the chamber. We didn't know what it was going to be. We just knew who we wanted to serve. And I went to this young lady and I told her what we were doing. She has been a staunch supporter since we've launched. And I call her. Sometimes I call her when I shouldn't. I text her. I probably text her when I shouldn't. But she always stepped to the plate. So I would like to introduce Ms. Chantel Wilson, Gwinnett County Economic Development.
Thank you, Audrey.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, ma'am.
So, as Audrey said, I'm Chantel Wilson with Gwinnett County Economic Development. I'm Deputy Division Director and have been in that space for a little while. I think I'm coming up on my 10-year anniversary with Gwinnett County. So, yeah, we've been around for a little while. My family lovingly calls me Gwinnetta when I go home. Because I'm always talking about the goodness of Gwinnett, the diversity, the people, and just the way we love on each other and connect here. And so, so I'm known as Gwinnetta back at home. And so I wanted to just talk with you a little bit about what we do for the business community. And so thank you so much, Audrey, for just helping folks to get comfortable with AI because let's just say, I come from a rural community, and when I talk about AI in my family, they're like, oh no, I don't mess with that stuff. And so I feel like there is a segment of our population that from the moment they hear it, they're terrified, they're fearful, and they're not sure what to expect from this. And so I just want to say thank you, Audrey, for bringing this to Atlanta Tech Park and to the members of the chamber and those that are just interested in learning more about AI, because it is important to get out in front of this, to understand how to use it, how to leverage it, and how it's going to impact us in business in our day-to-day lives. And so I just appreciate you all showing up today for Audrey and the chamber to better understand AI and again the role that it will play. So as Audrey was talking about some of the things that you can do and all the many different ways that you can launch apps and businesses and things with AI, the role that I will play in that is helping you to start that business, helping you understand how to be compliant here in Gwinnett County and what types of tools and resources that we offer. And so I've chosen to use the time that I have today to share with you some of the resources that we have and how we can support you in business. So last year, Gwinnett County decided to invest in a multicultural business outreach team. We have a team of ladies who go out every single day to ensure that we are engaging across all communities, across all sectors and all industries here in the county. So regardless of what size business you are, what type of business you're in, yes, we do support you. And so through that effort, we can do everything from helping you to start your business, grow your business, expand it, and we also help you to remove barriers in your business. And so if you have things that come up, you're not sure who to call, we have relationships all over the place, whether it's in this county, metro area, or across the country that we can reach out to folks to, again, help remove barriers in business. And so the business outreach team is, again, on the ground every day and here to assist. So this is one of the rack cards that's on this table over here. It's got a QR code on the back, and it will take you to any information about business outreach and how we can support you. To give you an example of the types of things we do, so let's say you're looking for a space and you need to figure out, where, maybe a couple thousand square feet of space for a storefront for you. We have access to tools and resources such that we can get that information for you at no cost to you. Everything that we do for you as a Gwinnett County-based business, we do at no cost. And so we have access to resources like CoStar and other subscriptions, and we can help you to find space such that you don't have to immediately go out and hire a broker or a real estate professional to help you with that. We also help you to make connections with our purchasing department. So let's say you're interested in doing business with Gwinnett County. So as you can imagine, for the government, AI is already affecting us. And so we are not experts in that. And so we are looking to you as professionals in that space and for you to bring your expertise. And so if you're interested in doing business with Gwinnett County, this business opportunities booklet is going to be over here on the table. We can not only help you to understand what type of opportunities exist with Gwinnett County, but we can also connect you with your buyer to make sure you're developing relationships with the people who possess those opportunities. So that way they know you develop a relationship with them, they get comfortable with your capabilities, what you do, and they contact you when there's an opportunity. The other thing to know about doing business with Gwinnett County is that anything under $5,000, we can purchase that at the department level. There's no reason for us to put out a bid or an RFP or anything like that. We can purchase that like that. Other things that cost more, of course, you have to work with the department and the buyer. It's why it's important to have that relationship. So if I can talk with you about doing business with Gwinnett County or connect you with your buyer, definitely grab one of these. We also have a entrepreneur center in downtown Lawrenceville. It's just off of South Perry Street. Again, in that space, we do everything from education to incubation. We have member and non-member services in that space. And the Entrepreneur Center is just a great way to gain access to resources, little to no cost. And so in most cases, you're going to find someone there from the SBA, SBDC, SCORE, and so many other agencies that are known for supporting businesses and that are reputable sources. We also do a number of, yes. The Entrepreneur Center address is, I think it's 75, like South Gary or something like that. But it's just off of downtown Lawrenceville. I'll make sure I give you accurate information. And so the Entrepreneur Center is just a great way to be able to connect with other small business owners. They have things there like book clubs and meeting of the minds and round tables and things like that. And so it's just a great way to engage with other small businesses and to gain access again to resources and individuals who support small business owners. The Gwinnett Entrepreneur Center RAC card is over here as well with a QR code, so that's another good piece of information. I also want to share with you that we are currently doing a disparity study. We've been doing that study for almost a year now, and what we're looking at is the local economy and what role are small businesses playing in that, women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, ensuring that everyone gets their opportunity to do business with the government. So not only are we doing the disparity study such that we can see where disparity lies and develop a preference program, we also are looking at how we can take much larger businesses can get a chance to do business with us as well. And so we're just doing a number of things to make us more attractive to small businesses and startups. So if you're interested in doing business with us, I definitely encourage you to reach out because we are small business friendly and are looking for ways to engage. If you're not familiar with Gwinnett County and maybe you're from a neighboring jurisdiction, you were attracted to this because it's about AI, but you still want to know more about Gwinnett, this State of the County booklet is from our last event that we hosted in, I believe, March, called the State of the County. This book has all of the information from 2024 in terms of what we were able to accomplish, the things that we're working on. So in here, you're going to find out the types of things that we're up to, and you might even find some nuggets about projects and things that are coming, information that you can leverage to find out about, again, ways to do business. I mentioned the Entrepreneur Center, and I'll go back to it. One of the things that we do over there, they have some signature programs, but one of the things that I thought would be important for this space is the Starting Gwinnett program. This program has 5 sessions. And what they do is bring you in, and it's a 2-hour sessions in the evenings. And they bring you in and talk about everything from branding to marketing, legal considerations and licensing. They also talk about your financials, how to price your product, and record keeping, and of course, access to funding and capital on that. And so this is one of those programs that if you are truly looking to be compliant, you want to do it the right way, this is a great way to do that, again, at no cost to you. The final thing that I will mention is a project that we are embarking upon and have been for the last several years, and that is the revitalization of the Gwinnett Place Mall. So we have finally secured all of the parcels and have everything that we need to move forward with the RFP. So this upcoming Friday, there's going to be a meeting of the Gwinnett Place Community Advisory Board, and that group is going to hear about the plan for the mall and what that development will entail. We are looking at 50,000 square feet of office space. There's also going to be housing. That's a part of that. So 2,400 multifamily units with the long-term potential for 3,800. There will be a 50,000 square foot cultural and educational center in the space. We're also looking at retail, a 12-acre park in the center that will be used for festivals, concerts, and different things to bring some entertainment to the Gwinnett Place District. And then, of course, we'll need a parking garage for all of that. And so we are working on moving that project forward. I definitely encourage you, if you're interested in being a part of that, to keep up with what's happening with that, because there will be business opportunities as a part of that. The Gwinnett Place Mall Advisory Committee is in place to ensure that locals have an opportunity to do work on that project, and that we're instrumental in shaping the vision for revitalization of the Gwinnett Place District. So if you're interested in being a part of that project, I definitely again encourage you to just stay abreast of the latest with it. Always feel free to reach out to me with questions about it, and I'm happy to share. At this time, I would love to open the floor for questions.
Well, I just want to say, because I was just recently at a multicultural event on Saturday, and we were just saying, what are they going to do with this building? So now you're saying this is really good to hear.
Yes. It takes a long time, and I know people are like, oh my gosh, you guys have been working on this forever. But when a government, there are a lot of rules and regulations there, because it looks like, as the government, you're coming in as the big bad wolf and saying, give me this property, it's for the betterment of the community. But there are just so many laws again and rules that we have to follow to make it happen. So this has been going on for quite a while, but we are to a place where we've secured the parcels and we're prepared to take off. Any other questions? Yes.
And all the information as far as the Entrepreneur Center and the Gwinnett Place Mall, is all that up there on the table?
Yes. And all those things have QR codes, so
Thank
if you don't want to go old school and take this, you feel free to. Yeah, I'm learning. I'm like, I start coming to Atlanta Tech Park, it's like, you gotta have QR codes on the thing. Yes.
How do we learn more about this disparity study, and will the results be shared? Because I do have an idea I'm thinking about for women business owners who want to understand what are the findings and from a needs assessment standpoint.
Yes, absolutely. So we're actually wrapping that up now, and I believe at the height of the summer is when they're supposed to release the results. But we have a chief equity officer now. Her name is Aisha DeBerry, and her information can be found through the county administrator's office. So if you'd like to connect with her, I'd be happy to connect you, because she loves to talk about disparity and equality and all the things. So happy to do it. Yes.
So we're both firms, so how do we do business, although we are technically not really?
So we do do business, or have folks who do business with us that are not Gwinnett-based firms, and that's fine. You just simply have to register. Doing business with us is a matter of primarily contact information, and so you don't have to be already, certified by the state or MARTA or anything like that. It's your personal information that we're looking for. Yeah. Any other questions? I'm getting pretty good at this. I'm getting
Yeah,
good. I like my
that's
talk is starting to work.
you covered it all. You said check, check, check. Yes.
Thank you. I figured you guys did not want a PowerPoint, so I decided to leave that at home. Glad I did. Thank you guys so much. I will be here all day. If there's anything that we can do for you at Gwinnett County government, we truly are here to help. I always feel like I have to say, we're with the government and we're here to help, and people laugh. I'm like, no, seriously, we are. Because we are. I've worked for the county for 10 years. I've also worked in other places across the state. Georgia has 159 counties. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that when that county gets it right. And so if we can support you, if we can remove a barrier in business for you, please call us. We're happy to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you about to do something real quick?
One thing. So I just want to say one last thing. So we trained Coach Gwen. This is Coach Gwen, y'all. So Coach Gwen is for you to figure out how to do business with all the towns in Gwinnett County. There's 16 towns. So if you go to Coach Gwen, she got information on all 16. We trained her on that.
Nice.
You're going to have to add mulberry in there now. So
Look,
Oh,
I think I'm gonna create an
you're gonna have to
Audrey
make
business
70.
idea directory. I'll put it all up for y'all.
all right, I'm done.
Do you have a directory yet?
I do not.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get you one.
Yeah.
All right, I just wanna. We went through a lot. I just been trying to process it all. Started with the Kickstarter stuff. As a software engineer and a founder, and I also work at JP Morgan Chase, and we have like thousands of SaaS products. So I'm gonna be over there tinkering. If you see me over there, look the other way. Yeah, so I really like that, and I mean free membership. So do we have any founders in here that actually like have tech products that use SaaS? One. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna head over there.
What's the product?
Yeah. What's your product?
Well, I provide services as a product for small businesses, digital transformation, cybersecurity, assessment.
Oh, nice. And then, of course, you're sitting next to Lynette, who does cybersecurity. So hopefully yeah, that's really cool. All right. And then Audrey. Oh, my goodness, you have been busy.
I've been busy.
Every time Audrey and I catch up, we probably end up talking like way longer than we probably should, but it's because like we think alike. We always have ideas. So it's really actually exciting for me to see her leveraging AI to get all of her ideas out there. Because sometimes I feel like I can't help her get them all out. I'm like, I'm busy, I'm sorry, but I show up when I can, and always usually if she needs me.
She
So
and I'm grateful. Thank you.
yeah, and she's thought of everything. So if anybody else needs any has an idea, just run it by her. She'll help you fill it out.
You want to hear something funny though? This is really funny because Georgette and I used to talk about this all the time. So God gives you multi-passionate entrepreneurs. That's what we're called now, multi-passionate. I used to think I had to do all of those things that I came up with, right? So I would try to do them all and go straight crazy, like, oh my God, how am I supposed to do all this? Then I realized, Audrey, they're not all for you. You're supposed to share with other folks. I was like, oh, okay. So then I said to Georgette, I wish somebody would pay me for this. Like they come like this, right?
Yeah,
So I get a call yesterday and say, hey, somebody want to pay you for that.
that's amazing. Yay!
And I was like, really? And she's like, yeah, so it's an attorney out in California. She worked with children on the spectrum. And she's like, we just need an ideal person on our team.
Yeah. Well, if you need a side hustle, you can help me with these product discoveries.
What?
Yeah.
Put me on.
Yes, absolutely. Because it's hard. Like, so what I do in my business, like a lot of founders, they have mobile app ideas, and they're like, hey, like let me just go look up a mobile app developer online, and they usually always land in India because it's like $15 an hour, but then it takes like 6 months or a year, 2 years to actually develop the product.
And then the language barrier too.
And then there's this language barrier where they're developing something you're not asking for. So you end up in this long cycle of no, do it like this. No, do it like this. But also sometimes it's us, it's the founders. So we think we have an idea and we tell them and they develop it. But we haven't even done like the proper research in the idea. Like we don't know if people actually want this. So when we spend 6 months or a year developing it, we end up saying, oh, dang, they don't want this. We have to go back to the drawing board. So in my business, we have like 3 phases of the app development cycle. So it starts with a really deep product discovery. Tell me the idea. I'm kind of like Audrey, so I can turn anything into something amazing. Humble brag, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, you're probably better than me because you can do it from raw. I'm like no code.
And so yeah, we just dive deep. We do the market research. We find out if the money is even there. We find out if the people are there. Where's the target audience, competitors, and then we do a UI UX design that actually doubles as a prototype, so that people can actually just go take everything they learned and pitch it and get the money first. So if they don't want to, if they get the money first, or if they're just like, hey, I already have it, then we go into development and we push all of our MVPs out in 6 to 8 months. So we don't waste time, we don't waste money. And then we just kind of hold their hand throughout the rest of the product. So yeah, come on down. Yeah. How many people in here use AI? Figure. What do you guys use it for? It's just kind of like pop off ideas. What do you guys use it for? Did you guys hear?
Oh, yes.
What do you
I've got somebody mind.
think?
Workflow systems.
So you're automating a little bit? Okay. And what about you?
Market assessment for different areas.
Oh, yeah, you
I'm like
mentioned.
you, I have a lot of ideas.
Okay. Over here.
Advertising and course development.
Nice. Okay. Go over there.
I created my business card using AI.
Nice. Were you able to export it as a PNG?
What's that? A PNG?
Yeah. Okay. What about over here? What are we using AI for?
Automation.
Automation?
I use it for a couple of things. I have an inspirational care line, so I even use the model.
Okay.
AI that from the shirts and walk the runway and everything.
Oh, nice.
It makes me so happy. And I created a sunscreen as well, and it helped everything and put everything in PNG. I mean, everything is absolutely.
She's like, I love
There's
this.
even so much more. I just like the chat. I talk to her about too, and it's just everything that it does, and it fills me with complete joy. Like I'm sitting there, like so. I feel successful.
Yeah.
And after I get done, I'm like, oh my gosh, I
You get
did
so
it.
much done.
Oh my gosh, and like
Yeah.
in just seconds and minutes, and just even a whole plan. How can I do this to become a millionaire? And it breaks it down from A to Z and tells me what path and marking it all. Everything.
Yeah.
It's awesome. So yeah.
Nice. And then what about you?
So I use it mainly for a blueprint.
Okay.
Get a blueprint for my ideas, but then like when I'm feeling away about something, I still go to ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
it gives me like, you're doing great. This is what you can do moving forward. Because
AKA your therapist.
Yes, and I'll be like, I love you so much. Thank you.
Oh,
I have a,
well, I saw something online that said we're actually wasting money telling ChatGPT thank you and I love you. So
I know.
Well, I think we should. Why not? Because if they wake up, oh yeah, you said please.
You know, I had a, there's one of our members, she has 10 acres of land in Ellenwood. And she wanted to sell the land. So she came to me and she's like, I'm gonna sell it. So we were like, okay, well, let's see what that looks like. Then she decided she was gonna keep it. And then she asked me and one of the other friends to partner with her to build a development, right? And so I was like, well, what are you gonna put on the development? So I went online, I used Leonardo for this one. I went online, I said, create me a subdivision, it needs to have this, and this. And I created it and we put it back and we created the whole plan for it, right? But I have a friend who is a real estate developer in Jersey. He had just finished like a 52 unit building or something. And I was like, hey, take a look at this and tell me what you think. So he said, this is great. Who did this? I said, AI. He said, what? He said, I paid $35,000 for this.
yeah, don't be giving out your secrets.
Don't give
Tell
that
him you did it. I did this. This is me.
But he's a really good friend. Like he's like a brother. And I was like, yeah, me and AI did that. He's like, people charge $35,000 for this.
Yeah.
It was beautiful though. It was absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
But Ellenwood is a little weird. Like you can only build 5 houses a year on the land. It's like, what? That's not
That's
good.
You
weird.
said Leonardo.
Leonardo.
That's an
AI.
AI.
Yep, AI.
Nice.
Beautiful graph. I use that for pretty much all my graphics.
Yeah. It took me a little while to use AI.
It's free, but you can use it for free. And then, but I have a subscription to everything because I use it so much. But it's only like I think $12 or something. Yes, all kinds of stuff. Even video now, emotion. Yeah.
It took me a little while to use AI. I think because I actually code and I love the freedom of being able to just code whatever I want. I'm like, I actually never used AI to code. I do use it for like business and stuff though, to like fix my emails and my grammar because I code so much gibberish that when I write, I'm like, what? So, but yeah, so now I do use an AI tool. So at JP Morgan Chase, we are turning everything AI. Like we use AI in everything. So like code developers, private and banking, like portfolio management, financial advisory, like everything's AI. So I've actually worked in asset and wealth management with them. So I don't work on anything technical, like actually like financial right now. I actually automate their cloud infrastructure, but I do learn a lot about what my peers are coding, and it's actually really cool. So I'm excited to continue to grow in AI with them. But
The fun thing about AI, I mean, it's amazing. But the longest, I think that the biggest part of the AI is cybersecurity, right?
yeah,
And we just have to realize that everything that we put in AI, and I don't care what the companies will tell you, they use it. They use
Yeah.
it. And your AI is running on somebody else's input. So I found in our work that a lot of times, AI hallucinates, and we have to be really careful about what she's putting into the work because I don't know if you guys read, but like a couple of days ago, big companies got sued because of the, tools or the information that they use to train the AI. And they got sued and founders were like, what? I mean, AI, told me, and they're like, yeah, but AI used public information that they didn't have access to really. So anyway, long story short, what I'm trying to say is like we really have to like even whatever's spilled out and we all copy paste and we're just gonna make the little changes. But please be careful what you're using for your business because they won't come after you if you use somebody else's invention.
Yeah. Well, ChatGPT didn't sign the NDA, so I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna be okay.
I have a question, and I know we're focused on AI today, but I'm also excited about AI in the existing tools, like AI and blockchain, particularly in like the financial industry or the healthcare. Anyone was looking at that? Because I think with the security of blockchain, partner with AI, you can use it in areas like healthcare, financials. I work in human capital, so like credentialing. I wasn't sure if that was out there.
I'm working on something in healthcare right now called MedPath, and that's going to take a lot more time.
Okay,
but I'm working on.
Let's talk offline.
Yeah.
So we got our next guest is here. Our next guest.
I want to introduce. So we got Miles here. He's an IT strategist with over 20 years of experience helping companies navigate the complexities of cloud computing, data analysis, and enterprise technology. So with a background spanning in finance, gaming, and AR, Miles brings a rare ability to translate complex systems into clear insights and actionable strategies. So whether advising on infrastructure, cloud migration, or digital transformation, Miles empowers decision makers to stay ahead in a rapidly evolving tech landscape. So Miles, do you want to come up here? I'll give you the floor.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Is it still morning? Can I say good morning still?
Yeah, you got a long time.
I'm sorry, I've been through about an hour and a half of Atlanta traffic, so my sense of time has gone crazy.
Sorry about that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Miles Hakeem Levins-Russell. I'm pleased that everyone here is going to take their time to today. In a moment, I'm going to speak about AI, and thankfully, I don't have to say much about some of how we're going to be approaching this thanks to the wonderful intro you just gave me. But my interest in AI goes back to when I was actually in school. I had degrees in computer science and computer programming, and I ended up interested in the field that would eventually become known today as AI. I ended up tinkering with neural net methodology in my last year in school, and ended up incorporating genetic learning algorithms into one of my final projects. So most of my career has been spent on doing automation, data sorting, data modeling, and then more recently, I've gotten into a space where I have been consulting with companies that want to learn about cloud use, about automation, about how to better use AI. And in all of my roles, I've always acted as liaison between leadership and engineering, because if you haven't talked with an engineer before, they tend to speak a different language than leadership. I don't know how many of you have noticed this.
Except I'm the anomaly.
Hey, there's a few of us exist here, and as one of the engineers who was raised by someone with a degree in English, I happen to speak a common language. So you guys are already, it sounds like from what I've heard, you guys are already pretty much experts in how to actually utilize AI, how to incorporate AI into your workflows. But there's a huge question about AI that a lot of people have that I was asked to speak on today, which is, what is AI? And I'm here to help you understand what AI actually is and how to navigate some of the more common quirks of it. Welcome to the machine behind the mask. The purpose of this presentation is to arm you with some important information that can help you understand other presenters today and answer some of the basic questions about what AI is and how it works. And if you need to stop me and ask questions at any point, just feel free to do so, please. There's a lot to understand about AI if you seek to employ AI tools within your business. And to even begin grappling with that, there is the need to understand what AI is. It's kind of like how you can't redecorate your house if you don't actually know what you're going to use the other rooms for. So you can't just add AI to your business if you've never done it. I think all of you have at this point. So I'm going to get straight into this thing, because as we'll see, and as you guys know, especially I think it's you who know very distinctly more about it, some about AI. By the end of this talk, I hope you'll have a solid understanding of where AI comes from, what its current form is, in like a technical sense, and exactly how much you ought to or ought not to fear it based on how you different ways you interact with it. I hope to arm you with the core understanding of how the technology actually functions at a basic level, and so that you can make the most informed decisions possible about how to implement AI within your own business models. Because we'll see, and as some of you have already probably picked up on and experienced in your everyday day-to-day use, AI is not a single thing. We call it a single thing, but it's actually a wide array of different tools and services, not all of which may be right for your business or may be right for every application or even the application that they're advertised for. So before we dive into the details of how AI functions and operates, I want to bring up a concern with AI as a general field that's kind of going to be in the space for the next few years. So we live in a time where even though none of the technology used to make AI is new, like AI is itself as an integrated field of study is pretty new. And this means that the terms we use to talk about and describe AI from a technical sense are kind of in flux. AI is a constantly evolving field right now, and likely be for some time. So the terms that I use today in terms that are used in these presentations might change in the future, and in fact, it's probably more likely that they will change rather than they'll stay the same. So I want you to keep this in mind for two basic reasons. The first is with how fast AI develops, it's very likely that within a few years, the concepts and tools discussed here may have completely different terms attached to them. So unlike a field of mature technology where we've had the terms around for a couple of decades, it's vital to listen not just to the terms we use to describe them, but to the actual functions that you want to implement within your own business structure. The reason why you want to do that is because if you decide not to invest in AI in the near future, if you're deciding whether you're just going to use it casually and you don't want to incorporate this as part of your actual business operations, or if you're just like, well, there's not a lot of use case for the way I do business to actually integrate AI, it means that if you ever do decide to engage in AI tools, or when you decide to do that, you'll know what to ask for rather than being like, oh, hey, can you get me something that does generative prompts? In 2 years, you might not be calling them generative prompts anymore. But this way, you can avoid having a more difficult time when it's time for you to adopt AI, and you can avoid the risk of getting the wrong service or product. So, that running out of the way, let's talk about where AI comes from. I need to give a warning now. If any of you are big media buffs, big sci-fi nerds, anything like that, I realize I may be the only one in the room. Please set aside anything you've learned about AI from popular media. We'll deal with that near the end of this. But first, we'll deal with AI and the media near the end of this. But for the moment, please set that aside. For those of you who are about technical details, because I know I promised to get into how it actually functions, please don't be. This is an overview tailored to understanding AI, not to trying to get you on an engineering path. That's what people like me are for. To set the stage for that comparison and analysis, we need to begin with where modern AI comes from, the concept behind it, the technologies that eventually led to its creation, and what the ultimate goals for AI technology are by the people who are actively trying to develop it. The notion of AI is not a new concept for us. People like to talk about how it began with the discovery of digital automation in the last 10 or 15 years, or they like to cite how it actually began with Alan Turing, when he came up with the Turing test. Or for those of you who are really in the know, you might argue that it began with Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi. But the fact is, we've had this idea of AI basically ever since we became human beings. The notion of artificial intelligence for a very long time was tied directly in with it having a physical body, with it resembling a human being. The Jewish golem and the Slavic robot are probably the most well-known examples, but the Greeks had Talos, and before them the Egyptians had Hathor puppets. The early civilizations that we have legends for had the idea of intelligences that humanity made and crafted, even if they called the people who made them sages and wizards instead of programmers and engineers. It was the same core concept. So the idea of AI, of a thinking mind built by human hands, is among the oldest of the ideas that humanity's ever created. The major change that's occurred to this idea has occurred when the notion of computers as separate from the body really began to enter into public consciousness. And we began to see the idea of the construct, the idea that we had a created intelligence that would do work for us, not as something that was a unified whole, but as two separate halves. The robot, the body, the analog to our own flesh and blood, and the computer, the mind, the analog to our own brains and thoughts. This digital realm, the equivalent of electronic mind, is where modern AI resides. We all know that it has to physically exist somewhere on hardware, but what that hardware is basically a massively scaled up version of your home computers. Nothing about it can really move around or do anything. Everything that AI currently does basically exists within the digital equivalent of the realm of thought. Modern AI is not a single thing. It's a network system that utilizes a combination of neural networks, learning algorithms, data set calculation, large language modeling, and automation. A good way to think of AI, genuine thinking, is to look at it as though AI is the computer technology equivalent to the Model T. Let me explain how this makes sense. Like a car, AI is made up of a bunch of different systems and technology that all work together to produce a single cohesive effect. And just like how different models of automotives serve different purposes, trucks, backhoes, forklifts, sedans, that one type of SUV that is always double parked in your favorite space at your favorite restaurant. So too can AI be leveraged in a myriad of different ways, as many of you already know, across many different business environments. But it's important to think of AI as a tool and not just as a nebulous whole. And we'll get back to that in a minute. But it's really the child of two separate technologies. Automation, which is the exercise of being able to tell computers how to do things without any human being to constantly give them new instructions. And it's something that's called genetic algorithms, which is one of my favorite things in the world. And if any of you want to understand this deeper afterwards, please talk to me about this. Please. No one else will. And the genetic algorithm is basically, it can be thought of as a sequence of instructions that can alter itself over time to attempt to find better results. If any of you have seen those little flash games that you make a series of bones and say, try to move, try and see how far you can make this run, that is a visual example of a genetic algorithm. When you combine these two systems, you kind of end up with a system that does a single task from start to finish, automation. And they can do this without human intervention, again, automation. And then, from the genetic algorithm side, can then go back, look at the results you wanted out of it to do that thing, and then figure out how close it got, and then try it again in different ways to see if you can get closer to it than what it did before. So, this sounds really simple, but this is actually the nascent form of every single AI tool and product that's on the market today. That's not where they stop, and they're refined further from this point, but that is the beating heart of every single AI product you have access to right now.
Miles, can I ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
So, when you think about algorithms, right? Google changes their all the time. It's always changing. It's always messing up people's stuff because they change it.
Yeah.
If someone wanted to create a product with their own algorithm, their own AI, their own algorithm to serve their own purpose, is there a tool out there for that, or will we have to come to you and say, "Hey, I want to create this thing with my own algorithm"? So, and to give you a prime example, I want to bring more members into the Gwinnett Women's Chamber. I want to be able to go out and find all of those members. I want to be able to pass by Google because they keep blocking me for whatever reasons. Can I create an algorithm for that purpose and a tool for that purpose?
So that's a really good question. If you're looking at, if your business wants low level algorithmic tools, there's a couple different ways to affect that. Ultimately, you are going to need someone who can deal with computers at a low level, at a programmatic level. But there are AI tools out there that allow you to have access to the actual engines that interpret data and that spit it back out. So effectively, you can actually get the core of an AI and build around it a framework that takes your set of instructions and produces your results. There are a couple different models. I know everyone has probably heard, even if they don't quite understand the notion of DeepSeek. It's one of the ones whose model is just available on GitHub. You don't have to pay to use it, but unless you understand how to interface with it, you're probably going to want an engineer to build you an interface so that you can just have it work in the way you want it to work. But there are absolutely models. If you want to build your own model from the ground up, that's something that you can actually do or hire someone to do.
You mean when you say model, you mean like a LLM? That's what you mean, or you mean like a ChatGPT? Like when you say that?
So the answer is yes.
Okay.
So in either case, whether you mean an LLM or if you mean like an AI tool, most of which are based in LLMs. Mm-hmm. But there's even various models out there that do images, and I think there is one that I can think of off the top of my head that does actually do video, that you could, any one of you, if you were so inclined, could just download it onto your local computer and have it run. Now, it might take a few days to produce an image for you, depending upon the strength of your computer, but like anyone can do this. I have actually done this with some things. I wanted to, because I would always rather have my tool running locally because I'm really old-fashioned. I don't like everything being on the internet. I was born before the internet. I remember a life when cell phones you had to flip them open, and that was the coolest thing you could possibly do, was be able to pull out your pocket and go, whoop. I'm sorry. I promise I'm old. But that's just my way, and I want to be clear. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing things in the cloud either, if that's what makes sense. I just don't like to do it because I'm curmudgeonly.
So Miles, can I interject and ask?
Yes.
Build her own GPT in the interim that would help her until she gets to the point where she feels she needs to have an algorithm because she gets already programmed.
So let me see if I understand your question correct. You're wanting to know if Miss Audrey over here, if before she creates a customized tool to do exactly what she wants, if you can utilize something like ChatGPT to assist her.
Well, inside of the ChatGPT, she can create her own GPT.
It's called like a notebook LM.
Well, I have
Yeah.
14 of those already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Like I got 14 GPTs inside of ChatGPT.
So you can instantiate,
like
as both of these people have said, you can instantiate your own, sort of like a subset of an existing LLM, saying, please only think about this data and ignore this data, and within this data set, please do this kind of information with it, and please don't make any of these assumptions, and please make these assumptions. So you can kind of make this very curated workspace inside an LLM.
Which is essentially like a co-pilot or like an agent.
And the reason I say algorithms is because when we look at stuff like TikTok, when you look at YouTube and Instagram and Google, they all run on algorithms. And that algorithm says, we don't want you to see this content from Audrey. You don't see that content from Audrey. Even with Facebook and the people that are supposed to be your friends, if the algorithm said, don't show it to this friend, it doesn't show it. So I want to control my algorithms. I want you to show it to these people right here.
So you would have to build your own platform.
Okay.
To distribute that content.
Okay.
Because, and for any of you who are hoping that you can use AIs to maybe navigate content platforms to push content to a select group of individuals, AIs can help you tailor your content to better fit the algorithms of a platform, but AIs, as much as we wish they were, and even I wish they were, they're not a tool to be able to actually navigate the algorithms of like YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, even though we all know they run on algorithms. The AIs, even the AIs associated with those companies, don't let you interface with that. And if you want more details about that, ask me, but that's its whole own technical discussion.
I have a theory that you know how Meta AI, like if you go on Instagram and there's a search bar and it uses their AI,
Yeah.
because they built their own AI on Instagram and Meta, I have a theory that AI can help you navigate your visibility online.
So
Because it has access. It has inside access to the data.
So
Yeah, in the code.
From what I know,
Yeah.
what you just said, she's actually onto something there.
Yeah.
At
So
least it's-
talk to that one
Yeah.
if you want to navigate social.
It's been proven,
Yeah.
at least with Instagram, that the AI in Instagram will help you understand how its own navigation algorithms work. We don't think it's supposed to tell you that.
They don't know it yet.
To tell you that.
They don't know it yet.
So that's a secret that doesn't leave this room.
Yeah. Between us. Free game.
If you put something in one of the large language models, like for example, if you go into ChatGPT settings, you can tell, turn the training off or whatever. But if you leave it on and put information, I am blah blah blah, and my company does this, and I want it to be recognized here. Does that work when it comes, and you not even publish it? Does that work when it comes to feeding that into like Google and like could that help?
So I don't think it helps in the way that you would like for it to help. It will help in the sense that it will propagate that data into Google's algorithm, but it won't. AIs can't talk to each other the way that you and I can talk to each other. So an AI can't like sidle up to another AI and go, "Hey, a friend asked me if you wouldn't mind doing this." Think of it more like a block being put into a hole. The block being put into the hole doesn't change the nature of either the block or the hole. It just changes the block's position of whether it's inside or outside the bucket. So I'm afraid that's kind of the answer there.
The other thing I will add to that is, right now, the AIs like ChatGPT, and I'm not sure about Microsoft Copilot, but definitely ChatGPT has its own search function. And people are searching inside of AI more so now than they are doing for Google. So when you put your content in there, you probably get more views, and Google is going to struggle with that because they have been the big daddy of search forever. Now they got a lot of competition.
Yeah. They should have been had AI for real.
Right.
So now that we know where modern AIs come from and what they start life as, let me talk briefly about what modern AIs are and what their potential capacities can be. For those of you who aren't up on AI science, AI is divided into three broad categories. The classification system that I tend to use is narrow AI, general AI, and super intelligent AI. And remember when I mentioned a little bit ago that this is an evolving field? If you've been investigating AI before, you might have heard these referred to as weak AI, strong AI, and super AI. Currently, these terms are these two classifications are kind of used in parallel. It may be that one or the other one of these classification systems get dropped. I'll let you know when the experts figure it out. But starting with the final one on that list, the super intelligent AI. And we'll cover this later when we talk about AI in the media, but this would be AI that is analogous to a human being. They would have some sense of identity. They would have something that we likely interpret as the beginnings of a personality. They have various sets of preferences, ways of doing things, and various idiosyncrasies that they take from task to task to task. The entire concept of this is something, again, we'll visit later, but I want to let everyone know right now that there are no tools on the market that use super intelligent AIs. There's not even any in development right now. So for those of you who are hoping to start a local world domination business, I invite you to come back to this subject next year. So strong AI, which is also called general AI, also AGI, and sometimes Gen AI, which is not to be confused with Gen AI that is short for generative AI, which is something completely separate, is what many people in the field see as the most useful term of AI to us as humans. So general AI is where you have an AI that can perform any intellectual task that a human being can do and could produce analogous results. And I'd like you to keep in mind that I said they can perform and produce analogous results. Despite the fact that a general AI could perform intellectual tasks that a human could perform, they do not in any way think like a human being, and instead think of them more as a generalized problem-solving machine. They'll have some basic skills at problem solving and can take that from area to area, but they still need time to learn and catch up on specialized tasks. I also said produce analogous results, and this may be important for some people. As we'll get into more, AIs don't exactly produce things that human beings produce. They produce things that are akin to what human beings produce. And in many use cases, that's just fine, but there are some particular use cases where that's less fine. Someone mentioned before I come up here the idea that most AIs are kind of copying from various public works, and that in some cases they're copying from various private works, and that can get people into a lot of trouble if, when you ask the AI to help you write something, the AI decides that what would fit perfectly are these few paragraphs from someone else's book. So that's something to keep in mind. They produce things that are analogous to what we produce and not actually something original. This finally leads us to weak AI, which are also called narrow AI. I actually personally prefer the term narrow AI because the defining characteristic of narrow AI is it can only do a single type of task. And I want to clarify that when I say a single type of task, I don't mean like do this math problem. I mean like solve any calculation you are given, or like automatically write a newsletter every month, or even potentially, according to some people, drive a car. Like a specified task can have a lot of different broad facets to it. And a narrow AI is still capable of actually performing all of those because they all fall under this single linear function in terms of the AI's thought process.
Question. So linear function, you would consider the chatbots as a narrow AI?
Yes, every single AI that is on the market today is a narrow AI tool. We have no general AI. Estimates change constantly as to when general AI will be a thing, or if it will be a thing. The current estimate the current general consensus across the different people that I've seen is it will probably crack general AI sometime within like the next 5 years. But that's only assuming that general AI is it's only assuming that general AI is the next step forward along the same technology branch as narrow AI. And we're still not sure about that one. If it turns out to be on a completely different technological branch, we have no idea how long it will take because we'll have to start all over again from the very beginnings of AI science.
You know, Miles, the current administration, and along with Sam Altman and some other tech bros, they have $500 billion allocated towards like AI and Gen AI and super.
They really do.
Right. So, do you think that not within that time they're going to be able to push that out before 5 years? Because I feel like it's there. They're just not talking about it. And now that they have, I remember when Sam Altman, when he first got kicked out of OpenAI, he was in the process of raising $1 trillion to do what he wanted to do, which is a lot of money. China did DeepSeek with like 3 million. Go figure. Mm-hmm. Which is nuts. I can't even understand that. But they have that money there. They have the plans there. I feel like they're doing it. They're just not talking about it as much.
So it's entirely possible that there is some private research group that has the beginnings of Gen AI, but so far on the market and in any tool that's been released, it's all been narrow AI.
Yeah.
It's possible. I have my own thoughts on that. We can talk about that afterwards if you'd like.
Yes.
But yeah, for those of you, the thing about narrow AI that I want to try and impress on you today, since it's the AIs that we have out right now, is how they function so that you can kind of get a grip on how all these tools actually work. So that to give you a sense of familiarity with them in the same way that you kind of learn to use Windows or Macintosh or Android or iOS. Narrow AI, the kind of AI we have right now, is made from technologies that are guided by mathematical modeling. We are not going to get into the nitty-gritty calculations of this, but it's important for us to be aware of this because it means that everything narrow AI does, it does using the same kind of thought process. For narrow AI, there's no difference between making a video as there is writing a paper, as there is generating an image. And it's sort of like how when a child first learns what scissors are, they think that every problem can be solved by cutting something into more than one piece. So narrow AI kind of behaves the same way. And this isn't a problem because it's still incredibly useful to us. But if we aren't aware of it, it can make it harder for us to use it. So narrow AI are, broadly speaking, mimicry machines that use mathematical modeling to attempt to produce a range of results that are analogous to what human beings can produce, that are useful to us. In order to understand predictive modeling in broad strokes, we're going to need to return to everyone's favorite high school maths, geometry. I promise you won't have to follow the calculator for this one. In its simplest form, the way that AIs think is that for an AI, every single component of its thought is a point on a plane that has its own value that tells the AI where to go to next. So it literally is just adding different points together, and every time it adds them together, it figures out a new direction to move in and goes in that direction. The next point, the next one, the next one. Let's look at an example. If in the incomplete analogy of dark is the darkest, light is the blank, we all know the answer is lightest because we understand the way that the English language works. We know that if you add S to something, it becomes most. We know that darkest means most dark. We know that lightest means most light. We could use them in a sentence. But AI doesn't see it that way. AI sees dark as a vector. It sees dark as okay, when I get to dark, I move in that direction this much to find the next point of my thought, and then the next one. Eventually, it will finish its thought, and it will go, hey, did I get the right answer? Did I do good? And either it did, and it knows, hey, I need to think more like this, or no, I didn't, I need to think less like this. And that is, in essence, the very simple way that AIs think. And this is why, and in truth, while AIs do think this way, they do it in multidimensional geometry. The current ChatGPT model, I think, uses 22 dimensions or 23. So it's incredibly complicated, which is why it's able to produce such nuanced results. And the reason why it's also not just spitting out gibberish all the time is because that process where it thinks a thought and it goes, hey, did I get it right? That's called training an AI. And during training, they go through that process hundreds of thousands, if not millions of times, being told, no, that's the wrong answer, or yes, that's the right answer. And so they're taught, they're refined through this process over what would be for you and I the equivalent of sitting in a school for hundreds of years. And that's why we spend so much time and energy trying to train these so that they're actually useful. Now, in a minute, I'm going to get into AI in the media very briefly. But does anyone have any questions about the way AIs think or how that might want to change how you use them?
Is AI creating a lack of the ability to have critical thinking skills for us humans?
I hear that question 100 times a day.
Is AI out-humaning us? If that makes sense.
The same with the phone, Mrs. You
So-
never know a phone number anymore.
That's true. I don't know.
So I have this very carefully curated presentation in which I have tried very hard, and been at least somewhat successful on avoiding the more delicate or controversial topics of the subject. Both because I don't know what my other presenters are going to discuss, and I don't want to step on any toes, and because I genuinely also do believe that AI is technology that is here to stay, and that we have to figure out how we're going to approach it. And far be it from me to turn anyone off or onto that, because like any technology, we need to be able to approach it at our own pace. So stepping aside, putting all that aside for a moment, to answer your question, it's a two-part answer. One, AIs are not out-humaning us.
Yeah.
They cannot. They are mimicry machines. They are pretending to human back to us. In a way, you can think of an AI like a parrot, but a parrot for everything. So the second part is that I think that AI tools have become so integrated into casual technology that people who are rushed for time, who are just trying to get through things, who are trying to find ways to balance every single thing they're required to do in this life, are looking to AIs as a source of knowledge because it's easier to ask an AI than it is to sit down, read through 4 or 5 different articles and get an answer, especially when you're expected to work 8 hours a day and you have to take an hour off for lunch, but that's not part of your work day, so you're at work 9 hours a day, and you work 2.5 hours away from where you live, so that's a 5-hour commute every day, so that's a total of 14 hours outside your home, and then you're going to spend enough, and then you're going to either stop by somewhere to get food or make food, because, you know, restaurants in this economy. So that's gonna be like another couple of hours, and then you have to do something with your hair and brush your teeth. And so by the end of the day, you're getting 7 hours of sleep a night, at which point it just makes sense to try and ask an AI, hey, do you know whether this is true or if it's something else, rather than trying to go and sift through a bunch of different media sites to do the research on your own. So I think that what AIs are stepping into, in your question, is the pressure that we're currently feeling to try and be multifaceted inside of time constraints that we don't have.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's a
ma'am.
good answer.
That's the first time anybody's
Yeah.
mentioned voice AI. And I think that personal assistant is what everybody adopts early on because they are pushed for time because they don't want to sit down and type this into people. They just want to spin it off and have their personal assistant.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From everything.
Yes, ma'am.
So I have a question, I think adjacent to that. So how do you use AI most efficiently? Some people say it's prompting and this elaborate framework for prompting. Some say it's asking the right questions. So based on your expertise in this predictive modeling framework, what is the right way so all these busy people can kind of get in there and get it right faster?
My genuine answer to that, and I promise this is not hedging, is to figure out what you want AI to be doing for you. Because people have all these guides on how to prompt AI, how to do this and that, and those can be great. Some of them are terrible, but many of them are great. But the thing is, you'll never be able to put those to effective use if you don't know what need you're trying to get AI to fulfill for you. And I don't have much time left, but the crux of what I was trying to build to was that more important than any single use of AI. Also, AI is not going to take over the world. I don't have time to explain why. But if you want to know, find me afterwards, when you ask the question, I will explain.
Yeah.
But figure out what you need AI to do in your personal life, in your business sphere. Once you know what you need to do, then you can go and you can try and discover, okay, so how do I make the AI do this? What kind of AI tool do I even need to do this? Because AIs are like cars. Does your business need a car? I don't know, but you do. You're the owner of your business. Does your business need a truck? Or would it be better served with a light removals van? Or maybe it'd just be better and more gas efficient just to get a Toyota hatchback. But until you know that, you'll never be able to make good use of AI. And I think that's the single biggest point of confusion that people have in the AI space today. And honestly, that's what's kind of motivated me to try and do what I can to help serve the small business community. As someone who both likes people, I know I'm a freak of an engineer, but as someone who both likes people and who actually genuinely cares very, very deeply about technology, because the point of technology is to actually make our lives easier. But if you don't know what you want to do with that technology won't help you. Buying the latest and greatest every single time it comes out will just result in you having a large pile of very, very powerful paperweights because you don't actually know why you want it. Figure out your needs both as a business person and as an individual consumer. Like, when smartphones came out, how many of you just immediately got them because they were the next biggest thing? Or how many of you waited until either you had to upgrade or until it's like, oh, I see a need that fulfills that need? AI is the same.
No, and that's why I asked that question, because there's so much noise. Even the enterprise world, everyone's having FOMO and wants to do the thing. There's a lot of bad advice. So thanks for sharing that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have my tech stack that I use, and so even though there's new stuff coming out every day, I love Lovable. Like I tried both. I tried Replit.
Yeah.
Don't like either.
Yeah,
Love
you don't
Lovable.
need all of them.
Right. So you don't need them all. So I got my tech stack. I use Canva, Leonardo, AI, Leather Labs, and that's what I use.
Yeah.
And that's for everything. So
General advice for everyone. If you're looking at integrating AI into the way your business operates day to day, sit down, figure out what you want it to do. AI is really good at handling repetitive tasks where you know that it's not going to change too much, so you don't have to check on it every time. You don't have that worry that it's going to get something wrong. And start small. Start with something that you feel comfortable playing around with, that you might get wrong the first time out. Because like any other technology, it's going to disrupt your business practices as you adopt it. So, but do look at how they can help you. And genuinely, when you decide to adopt AI, whenever that is, because technology will be there, make sure that you're in a position where you have the space you need to sit down with whatever employee, whether that's you or someone else who's going to be directly interfacing with AI, and to make sure that it's doing what you want it to do. My recommendation is start with a single AI tool, figure out if that works for you or not. If it doesn't, go back to the way you were doing things. Next time, try a different tool. Because as you said, there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of buzz, and a lot of us here, all the presenters here, can kind of help give you an idea to help you cut through some of that towards tools that may be directly useful to you. And that's part of what I've been doing in this space, is helping small business people go, how can I automate? Or increasingly, how can I use cloud and AI? So. Yes, ma'am.
I just have a quick question.
Okay, and then I'll say thank you, but go ahead.
Sorry. So like if you have an idea for an AI to create an app, use an AI to create an app, do you go to protect your work? Do you do the same process of you using the USPTO, the trademark, or copyright? How do you protect your work?
See me after class.
We will also, if he's still around, we will have time for Q&As. We just gotta give everyone their space to speak.
Yes. Short version. Anything produced with an AI is a weird legal space right now.
Is what?
is in a weird legal
We
space
actually,
right now.
actually, that's a perfect question for our next speaker.
Yes.
Perfect.
So, yes.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah. I'll do my break. Thanks, Miles. We definitely
Thank you.
lots and lots of information. He basically said, "Forget what you saw in iRobot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reteach you everything." All right, that was great information. The critical thinking question I hear it all the time. We talk about it a lot in JP Morgan too. And honestly, the biggest thing is if we're going to use AI to like help us get to quicker answers, then how do we get people to critical think in other spaces? So we actually host AI hackathons where people come up with business solutions as a group together using AI solutions. So I literally have 2 coming up. I'm like, it's kind of fun because we don't have to work for like a week at a time when we do them. But I have like 2 back to back, so I'm like, it's gonna be a lot. But yeah, so critical thinking through hackathons or other different types of activities that involve AI. So our next speaker, we're actually gonna do a fireside chat. So I'm gonna pull up some chairs.
5-minute break.
Oh yeah, does anyone need a bio break? I guess while I set this up, yeah, you guys can do
a bio break.
I work at corporate.
Need a bio break. I need a bio break.
I work at corporate too long now, huh?
A bio break. Never heard of that.
I'm doing it with the chair over there. You're my guest. Thank you. Okay, guys. Everyone's gonna be talking about bio breaks now.
Okay. How many minutes?
5 minutes.
Okay.
So hopefully everyone will be back by 11:20. 2 should be good.
Good. Two should be good. Hey guys, don't know if you're in or
How are you? Have you spoken to Dr. Hudley? Yeah, I gotta reach out to her. I've been like so drowning in like everything I have going on, but I need to reach out to her. I love that. Yeah, of course. You definitely had that. I have your number. Okay. Why did I leave these? I'm a Victoria. Nice to meet you. Walker. Yeah. Oh yeah, you have my iPhone number. Okay, that's my personal number. If you ever need to reach me. Yeah, we actually met at the Gwinnett Women's Chamber Gala a couple years ago. Almost for the last year. I'm always different with my hair. I've been working at corporate a little while now, so I probably got a little happy. I'm gonna get glowing. Yeah. And then, so I've been like doing stuff with JP. They sent me to India. So like I didn't go with this AI thing. Yeah, I've been trying to scale my business. And I started school, so I'm getting my bachelor's degree. Yeah. And the classes were easy for me. Like I just stepped out of them. Like my first day in the school, I just out of my first coding class. So I was like, yeah, I'm like this. Yeah. Sometimes mobile app developers. So I help people with their app ideas. So they'll kind of need product discovery around it, and then continue to add features to now or whatever. Yeah. Everybody, are you available? Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Good. That's amazing. That's good. That's good. Yeah, definitely. I didn't think that. Hi, how are you? We gotta catch up. Yeah, I gotta get some technical. I have like more people say I'm gonna do it. So we'll pick it back up. Okay. But yeah, in the workshop. When I did the technical. Okay. So I've been trying to get them more involved in the community events. So these owning workshops are great. And then you know what's really they have so many events, and then they do like once or twice a month. And then like all of us in there like always walking in with anything, so so that definitely. From my first one, we had no one thing, and then I'm like, well rounded. Yes, I find that I'm a real I definitely agree with you, and I think if I have it about my husband and I would not mind. Don't play with me. Good idea. He would have praying for God to but if he had it on my shoulder, you did go with it. I just know about me. Yeah. Well, I got a body, but it's not a car. I mean, it's just like, what do you do with that? So, all right. You just go with that. You just the message. All right, I think we'll bring it back in a minute, please. I did. Oh yeah, I go back and forth. Yeah. Thank you. How are you?
Don't forget to sign up for our thing.
Okay.
What is this? For the
Okay.
I'm gonna leave one on this table too.
All right, I'm gonna grab everybody's attention back now. We're gonna get started again, and then after this fireside chat, we're gonna head and jump into lunch. Cool. So I'm gonna introduce Jessica here. She's already here, but Jessica is the. Hi. Sorry, we're coming back. We're going to lunch after this. You guys can chat it up. All right, so Jessica is the CEO and founder of Story LLP. It's a legal tech company making legal support accessible through inclusive design and AI. So a Stanford-trained attorney and self-taught software engineer, she spent her career disrupting the traditional legal industry, first by serving as a general counsel for venture-backed startups, and then by co-founding Annie Cannons, which is a nonprofit training survivors of human trafficking to become software engineers. Today, through Story LLP, she's building more than just a legal system by and for the marginalized. So, Jessica, I'll let you. If there's anything else you want to share, her bio with me. Right? I'll read the whole thing, but we're gonna break it down right here today.
Yeah, no, I'm excited for your questions. I'll say I'll add I'm a recovering lawyer, so it's good to you guys. Stuff like that. I'm happy to talk about this. Business coach, our happiness coordinator. As you can tell, he's a little spoiled during the talk. He may forget that he's dog and has to sit on the chair. So
He's cute. He's quiet. He's calm. So I guess the first thing I'll do is I'll let you kind of tell us who you are and tell us your journey from where you started to where you are now.
Yeah, for sure. So I grew up in Southern Alabama. I was from New Orleans. Did the traditional girl thing where no matter how well I did in school, nobody told me, hey, you should do math, you should do science, right? So my lawyer was like, you've been arguing since you were 2, you should be a lawyer, you should go to law school. So I was law. I went to law school in part because I had this experience helping my dad buy a car when I was like 15, fund negotiations. I was like, oh, I want to do that company. And then I went to law school. I had fun in law school, but when I got into law firms, I realized that actually lawyers do the paperwork for that stuff, and the bankers do the fund negotiations. And that's not quite for me. I'm a big picture person. So I was bringing in clients nonetheless. I eventually left the big firm, started my own firm. Found myself with so much free time that I started this nonprofit, Annie Cannons, along with writing books and painting a lot and stuff like that. And I realized that the thing that actually spoke to me was, the thing that makes me want to get up every day is the valued and underestimated people who aren't given the opportunity to realize their talent, right? Whether that's human trafficking survivors learning to code, female founders, women of color, starting businesses and not getting quality information or getting screwed over by their lawyers or things like that. That's what I care about doing because I felt like I myself was underestimated. And I can only imagine, given my white privilege, how much I think this person do, right? So I also can believe though, as a result, that one of the greatest value opportunities I have for my business is lawyers who are women and people of color, because you are not, despite having worked harder, done the work with the same credentials, you're not getting the same opportunities to be a partner. And again, I was banging my head last year in a big law firm, so I can only understand what it must be like. But that means there's amazing brilliant lawyers sitting out there who want to help historically underestimated founders and business owners who want to help solve their problems. Like the business model in the current legal industry is not set up for that. It's one of those antiquated business models still in.
Yeah.
Add on top of that, AI, which I think we're now kind of drawing an equivalence between generative AI and AI, the term AI, but it's worth noting that there's a lot. There's agentic AI, agent AI that does things. There's AI that creates text or video or images. And there's also machine learning, right? I'm just taking a whole bunch of data and generating another data based on it. It's not quite the same function. A lot of these things have been happening for 20 years, but there's been huge acceleration in the last few that kind of distracts us all. So one cool thing about that acceleration is that where you used to have to raise millions of dollars to go hire a team of software engineers to build your tech company or your consumer product company or what have you, you had to raise money to do marketing and get your business out there. Now, actually, as long as we're able to access the tools that are available, you can do a lot more with a lot more
Yeah.
And so getting somebody a good legal setup, their capital for other things can go a lot further too. And what we try to do essentially is help the founders and the lawyers cooperate using technology so that they both get more lawyers. Like that's fundamentally what I'm interested in doing, and that's what I feel like I can do in the story, and definitely happy to do any more parts of that.
Yeah, that's amazing. I think I really like that you acknowledge, like, you're already a minority being a woman in the industry, and you're like, there's double minorities in this industry where it's like, okay, if I'm going through this, what are they going through, and how can I solve that problem?
Yeah, my top corporate lawyer is a Black woman,
Yeah.
and I very frequently have conversations with clients who are perfectly respectful to me, who trust me, and I introduce them to her, and all of a sudden, I'm not sure she knows what she's talking about. Well, she does. You
Right.
right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it is. Like I don't know anybody of any color who overestimates.
Yeah. So you, I saw that like you taught yourself how to code, and then you started this Story LLP. So tell us a little bit more about like what it took for you to kind of make that pivot. Like, did you become a software engineer because you wanted to start this company, or did you become a software engineer because you were just intrigued and you're like, oh, I know how to code, I'm gonna start this company?
It's sort of a little of both. So just to be clear, like Stanford Law School is much harder than learning to code. I firmly believe that every single person in this room could teach themselves how to code, especially now. So there's a mystique built up around this that also is a lot about man and white privilege that I don't think is super valid. I actually learned to code because I'm starting in Canon, but I wanted to teach human trafficking survivors how to code, and I felt like I needed to understand.
Okay.
So we taught ourselves by developing our own curriculum. Now, I learned, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, some front-end languages. I wasn't going super deep. I wasn't building a lot of products. I actually learned a lot about product management and security because we were asking the survivors to ideate and design products that would solve the problems they actually had. Like, there are a whole lot of rich white people deciding what problems human trafficking survivors have.
Yeah.
Those are not the same problems they actually have. So we wanted to provide solutions. I ended up leading independence full time for some reasons. And when I did, I kind of reflected that the survivors we were teaching, and I've been running a law firm in Tyson, we just pay the bills, we didn't really pay the salary, or I didn't pay myself the salary, I should say.
Number one founder mistake.
Right, absolutely, not one I would forget. So I had been running a law firm, and I realized that I was having the same conversation with human trafficking survivors I was having with my third generation yellow guy startup founders, which is like, what kind of lawyer do you need? How much is it going to cost? What do these words mean? This quick vocabulary. And I was like, well, if that's a problem those two users would share, that's a huge problem. That's a huge opportunity. So I started just putting feelers out. Hey, does anybody have this problem? I'm talking about what's going on. And that was the synthesis for Story. I would say that I've always written code for Story, but I've always also used my knowledge of software engineering to manage other engineers.
Yeah.
And now to guide AI engineers to do the things that I want to do. So I think understanding how computers work, how computer systems work, the basics of architecture can help you better direct stuff for you.
Mm-hmm.
But low a goal card design, so you can do a pretty good job for yourself as well. But that's kind of how I end up coding.
That's pretty cool. Honestly, I also do workshops, so hopefully we can talk there as well, because I'm not a teacher. But I do it because I have to, but realistically I'm not. So many startups see legal as a barrier. A lot of startups don't even touch it, I think. So what's your advice for founders, especially underrepresented ones, if you focus on those, on building a strong legal foundation early on, and also cost effectively, since obviously we don't have too much?
Yeah, so I mean, my main way to solve this problem is software product that does it, right? It's proactive legal that checks make sure that we're setting everything up from the beginning. There is a cost to that. There is a period in most startups' lifetime where you're not spending dollars on anything. You don't absolutely have to, right? For that period, what I would say is, if you have to wing it, that's supposed to be real. Like sometimes if you need to get something off the ground, you're not going to go pay a few $1,000s for a lawyer to customize your incorporation of the company for yourself. You can form a company anywhere, but the rumor to keep in mind is the more you save now, the more it's likely to cost you later. So I'll give you guys an example, and this is actually an example of at least a white appearing man who founded a company. So this is no judgment on anybody who just didn't have access, right? Second company, like they sold a company before. They started with an LLC because they thought, oh, it's better than my taxes. I would say that's true, but if you want to build a venture-backed, high-scale, high-growth company, my overwhelming piece of advice is form it in Delaware and make it what's called an S corp election. So
I'm so glad you say that because I did both of those things and I was starting to regret it. Okay.
Yeah, you do, once you are operating, making money in Georgia, you do need to file with the state of Georgia and qualify the business, but, and look, if you're gonna run a construction company in Georgia, you know, a consulting agency that operates purely in Georgia, a Georgia LLC is just fine. None of it's legal advice in Iowa. But if you are thinking that you want to scale a company, most venture capital firms will only invest in Delaware corporations. And they will really use that S corp election, that tax status, once you take that outside investment. Again, I see a lot of companies that get like their friends and family to sign something to invest money, and actually it doesn't even work with the kind of entity they have. So if it's your friends and family, it's relatively easy to clean up. But again, if you're taking investment, if you're getting ready to take investment, I would say that's the time to really think about having a lawyer make sure things are right. So this guy formed an LLC, had a few friends start working with him. He told them they were going to own part of the LLC. And then this is not my client, by the way, for those who are any other lawyers that are in my, and then he got a lawyer, and a not great lawyer, and converted that LLC to a Georgia corporation. But sort of forgot the part where he issued stock, because he was just saying, oh, they had stock in the other one, I converted it, they just haven't. He hadn't actually given them any interest in the first LLC. Flash forward 2 years, he's taken some angel investment, he's grown a product, he has strategic investors interested, he's looking at raising an $8 million series A, right? $8 million of investment on the table, people are ready to sign. I actually represent an investor, we looked at the documents. You don't actually own stock in the company. In fact, you've never actually been appointed to the board, so nobody could own stock in the company. It's all cleanable. It's going to cost about $100,000 in legal fees and about $300,000 in back. As I understand it, that investment round for the $8 million Series A to less than $1 million on a much less sophisticated instrument, let's say, and more like an angel round. So that's all to just say, like he waited to think about the thing, right? And in this guy's defense, he had a lawyer, he thought he knew what they were talking about. But lawyers are like doctors in the sense that you don't go to your podiatrist for your open heart surgery, right? If you go to a lawyer who is very new, very general, or just doesn't have a lot of experience in the thing you need to do, they may well charge you to do something because they go by the hour and they need to make income, right? But that doesn't mean that they know what they're going to do right. So as I look at the situation, this one is a perfect example. Like, he could have spent less than $10,000 on the right lawyer in the beginning of the company, and like, to set up that company for me is $1,000 fixed fee plus tax, right? That is you issue stock to everybody, like there's a very standard process for corporations. You can do that on Clarkson as well, right? You don't have to run up there and become like, there are places that will do their corporation. But as you're looking on taking on investment, moving stock from one person to another, using equity incentives for employees like option grants and stuff like that, it's best to have at least a lawyer-defined service. And just to understand, I think the like, takeaway piece of information is founders don't know what they don't know. That is okay. Like, nobody's done anything wrong. You didn't go to law school. I think that kind of expectation that you as a founder are supposed to just inherently understand all these concepts because you present. Sometimes our company is a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
It's okay to know what you don't know. Now I have to also say, like, ChatGPT also does not know unless you know what to ask it. So if you as a founder are asked, like, it's going to give you the answer it thinks you want, and it's going to give you the answer that is based on what it has seen most commonly in the world, unless you tell it to constrain its sources. So if you're going to ask it a lawyer question, I am an extremely experienced lawyer in blank industry, and I'm looking at solving this problem for a client. You'll actually get a better answer that way than just describing the problem and asking the solution.
Yeah.
Because it's not giving you the right answer, again, it's giving you the most common answer to the question that you should ask.
Yeah. Yeah,
So I'll
that's
start
like,
there.
that's like really important too. She touched on something really big. Inside of JPMC, actually we teach like prompt engineering courses, and like telling AI who they are, giving them their persona is known to give you better results. So, so Story LLP. So the way, I guess let's dive into how it helps founders. Like, is it in the form of a chatbot, or is it like, how does it work? Like, if I was setting up my business today and I went on Story LLP, what would my process be like?
Yeah, absolutely. So it is software that uses AI to do things AI is good at and to assist lawyers doing things that lawyers should be doing. So that includes, and this is like, we serve mostly startup companies with some amount of capital, whether bootstrapped or invested, who are getting ready for an investment transaction or getting ready for some kind of system to work right now. I'll give you an email inbox that you can use like traditional lawyer. You can send it zip files or attachments, whatever legal documents you have in your company. We will process them, analyze them, pull the right email them, and organize them into a database. Also, you can upload history and tell you, for example, if you also upload something that's a duplicate or partial or wasn't signed or something like that, so you can get all of your documents together in real time. Instead of trying to go find them all in your email really early in the middle of the night when you're about to try to take investment from somebody who's looking to get access to those investment. The second thing we do is all of your hiring, firing, issuing stock and options. We standardize the process for these things. Lawyers define the process. So it's not just a document. That's important to understand. What we're doing is having software do things lawyers would otherwise do. So our software is checking your files for explicit information, making sure that this number is greater than this number, making sure that this date has passed, and organizing that process into something that's algorithmic. It's not AI, it's not what we use AI to do is like OCR documents. Eventually, we will be able to chat with your documents. We will extract information for your cat table from the documents. And then on the lawyer side, we generate those drafts, we generate summaries of the issues and things like that, just to help the lawyers work much more efficiently. My lawyers here, though, we have about 2,000 lawyers with 60 law firms or so. In general, our lawyers do not want to bill more hours. Like, that's not how they're interested in billing 10 to 30 hours a week and spending time with them, right? And having a life and doing the work during those 10 to 30 hours a week that is the most interesting part of their task job, right? Not proofreading or anything, their draft, negotiating, and problem solving with clients.
I got a quick question, Jessica. So, in 2012, President Obama passed the Jobs Act, which he allowed the equity crowdfunding to be for entrepreneurs to be able to use equity crowdfunding. It actually went into law in 2015. So now it's there, and I still don't see a lot of people actually using it. I think Start Engine use it, but it's kind of hard to get on there. WeFunder started out as a platform. Is that something that your platform can handle too? So if there's a small business who's not looking to get money from a regular VC, but they want to do equity crowdfunding, is that something that you offer on your platform as well?
That's a great question. Not on an automated basis,
Okay.
and I would generally advise a startup against using equity crowdfunding. So I'll explain why.
Okay.
There's two pieces to why. One is getting the money, like actually getting people to invest, and the other is the people result of believing that they can make the investment. So for most of these crowdfunding platforms, what they do is every single person that gives them even $100, like gets what's called a SAFE, a simple agreement for future equity, which basically says, I will convert into equity to be issued in the next investment round, if ever. Note that if there is no exit, that is worthless, right? Like that $100 SAFE for the investor doesn't mean anything. But now let's say you have 15,000 people put in $100. You have a cap table with 15,000 people who have to be notified of everything, who have to consent to things as shareholders, or at least have the opportunity to consent to things, who have rights to executives and represent the company if they become shareholders. So you're creating a very large board that you don't know with very significant rights, but very small slices of them. So it's administratively then on top of that, you in order to actually raise money on those campaigns, there are literally consultants who charge like $20,000 to help those campaigns work. And they teach you stuff like go find 25 of your friends and family to put money in right away at the beginning. So up to this level, so that you show up in the PDs and the search engines and stuff like that, right? Structure you to make a demo video. So you are going to spend to do those campaigns successfully. Expect to spend $30,000 to $50,000 on marketing, on consultants, on outreach to people. Well, if you're going to spend that money on that kind of outreach and you're going to get back $100,000, you start to ask the question about what does that make sense? So there is a process. It's under securities regulation called CF. You know, it is workable, and I think I like stuff like Kickstarter for, you know, my dad has diabetes and we can't afford to pay for his dialysis, and we want 100 of our friends to help us. That's great. If you're going to do a hyper growth startup company that you want to sell someday, it probably isn't worth it. So that's why we don't do it.
Okay, yeah, I know. And what you said, the consultant did tell me 25,000. Exactly what
That's crazy.
25 grand just for that. And but I was wondering why was I not seeing a lot of people using it? Because I didn't understand the intricacies. I knew it was there. I heard people talking about it, but I just didn't see a lot of people using it. I'm like, why aren't more people using it? So my first thought was that $25,000 at the door is probably stopping most folks, especially small business. We're trying to raise money, so we don't have the 25 right out the gate just to give to you. So that was my first thought. But now you listen to you talk about the cap table. Oh yeah, I can see why that would be a
And we
nightmare.
can do, I mean, on the platform, we do those safe investments. So if you have a family member that wants to put in $5,000 or $10,000, that's part of the service offering. You want to move on to the day with part of the subscription. If you want to do something more complicated, we generate those first drafts and then they go to the companies I mentioned earlier who help actually plan and problem solve and stuff like that.
Do you do employee stock options?
Yeah, stock options. So on a standard vesting schedule, standard template, that's also something that's included in the subscription. Now you have to have some things in place to do stock options for employees. Per the IRS, you have to have a formal equity incentive plan, which we will adopt for you if you don't already have one for a fixed fee. That's on it. Then you also have to have what's called a 409 valuation. So this is an independent valuation with fair market value of your company and stuff. By the way, options, easy to do in a corporation, very hard to do in an LLC, so we'll talk about corporations. You have to have a 409 valuation that is dated within the last 12 months, and that has happened before or since any material event, a huge customer contract, or an investment, a significant investment. That's when they blow your 409 valuation. Those cost about $1,000, $1,500 to get. So, I see a lot of people who are like, oh, I want to start issuing options, but they just haven't put the plan in place. And so we usually help people set those up, and we have vendors set up to help do that so smoothly, and then they can start issuing options.
So when you're generating contracts, files, all these things, you're using a lot of anonymized people data. And this.
So actually, what we use is forms and processes that are dictated by expert lawyers in that area.
Okay.
So my top corporate person designs our forms of options plan, our forms of options, our tax counsel deals on them. We develop a form that's specific, not just to a scenario, which you have in most templates, but also a client.
Okay.
Right. So their specifics go into taking the right forms into Jennifer. Now, maybe the best example of that is hire an employee. I ask you your state. I know your state. I ask you an employee state, and I pick out the contract template that's tailored for the sort of highest common denominator of those two states.
Yeah. Do you see? Is there a pattern of like when you're generating all of these insights for us, the founders, or for the lawyers? What do you feel like you generate the most of? Like, what is it that people are getting most out of story?
I mean, honestly, most people are going for commercial contracts. Because there are actually a lot of places where you can get standard form template corporate agreements, simple corporate agreements like issuing options or an option plan. A lot of firms will offer it for free. Because as a founder, you can sign that thing, but you don't know if you actually have these documents.
Yeah.
But I would say that people are most often using and asking for commercial contract forms because that's the area where you need the most customization for the client, and therefore a normal technology platform cannot do it for you because it can't give you those things. Our software is acting on behalf of our law firm, and so has the ability to do what I do, so we do a lot of consulting. So that's an area where
that makes sense. For the founders in here, especially as a woman founder, I guess what were some of your obstacles to starting your business? Or what advice would you give them?
I mean, all of them except like food, right?
Yeah, I know, right?
I would, I'm consistently telling them how to run their businesses, but they just raised $3 million from somebody to figure out how to run. Like constantly, I have, I think that I've just accepted honestly that, if, if you put a penis on me and maybe 6 inches in height and made that over to somebody, I would have had $10 million to do what I'm doing with the customer traction and the product development and like, being additional resources. But I also think that women are, one of our great strengths is that we always have to figure out how to do more with less. And so we actually need less to accomplish, goals. We're not, now, while the world is biased in business, we're not as good at leadership and not as good at math and all of this kind of stuff. The like actual empirical studies are repeatedly demonstrating that they're rated as better leaders, they're more capital efficient, they're delivering higher returns to their acquirers 3 years after they merge their company out, right? So like basically every metric that someone is looking at on productivity, on leadership, on ROI, like women are actually performing better. We're just not getting credit for it. So I think my solution and my approach is just try to work with other women and leverage, try to pay less bias taxes in my day-to-day life. Because the thing that actually brings me down is not bias. I've said that, that's always been there. It's believing that the bias is true, right? Believing that I'm actually worth less or less capable because somebody didn't invest in my company. And I find that by working with women, and particularly women of color, who are all dealing with that, we can just sort of agree to not make that a part of our interaction. And that's a huge just mental health saving.
Yeah, I agree. My business is mainly women led. I tried to have some guys in my business, but I need help, let's do this. And they're like, yeah, we got this. And then they actually like skate by on bare minimum. And I'm like, did you even do anything towards this? So like unintentionally, my business is women led, but I do feel like the difference is that like we are not focused on really like the power struggle or like the ego. We're not like, yo, like this is all my idea. We're really focused on this is the problem at hand. What are we gonna do to solve it? So
I do hire men. It took me a long time before I hired the first guy.
I hired them as software engineers.
Yeah. There's a great much. I try to interview at least 5 women for every male software engineer that I hire.
Yeah, that's amazing.
But including it, like especially at management positions, the trick is men are much more likely to be able to like take on the equity or take a less salary on fixed support and have that risk aversion. But yeah, it's interesting. I found with male members of my team, it's really hard for them to not have like a person to listen to. So the women, it's easy to say, let's come up with the best idea, and we're all going to work on it together and make it happen, right? And therefore, you're just going to attribute responsibility. It's much harder for men to take that mandate without feeling a little bit off or like they almost seem unmoored, right?
Yeah.
And that's not fair to say about like all men. You couldn't say anything about all women either, but that has it.
Yeah. So in your experience with the nonprofit, so you help a lot of survivors from trafficking, gender-based violence, they become software engineers. What do those survivors teach you about resiliency, tech, and justice as a whole? What do you learn from them?
More than I learned in law school. I guess is maybe the first thing to say. I think that the thing that people don't understand about trafficking survivors, not necessarily, so they're going to be taken, like, trafficking survivors are people who are alive because they are excellent problem solvers and extremely resourceful. If they were not, they would not be alive. The life expectancy from the moment that you have been engaged in a behavior that would constitute trafficking is 7 years. So, like, if a 12-year-old girl has been trafficked, she makes it to 18, she is brilliant. She may also be she is also traumatized. And so people all of a sudden confuse the impact of trauma with intelligence, problem-solving ability, or what have you. I think one thing I didn't prepare for adequately was secondary trauma. And I think that that's something that probably impacts, if not, certainly community poverty brings its own level of primary trauma. But if you're a mother caring for sons who you're worried about getting killed by cops, like you are experiencing primary and secondary trauma all the time, and that is impacting your ability to think, your ability to motivate, your mental health, right? So I think that, you know, what survivors, sometimes the people that you meet, like, forget them a little bit, like, without sharing any stories that, you know, would impose additional trauma. There are things that can happen to a person that will inhibit you forever. And I'm sure we talk about that. But I found that the survivors, we did screening for them. We did screening to, like, assess their aptitude for logic and coding games that don't involve words or things that went to school. Those who do well in these screens who still have, and the majority of them still do, right? Do still have the ability to recover focus. What somebody needs is a system of safety where they feel like they're allowed to learn. And I think that, you know, figuring out where my own safety is, it allows me to find a better place that I can create, and that's something that they can learn from them. Like I said, it would be hard to sit here and talk for only, you know, 15 minutes about all of the various things that they teach me, but I think, you know, one of the two most horrific stories I've ever heard, actually, they're of the two most horrific stories I've ever heard, both survivors said roughly the same thing to me, which, you know, I would say something about something difficult that I was going through, and be like, oh my God, what's wrong with you? Are you going through something worse, right? And both of them have the exact same reaction that I'm having, which is to say, like, everybody's hardship is hard for them, right? Like no matter how hard somebody else has it, like, your experience is relative to your experience. So if this is the most difficult thing that's ever happened to you, that's still true. And that's valid, and it's something that you deserve to feel, right? And I think that will also open up a lot for me as well.
Yeah, that's great. That's great to hear. I definitely see the correlation between, like, you said that a lot of survivors are problem solvers and they're very resourceful. So did you intentionally choose software engineering to teach them because of that? Because software engineers are like problem solvers and resourceful, or did it just kind of like what was the
That was about half of it. So half of it was that, you know, to be a logger, you have to start using logger. That's actually the best indicator of a successful software engineer. Please remember, we did all of this in the world before AI was writing code. Right. The other piece, though, is that when survivors are, you know, I would say when they are able to leave their situation of exploitation, which usually is because they found something else that they could do, not because they were rescued. Like, often rescue actually makes their situation worse, right?
Yeah.
So it's a white knight sort of situation. But they were, you know, if they found themselves in one of the rare spots in a survivor housing facility, the best chance they had to learn to do something other than what they had been trafficked to do was, oh, we'll teach you how to make jewelry. We'll teach you how to sew. With these highly gendered skills where you actually can't make a living at it without a business too. And there were no business skills taught. So it was like the shelters were sort of reinforcing the devaluation that the survivors had experienced. So we really wanted to do something. And this is something, you know, you can learn about it when you're in school. You know, you can work on your own, or you can work late at night. If your schedule was messed up, that wasn't necessarily teach you. So we got a really good at it.
Yeah, that's amazing. Well, thanks for all that you do, for sure, for the minorities, for survivors, for
they all did much more.
Yeah,
Right.
So before we do a couple of questions, I want to say, like, what advice do you have for the women founders in the room in order to, like, break the barriers that, you know, like, as a women founder, like, some of our businesses, maybe we just feel like, oh, like, maybe I'm not meant to do this, let me just stop doing this because there's too many barriers. Like, what advice do you have for women who maybe do something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe the first thing I'll say is that's okay. Like, if it's too much, like, that's honestly okay. But I think there's a great quote that's like a startup founder is a person who's learned to love the taste of their own blood. Like, all the time. And that's, you know, I have spent 3 years having pretty much everybody tell me I can't do the things that I am currently doing, and I just had to ignore them and keep going. Now, again, like, my mother probably wishes I had gotten like a $1 million a year law firm job. Like, there are a lot of arguments that wasn't the right choice, depending on what your priorities are. Yeah. If your priority is a comfortable retirement fund, retire when you're 65, start with not the right choice for you. But, you know, as long as you're, I think as long as you are able to think about failure as a step on the path towards success, and you know, your mental health is able to survive the disease that is being a startup founder, you just got to keep at it, and understand that. I think by telling yourself that it's okay not to continue, you can be sure that you're doing it for the right reason. Right? I mean, you actually are, you're getting something positive out of the experience.
Yeah, cool. And then anything else you want anyone to talk about here today?
No, I think what I'd like to know is like what kind of legal issues are folks facing commonly as like women, you know, business leaders that I can take a few minutes and like help them. One other lesson for Annie Cannons is that usually if one person in the room who's not comfortable asking a question actually asks it, multiple other people in the room have the same question.
Yeah. So, yeah. With that being said.
Oh, you got hands.
Two questions.
Okay, so I am Lynette Bird, and the name of my company, I Care One Word, Technology Geek, and we're a managed service provider. For those who are not understanding that term, it's basically we outsource tech support proactively, and we do it on a subscription basis. So we are getting sued because our clients are not doing what they're supposed to do. So that's been a major challenge for us. And all of our vendors are helping us to kind of assure us moving forward. I have 5 clients, my largest client last year. I know it's them, so they just didn't listen. So I kept telling them, they were large enough to where we would have ran out. Okay, so do you have any advice for that? When your clients don't listen, you have this place like you have to sign a risk assessment and acceptance letter to say that they accept the risk, and if anything happens, they accept the risk, we're not liable. Anything else?
I would make that concept a part of your customer agreement. So my overarching suggestion to everybody in business is if you are delivering a product or service to customers, you should write the contract in which you do that as a first off. It's acceptable to use the customer's contract if your first big customer is going to change everything. Like that's going to happen every once in a while, but a form that is good for you will be volumes. The way I would deal with that particular problem is to have what's called indemnity, which is to say, if you get sued by a third party because of something your customer did that we've specified in the contract, then your customer is going to pay those. They're going to pay the lawyers, they're going to pay whatever damages you have, and they have to deal with that. Now, if you're dealing with a tiny company that has no money, that isn't very valuable to you. If you're dealing with big customers, and especially if you're doing something like MSP services for cybersecurity, there are a lot of reasons one of your customers might not do what you tell them, and you just need to make sure that that's their responsibility. So I would do that, and then I would also have what is called a covenant and contract promise for them, saying we're going to follow all of your advice. And if you don't follow the advice, there is a breach of contract, and you can also sue them for damages, right? So even if no third party sues you, you're harmed, you would have a claim. I should say that litigating over a contract is not an efficient way to recover money. It takes much more time and energy, and you get every cent back, which rarely happens. So I try to draft contracts, and I would recommend that everybody try to draft their contracts to eliminate litigation, right? So they're clear, so you can include things carefully in contracts, like if you don't follow our advice and we have to incur a cost of X, Y, and Z category, we will reimburse us. And then you have something where if they send it, your lawyer sends a letter to them or their lawyer, and there's the super clear provision in the contract saying they have to do this, the lawyer is going to tell them to pay it. You'll spend more money paying the fight than to pay it. So really clear contracts, really clear descriptions of what services you're going to provide, what products you're going to provide, and what you are not going to do. And then there's another piece of the tool called disclaimers, right? So if your big all caps words like we're not responsible if this doesn't work for the purpose that you intended, we're not responsible for anything that arises because of something that you did, that kind of thing. And I'm happy to talk separately after if there are some kind of additional tricks with a service like yours that would be contracted.
We got one more question, and then we're gonna get lunch, and then we can come back, and Jessica wanna stick around after you get your lunch and answer more. So we're gonna take one, get lunch, and then come back, and then she can
Yeah, that's, I'll say for, yeah, get on them.
But my question is kind of, I don't have any legal issues, but I am currently studying to become paralegal. And I wanted to know, is it a lot of bias in that area of the legal field, like you would avoid?
Yes. I wouldn't say that you couldn't become a paralegal or get a job doing it. I think that there's an additional layer of bias for paralegals because lawyers, like I said, lawyers went through all this expensive schooling and took a bar exam and now we call ourselves that we have some superiority and some agency, right? And so like, you see that with senior lawyers and junior lawyers and paralegals. Ironically, at my first law firm, the senior paralegals knew 1,000 times more than I did about how to practice law, right, from their years of experience. So I would say don't do it. I might take greater pause in doing it at this moment in time because I believe that AI is consistent. Yeah. So I think what the model I'm using for AI and the model that I expect other law firms to use is first replace the legal assistant or do most of what they do. And when I say replace, it's 99%. There's always going to be some stuff that a human does better. Second is the paralegal, third is the junior associate, senior associate partner, right? So the partners have some time, but like it's gonna happen, I think, in the next 10 years, if not much sooner. But for paralegal, by the time you get out of school, there are likely to be AI tools that do the vast majority of what you can training to do. And I would give that to you. That's not to say don't do it, but I wouldn't send stay at law school right now. Like I would do nothing. Yeah.
But there are other aspects in the legal, like the terms that they get that are paralegal people on to, who's not just being like, is that right?
I think so, but I also think you could do some of those human jobs.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
But yeah, please just watch it.
Yeah. Yeah, if you guys want to mingle while eating, feel free. Thank you so much. Thank you,
Have some lunch.
Yes. I've been walking back and forth. I am beat already.
How you just come sit down?
Because there's people coming in, people asking questions. It's okay, sweetie pie, it's fine. It's like 15 people still ain't here, and people start walking in the main gate. I'm like,
Hi.
Tip out a little early today.
Okay.
But I did want to connect
want
with
to
you.
set up and stuff. Jeff,
I got a Victoria's information, like a QR, so it's the clicker.
yeah. So what you call it? Said you just put this part in.
Old school, like the business card.
Well, no. You talking trash about me?
Where you from? New York? New Jersey. Okay. I'm from Connecticut. Tri-State. Okay, look, you tap. I get it. Just tap it. That's all you do. Oh, it's right there.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah. NFC tag. Here we go. All right, so it brought me here.
So my email is under my profile, but let me just give you a card.
That's it. I knew it was gonna be like I appreciate it. Okay.
What do you do?
So for my actual 9 to 5, I work in risk management. We're a publicly traded asset management firm. So I do that. I do like the whole risk management, Wall Street kind of thing. But for my business, I created. I'm kind of all over the place, and that's one of the things I want to talk about. I started off trying to like mentor young men because I feel like there's a real large gap, not only in financial services, but in most industries with young black men. So I created like a little cohort of teenagers at one point, just kind of helped them prepare for college, just kind of. I believe it's hard to see what you've never seen or be what you've never seen, rather. So I tried to like kind of be that positive influence. But then, that kind of got whatever. Then I turned into like AI workflows, like teaching people how to develop financial markets intelligence, teaching people how to trade, things like that.
We're going to trade on options.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, perfect. So I trade futures. I used to trade options like 10 years of, I do mostly do pictures. So when you say you're doing them on Sunday, where's this at?
So, at Cornerstone, so one of my friends, I never heard of a kid named Christian. So, anyway, long story short, I met him years ago. He was like 11.
Right.
He was trained, he was a millionaire already. He was speaking at the conference, but his mom taught him how to trade. So she became my friend, and now she teaches some of the women of the chamber options trading. So we on our class before.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, so you know, she charged a lot of money, but she gave us a huge discount.
Yeah, yeah, no, I love it.
Everybody was like, "Man," so that I had to see.
Well, I moved here from Chicago. So I moved here in 2020, but then I was Australian, so I left my job.
Yeah, no, I hate that. I appreciate it.
I know what I want. His connections are way bigger than mine.
A lot of people, you know, I'm from my neighborhood, based on how I feel.
You know what I mean?
Hello, young lady. I didn't get a chance to speak to you today.
Good morning.
Good evening now.
Good afternoon.
He was from that area.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Of course.
I've been in education.
Listen, that's what it feels like. Yeah, no doubt. First and foremost. Absolutely. Yeah, no, if anything, are you local?
What time
Okay,
are
I'm
you
at
starting?
Norcross, so like I definitely, want to pick your brain.
We're starting the next one at 1.
12:45.
Oh, 12:45.
And then the next one's 1:30.
Okay. My my event coordinator, she's here. We're planning a bunch of events for like built in Gwinnett Women's Chamber. So I'm gonna teach her how to put like events on meetups real quick because she needs like in-person training. But she's here. I told her to mingle when I'm done. Yeah, I was like, we're gonna get some food and then.
Yeah, let's do it.
What does that mean?
Yeah, no, I'm local, like I said. I'm happy to come up and grab some food and chat.
They're not. They're more American, I would say. It's like that level of. There we go.
We're totally lost in the world.
Kind of like they Haitian, but it's like because I've been so it's like you Haitian, but it's right. But yeah, it's a little different. But I guess
That's what I was saying.
So my husband's best friend was here before we moved here. So that's the, I mean, we're homebody, so we don't really go places. He showed us that the vacation plan coming up somewhere. I looked at it, I'm not going to that trip home. So why would he sit there next to the airport? I'm a suburb girl. Yeah, I told him no. Because he's like, let's Google Earth. He's like, yeah, we're not going. So tell me about your company, what do you guys do?
So we are business consulting.
Okay.
So businesses strategies, sales, and employee retention as well.
Okay.
And also we implement AI automation. She's the tech part.
Oh, okay.
I'll do more sales, get you in, but she's the tech. We have that part to automate some marketing automation, and also consulting AI.
Okay, yeah, so similar, so I'm not sales, my husband's like, what have you been talking in this? I'm a friendly person one-on-one, but like, so, similar to that, I do consulting as well, in 3 areas, so technology, procurement, and a little bit of business transformation. I used to say HR, but I'm not an HR person. I heard you mention
I work on AHR technology projects or process optimization. So I really like to be thinking out on how to optimize my It may not be technology or AI, it's just like how to streamline stuff, because that's my background, it's basically when I work in pharmacy and stuff like that. It's awesome.
I spoke to Jay today, he's gonna join on Monday.
Okay, that's perfect.
But yeah, would love to, so are you guys part of this chamber?
No, we actually work out of here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we
Okay.
work out of here. I was trying to scan
Let me,
because I
we want to make sure your QR code works.
Yeah, because
Let's see.
it was working
It's like,
yesterday.
we gotta use this QR code, and I worked on it. Okay, yeah, that one worked.
Okay. Oh, good.
Okay. And I can send you mine, because I think I have.
You have the same?
It says sent, did you go somewhere? Because I have the blank app, but I don't even know what the truth. If I know LinkedIn or you literature over here.
Okay. Yeah, I got you right here.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, I'm more on LinkedIn. But yeah, we'd love to, I mean, I'm all about collaboration. Also, I'm new to this. I'm working on converting my mind from a corporate exec to a business owner, not the same thing.
And it's totally different. It is totally different.
Yes.
And yeah, the thing is, I know you say you got sales, but people are drawn to you.
Why?
Because you have like, see, like, I guess because you was in HR.
You're welcome. I was not.
She was not.
I only played one on television.
Okay.
For
But
Chantel,
you can feel that.
before they're gone. So
I hear I have more. I wore yellow today to be more welcoming. Maybe I'll wear the jacket more.
Yeah, and all you have to do is actually talk about your problem.
Yeah.
See how to do it. So that's the way.
Yeah, and I'm learning, because it's almost like AI. When I first did all this advice on how to prospect, and it's all like, I'm just gonna do it my way. And it's like parenting, you read all the books, when the child arrives, you gotta figure it out. So I think you just have to find your lane where you're comfortable. And I'm learning, I'm not the cold calling person, I'm more like being intimate, one-on-one. Learn what you do, and maybe it'll happen, and maybe it'll happen.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm probably seeing you such a.
It was also in the back of the day, it was like the back of the day.
And then I'm learning more.
Yeah.
I'm not. I just like, I'm a multifaceted person, and I do research for a lot of topics. And one day I may be in, and one day I may never. So Black is an era I've looked into from a credentialing standpoint, because when I worked in corporate, I managed a large company. They had full-time workers and they had external, so like consultants, staffing, from a McKinsey to like independent. So I managed the workforce and always look for ways to optimize, and credentialing was the biggest part. Because let's say I want to hire a data scientist, I don't know, in London, we found the person, I've worked in 3 weeks to screen them, check their college. But these are all things that don't change. So I know some companies are looking into how to do that, so that's why I was focused on it. I'm not a Black expert, I just kind of research about it.
No, that's good. How are you?
I have no clue. I know my 17-year-old vice president who tells me it's great, and that's all I know.
No, that's a good time. You'll
He was also down there.
You didn't find Chuck?
I didn't go. I'm going a little bit. I want you to know where I live.
I'm an intern for IT technology. I'm learning how to train AI. I'm a finance designer. I need you. What's your name? Carol. I'm the technical.
That's for you. You want to change numbers?
I love that, because you can just go wherever you go.
Where are they located?
Well, they have offices all over the country, right?
over the place. Where your primary center strengths were. Your projects in there. For the about 6 months, it's supposed to be like a few months. So that would be 6 months. How project migration. Friday. Friday.
Implement like the way I want to dynamics of my cells slash predictive slash CRM. We'll figure it out. Yeah. That's like I've always been a problem. So, no. I thought it was my whole child psychologist. And I spent the summer learning in the camp for I walked over oh, no part. Like, yep. Too much. Like, some of my friends have been coming up. I've been down here doing that work. Then I got into a big company, and I was working with like a client service real low level, creating reports. Yeah, but I'm just and so my company gone through a version and I'm really wondering, I see guys. I had to go tell him and it's great. I was like, well, here's my evidence to look at it. So he started like kind of mentoring me a little bit. I went up through the company and like figured it out. It just wasn't what I did. So I went back to school. I don't. And then I'm collaborating. This is not what we do, and so I mean, it's cold.
Getting over something now.
Trying to make the educator. So you're right. Yeah.
So how's everybody enjoying it? Yeah. We got some great. We got more great people. Like Ishmael is amazing. Like I don't know if you guys got to see my interview with him, but he's amazing. Like he spoke last year. They've been working on stuff like 3D printing skin and using AI to place it in the body, replace living. It's just amazing stuff. And then Alicia is a business guru with AI. Like when it comes to marketing and all this stuff. And then Abby has his AI community is ridiculous. So he's next. He's our next speaker. But he has a whole AI community. And he does, yeah. And he does marketing as well. So and then Rodney, he's tri-state, AI. It's
Alicia.
yeah, I told about Alicia.
Yeah.
She was. She's back again this year. So yeah, I'm so like when it comes to that marketing and
She's fabulous.
putting it all together, like she's, yeah. Yep. Because at the end of the day, like I live in AI. Like it's crazy. But I really do feel like it's the equalizer, right? If we just pay attention and put boots on the ground and not dance, yeah, we can make stuff happen. Like for real. And what I did was I'm working on a project now. It's a book actually. It's called Family Economics, and it's based around that. Like this is what we need to be focusing on. Why? Because $20, $40, $50 to a tech business. We don't need 500,000. We need somebody to say, I'm gonna be that person. We need all the rest of y'all to rally around that person.
And help them. Yeah. That's the thing, right? It's not just that person doing it.
Yep.
It's the people around them that support them doing it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Because burnout is real.
Burnout is real.
You know what I mean?
But the opportunities are vast.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can find when I tell y'all, I just look for problems and say, what's a problem we can solve in this space? It gives me 10, 15, 20 problems. And all you got to do is pick one and build something around that one and then run with that. And people are like, well, I don't know if I'll make money. You won't make money because ain't nobody solving the problem. You become the solution. So I'm pitching that to the hilltop. Like,
you do.
Well, I need a price for a consulting hour with you.
Okay.
The things that you were doing. I have a personal trainer.
Okay.
I'm a marketer. So,
Okay.
We'll come to the class. That's all.
A lot of the plans that you create for his clients and things like that. There's some opportunity, and he's very active within his fraternity. So we've done some things through that on other ends. But I would really love to see me take some knowledge that I have on the health and wellness side and combine that with the fitness side and put something together for these men and maybe encourage some.
My 5-day challenge is way cheaper than my consulting price.
The 5-day challenge, and you get to see hands-on everything.
It's way cheaper than the consulting. Let me just say that.
Yeah.
So I would say start with the 5-day challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you want to consult, go to noisemedia.us, noisemedia.us. Noisemedia.us. My consultation and strategies are there. So,
in the zone of narrowing down.
So the 5-day challenge is the tools that I use, creating the business. Creating the business, using those tools. Because if I can teach y'all can go teach other people. I'm just one person.
Yep. And it gives you an idea too of like the problems you can solve. Sometimes if you're not seeing it in action, you can't think about it, you know?
Noisemedia.us.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's I'm training some of my sorority sisters, and one of them is an attorney, and she said she needed to help young men with re-entry. We created that. She was like, oh my God. She's like, oh my God. So when she came to the class, she was like, yeah, I sell purses on the side. I'm going to focus on that. And I was like, why? Why just that? Right? So by the time we got finished brainstorming, she had a tool for reentry.
Mm-hmm.
She said, this is what I'm passionate about. So then do that. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the challenge is to help you find a problem
Mm-hmm.
and create a solution. That's what the challenge is. And
In
it's
real
5
time.
days. In real time.
Real time.
Yeah, it's live.
Yeah.
I'm going to be live every night, five straight nights in a row. Yeah.
Oh my God. Can't believe I'm eating.
It is, right? Like
The lime rice is good, though.
last year we had Sam's on Main, but they went out of business. Sam's went out of business.
Mm-hmm. Sam on Main. The Mediterranean place in Grayson. Yeah, they went out of business. Yeah, about. Oh yeah.
Even the pizza place we was going to.
Yeah.
Oh wow, social. That we
Somebody
won
told
it.
me last night they're
Yep.
going.
Yep.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. But he
Yeah,
got sick.
He got sick and had some family stuff. Yeah.
The Sam's on Main guy got sick.
Mhm.
He used to come out and see us every time.
All the time.
Mhm.
So he
Yeah.
got sick. We saw him the last days, like 2 days before they closed. He said he had been, his staff said he had been sick. He didn't look sick, but they was like he was sick. The day I was there, he came to me and he said, my mother just died.
Mm. Well,
And
and he couldn't go home,
God.
right?
And he couldn't go home.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man. So he was such a nice person.
Yeah, he was. They all were nice.
Yep.
Staff was always good to us.
Yep.
You know.
Last year, Callan, they catered for us, and their food was delicious. This is good too, though.
It's good. I like the vegetable stuff. I gotta go find Victoria because she brought her assistants in here, so she's working. I'm what? I know.
Having to set himself up so he's good.
Hmm.
So what do you do?
I'm an intern for eye care tech.
Oh, you with that lady back there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
She
goodness.
with her.
Oh Lord.
Oh Lord. That troublemaker over there.
Tell me.
Oh no. Nah, she's good. She's good people.
She's trying to keep us safe.
Mm-mm, can't do that. Can't do that.
So you want to get into cybersecurity? That's your goal?
That's my major at Gwinnett Tech.
Okay.
I'm learning AI training at eye care.
Okay.
Nice.
Very nice.
We were talking about I want to do better.
Okay.
You see where they overlap.
Okay. That's good.
Your name is Audrey?
I am.
Victoria.
Nice to meet you, Victoria. I didn't get a chance to meet folks. Miss Behind Carolyn. What's your name?
Brittany.
Brittany. What do you do, Brittany?
I work right around the corner here. We help doctors manage the
Nice.
takes in their patient calls. I know. I used to work for Innovation Compounding. So I was listening.
You know.
To what your husband was doing. I was kind of thinking in the back end, there's a key. You wanted to learn from a hospital.
So because you do that, I'm sure there's a lot of problems you can solve. You ideate on those and figure one out for yourself. Because you have the audience already.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I think there's a lot of ideas.
Right.
And I think, somewhere near where I'm at right now is that I really feel like the quality of the I'll take the business acumen that I have and like what he's doing. I think that would be good for us.
Okay. So let me put this up on the screen.
Like when you were saying how you built that for your, it's like.
Because I know my husband, right? He says he want to do these things, right? But he's an introvert. And you can't be an introvert and do business. Well, let me say you can. It's just hard.
Right.
He is a really like chronic introvert. Like to the point where I'll tell people ahead of time he does not talk.
Oh, he's really
He doesn't talk. I've known him 20-something years, trust me.
And so we had a birthday dinner. So one of my friends, her birthday is the same as mine, but she had never met him before. My husband don't talk. And I like your husband. Your husband talk to everybody. Mine ain't saying gonna say a word. He gonna say hi. So she said to me, well, if you had not told me how he was, I would have thought he didn't like me. Because he sat across from her. He's that quiet. He's that quiet. But I said to him, it has to be something in that space because if he lights up in that space, if somebody say pill or tablet or medicine, he lights up. But if they're not saying that, even with sports, like he and I talk sports all day long. He's not going to talk about that to anybody. It's just like, you say pharmaceutical, I was like, you really something in that space.
We have that similar dynamic that I'm not as introverted as your husband.
My husband is chronic.
And I was a graphic designer in another life. So I did that for myself for about 7 years. So kind of just applying some of those skills I need to do. We both have interest in health and wellness.
That's nice.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
You know, in that regard. Certainly compounding into that. There's a
Okay.
understanding all the different
Yeah.
things they can do and hormone therapy. There's just
God
so
knows.
many things
Yeah.
we just don't always know.
I met a matter of fact, it's a chiropractor.
Oh.
She's not a member yet, but she said she's gonna be a member. But she was saying how her son, I think he tore his rotator cuff or something. And so the modalities that they were using to help him heal was something with energy or sound, no sound.
Yeah.
Even when it comes to stuff like that, it sounds like it's way out there, but I keep hearing
It's
that
not.
it really, really works. So,
Do you have questions that I didn't get to?
it was two other people.
Oh, not me, no.
It was two other people that had questions. They may be outside eating.
They might be eating.
Yeah, I couldn't quite tell who's finding outside versus who's late for being here. So
You good?
Great lunch.
Great. Thank you. You gotta take Gwinnett County.
Yeah.
Take
Yeah.
care of us.
They do. And probably the first time we actually are eating a full lunch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Normally we're not.
You know how it is, right?
I've been to a lot of conferences lately where they just do.
It's so long. Also, you gotta eat.
Yeah.
And I
Oh, there you gotta have some food. Yeah. But thank you. Thank you for doing that for us.
I love what you're doing. I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
Try it.
No.
It's not easy.
Don't you know it?
Like just yesterday, one of my engineers who was supposed to build something this week was like,
Oh.
I'm having mental health challenges. I need to take care of myself. I'll be back on Monday.
Oh.
Like, do you know what time we'll start again? Like
12:45.
It's not. I'm certainly not. No, you have to keep working.
That's like now.
But I also can't figure out
Okay.
how
We
that
got
is.
this.
I have a question for you. That's why. Yeah, I came back in here for that. So
Is this thing on the screen?
No,
I
nothing's
will
on the
pull the
screen.
chair.
I don't know how to get it on the screen. She told me to get the plus sign.
Other glasses.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, you fascinate me because
I'm doing what I would have done. So, yeah.
I'm gonna go get them in 1 second. I'm just trying to finish my food. It's not. Oh, it's there now.
Yeah, just in case you wanna do the training.
I should go right at or should I go back for I went back to school for a bachelor's in political science.
All right, go get Abby. Victoria. I need some cue cards.
You got the kids so technical. I had told my brother, there's somebody that talked blow my head up and said, you got my head.
Some people came and said they liked it. Okay, and that was hilarious when he said,
I went back to school.
when he introduced himself, he said, I'm taking it right now, but really?
Who don't in? Yes, ma'am.
No.
Oh, at the front. Yeah, tell her name is Melinda. Awesome, maybe some paper towels out the bathroom.
Oh, she just spilled her water.
Well, I'm not trying
She
to.
works for the retail.
Mm-hmm. But maybe the question I have what is
All right, I'm gonna go.
Just, I like the beauty of
Vegetables are delicious.
I like the beauty of it. And I'm able to see
Is it vegetables?
Mm-hmm.
They are.
So good. Zucchini, I love zucchini.
I think maybe becoming a judge sometimes because I want to incorporate what I learned thus far and apply it to I just feel like the art of logic is beautiful, and if I see it in that way, I'm
Whatever.
so I think two different things.
Let me find Victoria. She didn't text me back, so. All right. I'm gonna leave my drink here though. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Want me to take that? You still working on it?
Brittany, that's the link for the boot camp, not the one on the website. Not the one on the website. You can, but you might want to do that one. This is the 5-day challenge.
Is it a beginner?
Yes. This is a beginner.
I think maybe consult with you.
Okay.
But, yeah, I do have your website.
Okay. Okay. I want you, because you see two things on the website, totally different. The same thing you see on the website, the 3 cohorts, is the same. But I put this into my AI group, which is a lot cheaper. Yeah. What's the matter? You need attention?
He wants to sit on the chair.
Oh, that's why you.
I know, you have no boundaries.
He like, nobody pay me any attention.
Any other issues?
So this is the same.
Because
Yeah, I can see that. Even I
the last
struggle
time
with
you're
it.
gonna be
Yeah.
at that. And I put that in. I have an AI group, and so I put it in my group, and I was like, well, I'll open up here too. AIfounders.net network. So I opened it to the group because I felt like I needed to do it. But then after that one, then it goes to the regular one.
So, so you're going over like image generation. It looks like here's what
Build something.
that's the side I don't. I haven't done anything like.
Yeah, so I'm going to teach you on level. Yeah. So we're going to ideate day one, and then we're going to start building.
And you're doing this
On the 27th, next Tuesday.
All right, who do we got up next?
Marketing standpoint, but anything promote whatever, help you guys.
Yeah. That's why I said it like, you can do that one.
A CMO.
But
well, yeah, I don't know that side.
it's the same.
That would be great.
Yeah, I know that because right now I'm going on a tour after I finish this.
Oh, wow.
And that's what I'm sitting for.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking. That's why I was.
Yeah.
I need that.
Yeah. I think just to me, I think
Once you have an idea.
like the next event is next pulse.
Yeah, and then and I'm out, but I do need to learn how to do it. But you're gonna flush it out first. Like we're gonna flush out, and then we're gonna build it. And you can always come back and ask me questions. Like I'm very open like that.
Okay. Who you? Is it a general presentation or?
Yo, I'm doing so good at JP Morgan. Like,
You've been doing good at JP Morgan since you got there.
I know, and it just doesn't stop. One of my coworkers was like, "Yo, you're a freaking beast," because I keep doing all these things and getting selected for it. So I just submitted this other AI idea, and I just got an email that I'm selected.
But are you?
Well, this one I couldn't. My team kind of took it over, but a lot of people in the company are looking to me and they're like, "Oh, like you can patent your JPMC stuff." So they're trying to teach me how to do that. Yeah. Well, I'm definitely gonna connect with her. But they also like give you the lawyer too, so that you can make sure. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm a definitely do that. But I was just like, but the thing is, I'm always gonna come up with it, just like you. We're the same people.
I know. Terry, when I tell you, I'm over there like I'm like Einstein over there, like I had to cut the computer off. I'm like,
yeah. I've been on him too, like on the mobile apps for my clients, cleaning up. Now that I have this one AI that I like to use for coding, I've been cleaning up all the apps that like the interns, Cursor AI.
I can see it, like when you.
The interns just be messy sometimes, so I'm like, let me clean my stuff up, and then this way, whenever I get new clients, now I have this nice foundation that I've already designed.
I knew you were gonna say that all software engineers.
Yeah. Windsurf is getting big too. Yeah, and JP Morgan has licenses for all of them. Yeah, we use all of those inside of JP Morgan.
Yeah, I think so. For, I have a couple of travel coming up and everything.
That's why, but I'm ready for my exit. I'm ready to go full time on entrepreneur. Yeah, so I'm making an exit strategy with one of my coworkers because she left and they pay her for 4 months.
Yeah. So.
And she didn't even work.
Yeah, so we can.
Yes, ma'am.
What sorority?
Swing. So we're not fine nine, but I'm a swing.
Okay. When you said my sorority, I was wondering.
Swing.
Delta.
You're Delta?
Yeah.
My sister-in-law is Delta, my brother and nephews are Phoenix.
Oh, okay.
And I'm a swing. And my daughter and I are swing.
Oh, okay.
It's all about innovation, that sort of thing.
Okay, sure.
Okay. All right. I gotta go.
Okay, so Alicia's here already.
Hello. How are you? I'm good. How are you doing?
Do you know how long your session is?
45 minutes? Yeah. If do you want me to shorten it up? I can. Okay. Okay. I can go fast. I'll be like, hey, click. Just click fast.
I'm gonna try to round the rest of them up in there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's try to round them up one more time.
Post lunch is hard.
It's chatty and cool and happy.
Absolutely. And then like you got post lunch.
Am I doing the right thing?
Snooze coming up, all that stuff. So are you with the Winter County as well?
Yeah, with that women's chamber, inside chairwoman.
Okay.
So we've been navigating like what it looks like for a while.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll do some tech talks and workshops.
Is this your second event?
Yeah. This is the second one.
Okay. How's it been?
It's been good. I mean, honestly, Jordan and Audrey, they're like,
Oh yeah.
they get it done. And then they just tell me where I need to be, and I need to be there. And I show them. And then like we have a lot of plan meetings. Yeah. So we're hoping to do a lot more. I've like been making a lot of connections and stuff, so just hoping like introduce like at the are you live in Gwinnett?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, with the Gwinnett Commissioner's Office, like, I've been making a lot of connections there, so just trying to make sure all the chambers get together and do the most that they can do, yeah. Yeah.
No, this is like a really good initiative, and the fact that it is sort of shedding light on practical things.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I've missed the first few sessions that I'm here. Yeah. Well, I called this morning. I didn't get
Yeah. Do you have your? I saw your bio. Have your.
Yes, I do. Yeah. So we do basically kind of strategic and onboarding. Somebody's like, hey, do you want to do AI? And we have no idea. We have some ideas.
I know, because summertime in Chicago is so nice. I'm sorry.
Maybe you can do something about the tech talks, like maybe just pick the founders down and like sometimes actually show like how to automate things in your business.
But if anyone in the Zapier,
so we'll do stuff like that. So maybe you can like our workshop or something. That would be yeah, I'll make sure that everything else gets and then we'll talk more too. Actually, I'm talking over there. And then I have my own company that's going to
Do you service? So I run a marketing. I run a quarterly marketing right here. So it's about 200 people in July.
Okay.
So I don't know if you serve the audience or that sort of thing.
Yeah, I would love to go. So we'll definitely, I'll get your information.
Yeah.
I'm going to introduce you so to get everybody back, and then I'll give you the floor. All right. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, everybody. So quiet in here now.
We're full, Mama.
I know, everybody's happy. Don't get the itis. No, I know. Light, please. Yeah. Do I gotta get y'all into the jumping jacks? No. Something. All right, so I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Abby Barma. So Abby is the founder and principal of Spark Novus, a consultancy dedicated to helping organizations strategically and responsibly adopt AI to drive innovation and achieve long-term impact. So as a member of the Forbes Communications Council and host of the podcast, the Marketing AI Sparkcast, Abby fosters thought leadership and collaboration around AI's transformative potential. He also leads the Marketing AI Pulse and Future Crafters communities, creating platforms for leaders to explore strategic AI applications while ensuring accountability and human-centered outcomes. Okay. So he's the guy we've probably been asking all these questions about. So I'm going to give him the floor.
Awesome. This is a tough slot, post-lunch. You know, so I will try to keep everybody's awake. Yeah, like you said, Abby Barma, I work for Spark Novus. It's our consulting company, and what we do is sort of help organizations that are on their AI journey on how to sort of help them adopt AI in a strategic way and a responsible way, and I'm going to try to break that down what that means, right? A little bit about me. I sort of live at the intersection of business and technology. On the business side of the house, my focus is marketing, sales, and CX, customer experience.
On the technology side of the house, definitely all things digital and AI. And if you were to ask my kids, they made me add this in. They said, hey, you gotta have dad jokes in there. So that's a little bit about me. And today, as we start on our journey and talk about AI, I just wanted to call out that, I'm considering this sort of an AI safe zone. So as we get into the Q&A session later, no, nothing is sacrosanct. There's no topics that are off topic. So lean in and ask away. And I want to talk a little bit about
Okay. We back?
There we go.
All right.
Yeah. So I want to get some anonymous feedback. So I want you guys to take out your phones and I have you guys scan a QR code and give me some feedback. So the question is, how excited are you to see AI play a bigger role in your organization? If you've already started on the journey, and if you have not, I know you were thinking about it, you guys are here. So would love to get some feedback. Here are your 5 choices. You can scan the QR code and respond, or you can just go to this website and plug in this number and respond. So we'll just give it a minute to see how people respond.
Okay.
Don't move.
What's just that one question?
Yes. Awesome. We got 10%. We got 5% of May. Yeah. And then we got like some folks who are curious, and then sounds like the majority of the folks are the quite excited and ecstatic bucket. There's obviously a bias since you guys are here. But yeah, thank you for responding to that. I think it's good to get sort of a reading in the room. From an agenda standpoint, we'll cover a little bit about the AI landscape and then how we approach strategic and responsible adoption of AI, and then we'll open it up to Q&A. So the first thing that I want to talk about is the AI landscape, what that looks like. So you can run, but you can't hide, right? Like these days from an AI standpoint. It is pretty much in every aspect of society. People are winning Nobel Prizes in AI. It is helping deal with climate change. A lot in the field of education and tutoring. A lot of disaster and prediction response. Government applications. So it is pretty much ubiquitous to a point where you can't really get away from it. And that's sort of the societal part of it, and this is the business and the technology part of it. And this is where we say that, hey, no matter what, all of these applications are already have AI as part of it. So if you're using Salesforce or Adobe or SAP or Google or Microsoft or Amazon, you are already using AI, and that is going to become the norm as we move forward, regardless of whatever tool. So there's obviously, I'm getting a sense a lot of business owners, are they QuickBooks users over here? Yep, I'm seeing hands. Already using AI, right? Like they're using Microsoft Word, already using AI. And this is going to become more and more embedded in pretty much everything that we do. If you have heard of the pace of innovation of AI, it is mind-boggling. Right? Like I have lost track of which model has come out this week and how many billions of parameters there is. But this is a good way to sort of show you guys, how visually on how fast AI is moving. So you can see the tool here is called Midjourney. It's an image generation tool. And the first image, it's a smiling Japanese woman. You guys can read the actual prompt. But smiling Japanese woman, that was the output in February 2022. Fast forward to version 6, December 2023. That's the output. Now, that's the output. Right? So you can imagine the pace at which AI is moving is sort of staggering. And it's not just images. Anybody know who that is? AI. You got it, right? That's not real. So this is an image of just a fake TED Talk, if you will. And this sort of hit the waves maybe 3-4 months ago. It became super viral. And all that to just sort of say that the pace of innovation is multimodal. It's in text, it's in imagery, and now it's in video as well, right? So it's sort of moving really fast.
Is that Midjourney as well?
No, this is not Midjourney. Yeah, it's not Midjourney, but there's multiple tools behind this one.
Okay.
Yeah. Another thing you guys have heard of is agents, right? Like, so from an agent standpoint, that's the formal definition of an agent, if you will, autonomous intelligent system performing specific tasks without human intervention. But are we there yet? Not really. Humans are still sort of defining the goals of agents and what we want the agents to do, establish the guardrails of what we want the agents to be careful about, and then validate what is coming out of AI. But the way I always say that the AI that you see now is the worst that it's going to ever be. It's only going to get better, right? So again, something to be mindful of. And this slide, I've used this slide in my speaking slots for a while, and this is from January when it said AI agents are on the way. And the way to change it to say no, they're not on their way, they're here. They're already being played, right? The future of work with AI, right? We see two elements of how this is going to impact work for society at large and all of us in sort of the work setting, right? So the first thing is we see there's going to be a democratization of skills where we are all going to get more capable because we're going to have help from AI and AI agents going forward, right? So we're going to be able to do more things. My background is, like I said, marketing and sales, so I have a lot of ideas, but I'm a horrible copywriter. I use AI routinely to help me improve that skill, right? Prior to AI, did I work with a copywriter and we'll go back and forth with a copywriter to really articulate my ideas? Absolutely. Do I still do that? Yes, but it's like 10% of what it used to be before, right? So that's just an example of where with democratization of skills, all of us are going to have more capability. The scale of what we can accomplish is going to grow. There's going to be more precision, and there's going to be more speed and velocity, right on the left side of the house. What does that mean for human beings? I think there's, the way we see it is when it comes to the future of work, I think humans are going to move up the value chain, where humans are going to be called upon to do things which are going to require strategy, creativity, intuition, and emotion. Like those are things that are uniquely human, and not that AI is not already sort of infiltrating that part of it, but those things are super hard to sort of replicate and kind of simulate the human side of it. So I think we're getting to a point where these things are going to be, the norm. And one of the things that I often talk about, everybody's heard of SaaS software, right? So the other day, I had a sales guy who was doing a sales pitch to me for a software, and he was like, this is SaaS software, and he sort of said that 4 times. And I'm like, it's 2025, what else would it be? Are you sending me a CD-ROM or whatever, floppy disk? What are you sending me, right? So to me, I sort of forecast that in 5 years, we are going to be at a point where using AI is not going to be a if and a how, it's just going to be the way that we are doing things. And when you tell somebody that, no, I'm doing it the old fashioned way, he's going to be like, whoa, like, okay, that's different. So, so all that to say, I wanted to sort of lay the foundation to what we are going to talk about. So the first thing is making sure that, you know, from a society standpoint, AI is everywhere. From a business technology standpoint, it is everywhere. It is moving super fast, and it is going to infiltrate the way we work. So we need a plan, and the focus of this session is really the strategic and responsible approach to AI adoption. How do we start in our personal lives? How do we, if you're a small business or an enterprise organization or somewhere in the middle, how do you sort of approach that? I'm not a big hockey guy, but I love this quote, right? Is where, you know, Wayne Gretzky's a hockey legend for those of you into hockey. Somebody asked today, how are you so good at this? And this was his response back. Like, I skate to where the puck is going to be, nor not where it has been. So taking sort of a similar approach from an AI standpoint, how do we sort of pivot ourselves or our organizations towards that strategic and responsible AI? So step one, we say align to business value, right? What does that mean? It means when AI is everywhere, focus on where it counts. When we work with businesses, we typically start with some discovery, trying to understand the business, and then we will focus on developing some use cases. Like, hey, what are your use cases? How do you want to, you know, use AI? And it is not uncommon for us to where we end up doing a workshop to end up with like 50, 60 use cases in a business, right? So how do you decide in those 50, 60 use cases, how do you decide what is really meaningful and how do you want to kind of go about it? And this is an answer to that, like align it to business value. So what does that really mean? Define your sort of strategic North Star, right? Define what exactly do you want AI to do? So many times when we get hired, people are like, hey, Abby, you guys help people with AI, can you help us with AI? And I'm like, okay, to do what? And there's an awkward pause sometimes, right? Because they haven't put in enough thought about, hey, what exactly are we going to use AI? And here are some examples, like growth, from a business growth standpoint, everybody wants to use AI to sort of grow their business. So growth and operational efficiency, being able to do things faster, do more things with less resources. Those are great examples, but honestly, those things are becoming almost expected, right? When you're using AI, yes, will be efficient. It's taking 10 hours to do it, 4 hours to do the same thing, 2 hours, right? That is sort of a given value proposition of how to adopt AI. So go one level lower, and then ask yourself, what's your pain point that you're trying to solve, or what is the opportunity that you're trying to exploit? And then ask yourself, where can AI help in that area? Example, customer centricity. So for example, one of the businesses that we're working with, they feel that in their annual customer surveys and that sort of thing, they feel that communication and the outreach the sales organization was doing was very broad and generic. It was not acknowledging the verticals that the customers came from. They were serving pharmaceutical and manufacturing and all these different things. And they felt that the message was very generic and was not customer-centric specific. And that was a key point that the CEO really wanted to do, saying that, hey, we want to make sure that all our communication and outreach becomes customer-centric. They implemented that, and that automatically they saw a 15% rise in their revenue. Because now they felt that the goal of customer centricity, which was their sort of strategic North Star, drove all their energies in terms of where to adopt AI. So an exercise that we typically do is ask people to write all the use cases on a little post-it note, put it up on the wall. And then once you define your sort of strategic North Star, then you start aligning your post-it notes, and only the ones that are aligned to that strategic North Star are the ones that you should start focusing on. So that's your sort of approach number one. The second thing is you need to align it to people. So 4 elements are super important here. So one is literacy and training, change management, governance, and quality, right? Those are sort of your 4 elements that are essential to making sure that you, as you start your journey, that you align people, especially if you guys are in sort of any sort of leadership role, right? Think about this. So I cannot emphasize the importance of training and educating your team. We do sort of a foundational survey when we work with clients to just try to understand it, because the level of knowledge that people have within the organization kind of dramatically varies, right? So you'll have people who are, you know, self-educated, have been attending webinars and reading up on stuff, and then people who are frankly apprehensive or scared in some instances about AI and don't really know enough to do it. So that knowledge gap, even within the organization, is pretty wide. So step one, we'll do a little survey to just get a lay of the land, and then we would encourage some sort of a foundational baseline training, which would allow that knowledge to be quote unquote normalized across the organization. Super important. People are fearful for what they don't know, right? So it's a normal human kind of way of dealing with things where it's like you don't know something, you trash talk it, or you're like, nope, not for me. I'm not entirely sure this is going to work for me or not. So literacy is super important. Change management. So we see middle managers often the most skeptical or afraid of new technology, right? Because they're like, hey, am I going to get, are we going to get some younger folks on the team who know how to do AI and that sort of thing? And am I going to get obsolete? Am I going to get fired or laid off? What have you, right? Real concern. So make sure, again, if you're in a leadership situation or if you're not, make sure you talk to your leaders and communicate this, that the amount of emphasis on change management is sort of critical. There needs to be, the culture needs to be conducive for having those open discussions, within the organization. Share that. If you're apprehensive sharing that in a team setting, ask for a one-on-one with the right leader and talk about those things and express that concern that you may have, right? Third thing is governance, right? So governance, people are like, oh my gosh, has anybody heard of GDPR? Does anybody know what that is? Okay. So those of you who went through GDPR, which is the privacy regulation framework in Europe and that sort of thing, has lived through this, that it was sort of intense and horrible and information wasn't there and it was complicated and all that kind of stuff. I had hair back then. So the example of that is like it was sort of insane to deal with something like that. And now in the world of AI, we're dealing with something similar. Like we don't really know. There's laws and legal and compliance and blah blah, all of those things. And AI is sort of becoming the general umbrella term to try to squeeze everything in, like privacy and security and those things. So those things should really stand on its own, AI or no AI. But I'm seeing a lot of that. How do you sort of deal with that? So we have a very simple framework for dealing with that, and it's sort of threefold. It's input, output, and disclosure. And if you kind of simplify the understanding of that, what does that really mean? So input means established rules for what goes into AI, whatever those rules are, for you personally or for your organization. Don't download a CSV of Salesforce.com and upload it into ChatGPT and ask it to go analyze stuff because it's got your customer information in it, right? For example. Same thing, don't just load up a list of credit cards for some analysis or whatever. So be very purposeful and thoughtful about what you put into your AI, right? Which there's an underlying element of that. Obviously, make sure the AI tools that you guys are working with are also reliable and have the right sort of standards in terms of doing that. So especially if you do custom tools, that's something you have to be super careful about. But if you get something off the shelf, make sure that it is checking all the boxes and all the standards for security and privacy and those sort of things. But despite that, make sure you have rules for what you're going to put into AI. So that's your input. Output, super important. We all know AI hallucinates. Everybody knows hallucinations? Okay, perfect. So AI hallucinates and will make stuff up and is designed never to say no to you. Especially if you are not a subject matter expert in a certain topic, you don't know what AI is saying is correct or not. So like the previous session, when Jessica was talking about legal, I go to hit up ChatGPT all the time for legal phrases and contract advice and that sort of thing. But the funny thing is, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but I don't know what is coming out of it is right or wrong. So I'll do that just to educate myself so I can ask my lawyer very pointed questions and reduce my billable hours with him. But I'm not using the output from AI directly. So from an output standpoint, make sure you are fact checking. Make sure you're checking for bias. So one of the healthcare clients that we work with, every time they refer to a doctor, it was a he, and a nurse was a she, right? So again, this is based on data that it is being trained up on. So an example of where it'd be sensitive to those sort of things, right? When whatever comes out of it, because the buck stops with the human being, right? And establish those guidelines and governance within your organization where you're saying, okay, I'm going to fact check, I'm going to make sure it has no private information, I'm going to make sure it has no bias, and you're sort of actively paying attention to that and come up with a checklist. I will tell you that as human beings, we get desensitized to things very quickly, right? So when we notice when things come out of AI, if you're writing a blog on marketing, so you write a blog and whatever comes out of it and you sort of check it and tweak it and that sort of thing. The first 10 times you're like, okay, I think it's getting it. And then you sort of get lazy. The 11th time you're like, nope, I'm not checking it because you've sort of gotten desensitized to it because you think it's going to get it right every single time. Not the case, right? So super important from a governance standpoint to have your own organizations sort of a checklist of what you're going to do when things come out of AI. And disclosures is sort of the foundation of trust, right? That's where you tell people, whatever you are using, what comes out of it. And speaking of which, my disclosure is that all of these images are all AI generated here, right? So example, now had I not told you, would it have made a difference? Not in the current context, perhaps not. But I've seen people where the CEO of the company is told their marketing department, yes, create an AI version of me and use it whichever way you want. And there is absolutely no disclosure when people are looking at that video on the website. Is that a good thing or not? Like if you were to find out later that, hey, that CEO video was sort of quote unquote, fake, is that a good thing or not? And there's a whole philosophical debate about that, right? On whether you want to use your likeness and your avatars with AI and those sort of things. But again, establish rules of disclosure that your organization, you are comfortable with in the context of your company culture. If your company culture is completely risk averse, you don't want to do it, make sure you disclose every time you use AI. If you are on the cutting edge, you're like, nope, we want to make sure that we want people to think we're innovative, we're using AI. Great, do that, but then make sure you inform people. How you inform people is also important, right? So you could do it where there's a video playing, and if that video uses an AI avatar, before the video starts, you could have something saying, hey, AI was used to create this video. That's one way of saying it. The other way of saying it is, at the end of the video, you have a little fine print which says, AI may have been used in alignment with our policy. Go to website.com/policy, right? You see the difference, right? There's two extreme ways, and it's a continuum of how much you want to disclose your use of AI, right? Again, these are things that whatever function you guys have, you need to involve your legal people, your compliance people, your marketing and PR people. There's an external element to it, and factor those in, but establishing these rules. But the point is, if you bucket it into input, output, and disclosure, it sort of simplifies the framework within which you go approach it. Then it's not about, hey, law this and law that, and GDPR and SOC 2, and all those things are important, but those will fit into the right bucket. So this gives you sort of a framework to that. And the last point is quality, right? So very often I hear people say that, hey, we don't want to use AI to get garbage out of it, right? And my thing is garbage in, garbage out, right? So you guys have heard of that phrase before. So making sure that you are putting in the right input. If I say that, hey, write me a blog about, use of AI in healthcare, and that's my prompt, ChatGPT. Well, I'm going to get something out of it. And now I give it a different prompt, saying, hey, you are a healthcare industry expert, and I want you to write a blog which is thought-provoking, intriguing, strategic, and focuses on the pharmaceutical part of healthcare, and make it 600 to 800 words that would resonate well with this persona. I'm going to get a different outcome, right? So the example is making sure that you are aligning your input and your output to the expectations that you have, and you're sort of adopting those ways in your processes. So everything that you heard thus far with regards to this slide is all about aligning people, because you can't, the first part was more sort of strategy oriented, but this is where you want to make sure that this is people oriented as you sort of start the journey. The third thing is experimentation, right? Super important, right? We always use try, prove, scale, and iterate as an example, right? So you want to make sure you are getting your hands dirty, you're letting your people get their hands dirty. And I can tell you, no matter how much you read about it and you watch videos, it is a completely different experience than actually going in and using like fingers and keyboards and kind of using that. I use the term AI dexterity, right? I don't know, I think some of you are old enough to remember Blackberries.
Yeah.
Okay, so remember the tactile keyboard?
Yeah.
And then when you switch to iPhones, like, I don't know, how many of you guys hated that? Right? I did, right? I was like, oh my gosh, like what happened to that? Oh wait, I'm just gonna match the screen. So, but it took a while to develop that dexterity, right? Like when you transition over. In similar fashion, you want to make sure you develop that dexterity, whether it's ChatGPT or Canva or QuickBooks or whatever. The more you use, the better you're going to get at it, right? So you got to make sure you're again fingers and keyboards. And my thing is, if you're going to try it, improve the value proposition of whatever it is that you're going after. And if it doesn't work, great, abandon it. You don't need to roll over it. Like there's lots of tools out there, so you try, play with it, abandon it, doesn't succeed. But if it does, scale. So when we look at technology adoptions for a lot of organizations, the providers always have a rosier picture, right? You take any AI technology provider, they're going to have an extremely rosy picture. Oh yeah, this is going to do blah, blah, blah. This is the next best thing to sliced bread. We're going to have a great time, and let's change this and change that. And my thing is, don't. Test and prove first. If you are in an enterprise setting and you have 1,000 users or 500 users trying to use the technology, try it with 4 and see if it proves out first. Try it with a willing and excited and see if it is going to prove itself. If it does, then you start sort of expanding and scaling that entire process. Great, so that's sort of your third thing. And then my final thing is really have fun along the way. So this is an experiment from a couple of weekends ago. We were playing with this tool called Pika. This is a video. I'm going to click through it and you'll see both of them animate. I am going to give you a heads up that the second one is a little disturbing. So we'll watch.
I don't like that.
Right, so that's just an example of where if you go to this tool, Pika, it says made with Pika, and you can just play with it. We do a lot of video related things and creative related things. All right, ready for the second one?
No.
I warned you guys.
That's how she feels.
Yeah. So, so my message is really make sure that you're doing all these serious things, but getting your hands dirty and trying to enjoy it as you sort of, go along. And for any organization, culture is such an important part of your AI journey. And there's three things that are super important, security, empowerment, and innovation, right? So when I say security, in survey after survey, 35% within the company, right? Survey after survey within the company, 35% of the people are scared that, hey, AI is going to take my job, right? So that is not something you guys can just shove under a rug and sort of behave like it doesn't exist. It is real. If you're in a leadership position, establish your perspective, whatever that is. If you are not in a leadership role, make sure you share those anxieties and those thoughts with your leadership and make sure that you develop a stance around it. We work with a marketing agency who serves nonprofit companies that are like 50 employees. And the CEO was brave enough to stand in front of the room and say, we will not lay people off or fire people on account of AI. Like, hey, we could do that with, economic downturn and all those sort of things, but not on account of AI. Now, we did acknowledge that, hey, as the business grows in the future, we want to do more with the same type of people. It's going to impact the skills that we hire for. They're not hiring kids right out of college and that sort of thing. They feel some of those foundational things are more conducive to, utilizing AI pieces of technology for that. But that is super important. Empowerment is all about training and freedom to experiment and fail. And innovation is when all your AI experiments succeed. You are doing things differently. And that takes me to my conclusion, which is, be open to unknown opportunity. What does that mean? So we're going to do things differently, but we're also going to do different things, right? So that is, think about it for a minute. And the example I always use for this is like Uber, right? When Uber came around, we had the internet, we had smartphones, we had maps, right?
Yeah.
But Uber put it together in an app and they thought about this, and pre-Uber, nobody conceived of this idea. And that's an example of an unknown opportunity. So there is a lot of things that we all know when it comes to AI, but there's going to be a lot of these unknown things that are going to come up as a result of AI, right? I did want to point out two things. So we run a marketing AI Pulse community right here at Atlanta Technology Park. We do it once every quarter. If you guys, for those of you who are interested, are welcome to join it. It's a free community. There's a QR code right there. The next event coming up is July 24th. You can sign up for that. And then we also provide training. So we have a training session. I'll give it a minute here. I'll speak to the training session. We also have a training session that is coming up on June 17th, which is AI for business professionals. So those of you interested in getting trained up, make sure to hit us up. This one is a paid offering. The first one was free offering. So thank you guys. And with that, I will take a minute and, did you get that?
No, I didn't.
Sorry. First one?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You had shown us a tool that you used to do the matching of the heading.
Yes.
Do you have another AI tool, like if I'm interested in creating videos for my brand?
Yes. So it depends on what kind.
Educational, so to put on YouTube, so it would be educational videos for children?
Sure. Sorry, I meant like, are you looking for a text to video tool? Like where all you do is put text things in it and it's going to create a video for it? If that's the answer, then there's a tool called Augie. It's a startup.
And again?
Augie, AUGIE. And I'm just reacting to top of mind things. There's lots of those solutions, and you can hit me up on LinkedIn. I have my LinkedIn thing in the next slide. You you can hit me up on LinkedIn, and I'm happy to understand what you're looking for and make some recommendations. But Augie is amazing. They have I think you can get a free license with limited credits and that sort of thing, but it would give you a text to video. And the other thing you could use is Sora, which is SORA, which is the OpenAI, the ChatGPT companion for video. Now, Sora will do, again, text to video, but it's not full-blown comprehensive videos. If you want to, you have to buy the paid version for that. But you can do little 5-second snippets of video and create and sort of build something out of it. Another one I would recommend is Canva. It's predominantly a design tool, like a non-designer's Photoshop, if you will. But you can really, if you have an educational videos where you can record yourself and you have a little PowerPoint content in it, you can sort of string those things together in Canva and then export the video.
And there's another one called MagicLight.ai. Yeah, Magic Light is really, really nice. You can do a full-blown storyboard with that and do the whole video for you. And you can still use text to video with that one.
Magic Light, that is still.
Yep, MagicLight.ai.
Yeah, and
All
if
right.
you have, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, we got it. Yeah.
If you have long form videos already, like you do a webinar, there's also a lot of tools that will chop it up into smaller videos, be more snackable on social media. So there's an Atlanta startup called Harmonic, Harmonic, that has some sort of feature. Harmonic, MONIC.
Quick question. As a matter of fact, while I was trying to connect with you on LinkedIn, I realized that we already connected.
Oh, really?
I've already reached out to you. But anyway, a couple of questions. I have two. One of those is actually just recently I was using an app called Caption. And Caption gives you the ability to just, take your likeness and then feed text into it and literally set it up where it sends out like marketing automation in your likeness. So I have that going on social media. And then one of my friends, we talking about it. And full disclosure, I was like, that's not me. It's AI. That's my digital twin. But then I sent her another video of me doing an interview, and she was confused. And then she called me. She said, "Yo, how about the second video? Is that you or AI?" And I'm saying that to say that AI really, there's a lot of opportunities, but it's also, you got to set certain guardrails. There is a possibility where you can lose yourself because now I'm explaining which one of my video avatars is me, which one is AI.
Yes.
And so those are some of the things you talk about. That's one. That's a comment. Second one is that.
Yeah, I was going to say that wasn't a question. That was a comment.
Right.
We're on a really tight schedule, so if you don't mind taking this up with him, maybe you guys can chat a little bit afterwards.
Right.
I don't want. Yeah, we're on a tight schedule. We're trying to fit a lot of content in here.
Oh,
yeah. Thank you, Abby. We really
Yeah.
appreciate it. All right. So next up, we have Alicia Little. She is a globally recognized AI consultant, TEDx speaker, and digital marketing expert with over 24 years of experience helping businesses grow through technology. So known as the queen of AI. Audrey. You got some competition.
No competition here.
She's the CEO and co-founder of AI InnoVision and has trained the leaders around the world on how to use AI to innovate and scale. So a former White House and EPA professional turned digital empire builder, Alicia is passionate about making AI accessible and actionable. So let's welcome Alicia as she's shown us how human and AI collaboration is transforming the future of work.
Thank you.
Energy back.
So in the next, I think 45 minutes, I'm going to walk you through a foundational training with AI. And then we're going to go live to Canva. We're going to create some things with AI. We're going to do some no-code software building. and we'll see what else we have some time for. You guys ready?
Yeah.
I'm not convinced. Are you guys ready? Let's go. All right. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Alicia Little. I train and teach across many industries, government, corporation, universities, schools, et cetera, et cetera. My company is called AI Innovision. We are a CPD accredited AI training institution. So we have certification training. I see some of our consultants in the audience. So hello, everyone. And then, again, we do a lot of training. And then I train across a lot of different diverse audiences. So I'm what they call a generalist when it comes to AI training. So I can train tax professionals, lawn care business owners. I can train across any vertical thanks to artificial intelligence, obviously, right? So a funny story, I spoke at this AI for landscapers. I was their keynote speaker at this summit. And it was an event in Kentucky, so that just tells you something about the landscapers that were in the room. But it was a different audience, but I had spent some time with ChatGPT really getting to know, what do landscape business owners really need? And ChatGPT told me all of these things that they needed. And in fact, I had my own experience with it. So I had asked a landscape company to come and look at my backyard. I told them what I wanted. And then I'm like, how long is it going to take you, to get me a quote and what you can do with my backyard? And they said about 4 days. I'm like, 4 days, I have my heart out right now. I'm ready to pay you and put something into practice. And they're like, well, we've got to send you this, and we've got to send you the design ideas. So they went back out to the truck, and I took a picture. I took 2 stadium cups. So AI loves if it can reference something. So I took 2 stadium cups, put them at the corners of where I wanted this thing built in the backyard. And I took a picture and I told ChatGPT, those are stadium cups. This is my backyard. Here's what I want. Give me some images of what it could look like, right, based on what I'm telling you. And then tell me how much I need to buy all of these. Give me the links at either Home Depot or Lowe's, wherever it's cheaper. Tell me the prices, give me a price point, everything. So it gives me the images. You guys know, a minute later, everything's done. Copy, paste, text it to the guy. Didn't know he was still out in front of my house with the price. And then he comes back around and he says, who are you? Right? And I said, I use AI. And he didn't even know what ChatGPT was. And I showed him all of this stuff and what to do. So when I got called to speak at this landscape design conference, I was like, I got this, let's go. AI can help us across so many different industries with so many different things. So let's just keep going. I'm gonna go fast. It's gonna feel like a fire hose is at you, but it's all right. All right. Let's keep going. So you guys know what AI is, but what I love about AI is that I treat AI as my assistant. And we're going to show some examples about that. And I love how when we talk about AI, it's the ability for machines to mimic human intelligence. And it's about teaching the systems or the software, the computers that we use to think, reason, and act in ways that we thought were once only possible for humans. And this is where AI really blows my mind. I'm like, what? You can do that, and that. So I often say that AI is the great equalizer, and the only question is, will you use it? We know the answer of everybody in this room, so I'll ask the question, will you use it? Yes, and we're going to deep dive into how you can really use it. So we're going to go through some quick foundation right now. Some of you in the room have gone through this with me already, but those of you who haven't, we're going to get you up to speed really quickly. So I like to use ChatGPT. My favorite tool, I call it Chatty because we have a relationship, right? So I talk to ChatGPT, call it Chatty. But you could also use any other tool as well. A prompt is the instructions that you gave AI. And so the first thing that I'm doing in this example is I'm going to go to ChatGPT and ask it to write a speech for me about AI in the workplace, right? And so in the workforce, because this is something I would do as an AI trainer. So I just go directly and ask it to do that, and it does it. Less than 30 seconds later, it comes back, the speech is done. And so here is the speech. Lynette, you ready? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests. Today, I stand before you to discuss a subject that's reshaping the very foundation of our workplaces, and by extension, our society, artificial intelligence.
In this era of rapid, what does it sound like to you?
A robot.
Robot, right? So like ChatGPT, it sounds like ChatGPT. It sounds like a robot. It is so boring. And this is what we call generic robotic writing, right? And this is what we tell everybody, like, don't do it. I'm going to put it into an AI content detector, brandwell.ai. They have a free AI content detector on their website under free tools. And it comes back that it reads like AI. It's not a surprise to anyone here, is it? Say nope, nope, not a surprise. Okay. So this is what I always tell people, please don't do this ever again. Don't go to ChatGPT and just ask it to write something for you without training it. Look at your neighbor real quick and be like, please don't do that. Don't do it. Don't do that. Because you need to train it properly so you don't get that generic robotic writing. So here's magic prompt number 1. So I go to ChatGPT and I say, I would like for you to write for me as my ghostwriter. I will be giving you my bio just to get to know me, and 2 transcripts of training for articles I've written, so that you can learn about me and learn about my writing and teaching style and tone, so that you can write for me as me to understand. Some big things in this right here. So has anybody in here ever heard about how much it costs to hire a ghostwriter to write a book for you? How much would you pay a good ghostwriter to write a book for you? 4K? 4K, low, that's kind of low. 5K to 10K, yep. I know someone that paid 300K. So usually 5K is at the low end and 45K is kind of at the high end on average, right? So I'm about to save you like $44,000, $20 a month you're hiring ChatGPT. But this is what we're asking ChatGPT to do now, is to step into that role of being that ghostwriter. Understand? Say, got it? Got it. And then it says, I'll be giving you my bio, just to get to know me. And then I'll give you 2 transcripts of trainings or articles I've written. I'm a speaker and a trainer, so I'm going to give it transcripts of trainings that I've done, because I figure that captures my style and tone the best. But for you, if you're a writer, do you have any writers in the room? Yes. Okay. If you're a writer, you're going to give it things that you've written. If you have neither, you don't have any transcripts or audios or trainings, you don't have anything that you've really written that you want to use, open up your voice recorder on your phone, or ChatGPT has a dictate button, and tell the story from childhood to where you are today, either professionally or as an entrepreneur, because when you tell that story, you tell it authentically as you, and so that's going to capture your authentic style and tone. All we're trying to do is give ChatGPT a piece of content about you so that it can emulate, it can copy, it can access you, all right? And then, so I do that. Here's my bio, here's 2 transcripts, here's magic prompt number 2. So I asked ChatGPT, how would you describe my writing style and tone? How would you describe my content style to someone who wanted to write exactly like me? What phrases do I often use? How do I start a conversation? And how do I end one? So what are we doing here? Does anybody know? Can you tell what we're doing here? What are we doing here? Yes, right. So we're really telling ChatGPT to pull out how we sound, what our style is. Okay? And then now, ChatGPT, here it says, here's my writing style and tone. It says I'm conversational and friendly, instructive and expert, enthusiastic and positive, explorative and creative, solution-oriented, narrative and storytelling. Does this sound a little like me? You have no choice but to say yes. Be up here like, it does sound like me. It's nice, it's nice. And then it says phrases I often use and starting and ending a conversation. It says I start a conversation with this energetic greeting. What is it? Hey, hey. Hey, hey. And it says I end with this. What is this? Bye for now. Bye for now. So it really has understood who I am and how I start and end a conversation. And so now I'm going to go to ChatGPT and ask it to do the exact same thing. Write an article about AI in the workforce. But now it's going to write it in my style and tone. Do you want to see how it did it? Should we test it? Say go. Go. All right, let's test it. So here we go right here. And it's writing. Let's see how it did. This is how I felt the first time I figured this out. 2022, I was like, I did it. Hey, it's Alicia. You know, diving into the world of AI in the workplace is like opening a door to a room filled with gadgets you never knew you needed, but now can't live without. Okay, let's go to the second paragraph. All right, picture this. You roll into your office, or you slide into that home office chair, which is me. I slide into that home chair. And let's look at the third paragraph. Starts. Behold up. Have you ever heard ChatGPT start a sentence with behold up? No. Because this is my style and tone. So now you see how I say that all the time. You see how it's emulating, copying, and it's writing as me in my style and tone. And then when it ends it, what does it say here on the ending? Bye for now. Bye for now. Bye for now. So let's compare the before and after. Before. That's like. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests. Today I stand before you to discuss a topic. That's not me, is it?
No.
And then the next one. Hey, it's Alicia. Diving into the world of AI in the workforce. Do you see the difference?
Yeah.
Right. So this is how I did it for me. Now you need to do this exact same process for you, and everything that you write, you need to have it now in your style and tone. So now I'm putting it back into an AI content detector, and it comes back and it says it passes as human written content. Yeah, nice, yeah. And then you're thinking to yourself, well, was it written by a human? Was it written by a human? No. But this is at the essence of human AI collaboration and how we can get the most out of AI, right? How we can get the most out of it. And then inside of ChatGPT, there's something called customized ChatGPT, or in your personalization settings, where you can store your writing style and tone so that it can always be used when you want to use it. And then you can put your bio right here. Click enable for new chats. Every time you open up a new chat, ChatGPT will write for you as you in your style and tone. So let me ask you a question first. What could you write now? What could you write? What could you create once ChatGPT or any AI tool that you do this with knows your style and tone? Yes.
I could create a personal statement from a philosophy PhD program.
That was very specific. I was about to repeat it. I was like, what did you say that? Good job. What else? What else could you write? Yeah. A blog post. Yeah. Simple. You can get a star too. What else could you write?
Finally write those newsletters I always
Oh, gosh.
That sounded like a headline. She finally write those newsletters that I always put off doing. All ready?
Hey, we're gonna.
And someone else over here wanted, yes, a children's book. A children's book, yeah, you can write a children's book in your style and tone. Very good. So the answer is you could write anything and everything. Write your presentations, your speeches, your books, your children's books, your bios, everything that you want to write. Your TikTok script. How many of you are putting off recording things because it takes a long time to write those scripts and understand what you want to do and all this kind of stuff. Now you could write anything in your style and tone. So you go to ChatGPT and you ask it to write something for you. So let's go live. Do you want to do some live work with ChatGPT and carry this to the next level? Yes?
Yes.
All right. Let's go live to ChatGPT. And then I will show you. I want to show you a few things just to make sure. Let me turn on my personal account. Have you had a walkthrough of ChatGPT settings yet today? No. Lynette, were you going to do that? No. Okay. I'm saying if you were going to do it, I'll skip it. No, you're not going to do it. Okay. All right. So in ChatGPT, on the right-hand side, you're going to click on your account. And then I want you to go down to settings, where it says settings. And inside of settings, I made my screen too big when I zoomed in. Hang on, let's try that again. Go. All right, inside of settings, I want you to click on two things. The first thing is security, where it says multi-factor authentication. Enable it, turn it on. This prevents somebody else from getting into your account, right? And then where it says data controls, it says improve the model for everyone. So in my case, I have it turned on, and I'm going to tell you why in a minute. But in most cases, you would turn it off. And this just means that the data you're putting into ChatGPT, you don't want that to be used to train its model. Unless, here's the use case where you leave it on. you talk about yourself and how amazing you are and all these things that you are doing so that ChatGPT can now know who you are, and you're going to use that to train its models. So when it says train its models, it's like the things that you're entering into it, it's learning from. So I wanted to learn about who I am and the things that I do. So I turn it on sometimes and teach it and feed it that sort of information. Okay? And then I'm going to turn it off for now. And then last but not least is in personalization, where it says custom instructions. This is where you have your style and tone. So what trait should ChatGPT have? And we put our style and tone in right here in the first person. So you ask ChatGPT to rewrite your style and tone in the first person, and then you pop it in that section, and now it can write for you as you anytime. So we're going to do this really quickly. I'm going to say, write an article about, let's see, what businesses. Anybody have what business do you have? If you have a business in the room, tell me your business.
Tutoring.
Tutoring. Okay, tutoring's easier for me than financial. She's like, it is.
I don't want to put it back before I put it out there.
No, it's good. It's good. So write an article about the benefits of putting your kids in tutoring. All right. So ChatGPT is going to write this article, but what do you notice about how it starts off?
Hey,
hey. So it's writing for me as me. It's like, hey, let's talk about something that's been a game changer for so many families, tutoring for kids. Now, if you've ever wondered whether tutoring is the right investment, it goes on, and then it writes an article. Now, the article is written in my style and tone, which I like, but the first time you get something back from ChatGPT, don't take it as it's done. That's it. Even if you love it, because it can do better. So we always tell ChatGPT, you can do better, ChatGPT. Give me more. Let's go. So I'm going to ask ChatGPT to do better. I'm going to say, okay, make this article more emotional so that moms reading it feel guilty about not putting their kids in tutoring. Make them feel so guilty they might cry. Let's turn it up a notch. Okay, so it says, here's a powerful, emotionally charged version of the article designed to speak directly to the heart of moms, especially those who might already feel overwhelmed, unsure, or guilty about how much support their child is truly getting. This version leads into emotional storytelling and parental responsibility in a way that tugs at heartstrings. You see? And so we get something back the first time, we don't take it. All right, let me read this. What if you could rewrite this chapter for your child? The heart-wrenching truth about not getting your kid the help they silently need. Hey, mama. And this is how I talk. Hey, mama, let's pause the hustle for a moment. The lunch packing, the laundry, the to-do list, the 5 million tabs open in your brain. Now take a breath and think about this. Have you ever looked at your child's face, really looked, and seen the frustration in their eyes as they try to get it but can't? The way their shoulders slump when they bring home another test with red marks all over it. The fake smile they give you so you don't worry. The I'm fine they whisper when they're absolutely not. It's heartbreaking. And most of the time, they don't even ask for help because they're trying so hard to be brave. The quiet struggle you might not see. Kids are smart, not just in a way they know, but in how they protect you from seeing their pain. They hide their struggle to read out loud in class. They memorize math steps like scripts without really understanding. They stay quiet, hoping no one notices. Hoping they won't feel stupid. Hoping they won't disappoint you.
Sound like me.
Sound
Sound like me and AI. Sounds like me.
And here's the hardest part to swallow. They think it's their fault. Only I were smarter. That's the whisper that So we go on and on. It says, what if one decision could change everything? Tutoring just isn't about fixing grades. It's about rescuing your child from a silent battle they were never meant to fight alone. It's about giving them hope again, so now it's rebuilding, right? Imagine the moment, the day your child runs to the car, test in hand, eyes shining, Mom, I got an A! Or the moment they read an entire book out loud to you and they can barely hold back tears. That's the moment you realize this was always in them. They just needed someone to unlock it. And And that someone is
Victoria Arzu.
Victoria Arzu.
Wow.
Right? And so it keeps going and it keeps going. But do you understand that to get better writing out of it, you get the first thing back and you say you can do better, and then you give it the desired outcome. I want the moms to feel so guilty they want to cry. Like, turn it up a notch. Let's feel emotional. So when they read it, they call Victoria before they can finish reading the email that she sends them or the sales page. You are smiling. Turn around so everybody can see that smile. Look at that smile. Right? And so now it says, would you like this version in an email format or a lead magnet for your tutoring program? So she can pull so much out of it. But now I'm going to take it in a totally different direction. I'm going to say, I would like to publish this topic in an academic journal. Okay, please rewrite it for me so that I can submit it and they will accept it on first read. Yeah, no pressure, ChatGPT. You got to do this. You got to come through ChatGPT. And so it says, absolutely, Alicia. Here's a professionally revised version of your emotionally driven piece. All right. So now what do we have here? Anybody here in academia, Paul? Anybody here in academia, Paul? Okay, we've got a few. I do know we have some professors in the room. So now, Paul, look at this and tell me, is it in a better format to submit to an academic journal? It's got the title, the abstract, the introduction, and then the different sections of the article. That's scary. So now we just took that emotionally written letter and turned it into an academic journal article, right? The abstract says, this article explores the multifaceted benefits of academic tutoring for children, emphasizing its role not only in academic improvement, but also in boosting self-efficacy, emotional resilience, and long-term educational outcomes. Does that sound academic? Right?
Yes,
We were just crying a minute ago. And now we turned it into an academic piece of work. And yeah, and then it's even got its sightings at the end. Why? Because it knows what is required to submit this to an academic journal.
Nice.
Because it's ChatGPT. So it actually has the ability to search the web, and it knows the format of an academic journal. So it's going to go search the web and put the references for what it's writing in here, and you can see how those references are in the article.
Alicia,
yes.
Which are you using 0.303 or 40?
I'm using 40. Okay. 40.
Is it personal or the paid version?
Paid version. Yeah.
$20?
$20, correct. It's good. Spend the $20. It's good. It's good. Right. All right. So, how are we feeling now about using AI to do some of our content creation? You feeling good about it now? Yes. All right. So now let's have some fun and let's go to Canva. Say it again.
My second favorite.
Your second favorite, right? So canva.com/AI. If you don't have that activated yet on a paid version /AI, you just need to contact Canva support, and in about a week they'll unlock it in your account. Okay? And so this,
I know it's a paid and paid version, so AI is for the paid version?
For the paid version, right? And so I believe so, only for the paid version.
Yeah, it is.
It is. Yeah. So we can go to Canva right here and think about the different things that we want to design. A lot of times we're stuck with our idea because we can't even design a logo. Like, it's been 6 months that you've been sitting on your idea because you don't have a logo. So we go to Canva and we're going to say, create a logo for me for my tutoring company called Victory. Thank you. Tutoring. Victory Tutoring. She's too busy recording. She can't even talk right now. Just keep talking, Alicia. Okay, we'll keep talking. Victory Tutoring. Make it colorful, friendly, I don't even know, but let's go. All right. And so now Canva is going to design some logos for us, right? Getting some ideas. So this is where you can see what it's doing. It's mapping out design elements, finalizing your design, right? And so we have victory tutoring. So I probably like this one, the middle one the most.
Yeah.
Right? And so if I described
That's
it a little
cute.
bit more or said what I wanted, we could have gotten some more out of it. But that's cute. I like that one. Okay. And then we can take this into Canva Editor, remove the background, do different things with it here in Canva Editor. So you just click the edit Canva Editor. All right, great. But now let's have some more fun and take it up a notch, and we're going to do some coding with Canva. All right? And so Canva has a tool now called just Canva Code. So it's canva.com/AI/code. And so, are you okay?
Yeah. I'm just trying to obtain all that.
Okay, yeah,
you do.
So with Canva Code, we can actually create something, and let me think of something to create. Okay, so let's create a, I'm going to create something for my business use case. So now I'm just going to click on that button that says chat using voice, and I'm just going to talk to Canva and tell it what I want it to create. You guys ready? Say ready.
Ready.
All right, all right. I would like for you to create a tool for me. It's a marketing prompt generator. It's for entrepreneurs who have trouble generating prompts for ChatGPT. So the first part of the tool, I would like for you to ask the user to choose what role they would like the prompt to take on. So for example, do you want it to be a social media marketer, a marketing strategist, etc. And then on page number 2, so they click next, it goes to page number 2, and on that page, I would like them to choose what they want it for. So if they pick social media, maybe they would now pick the different platforms, something like that. And then on page 3, I would like for them to enter in their contact details and anything else you would need to know to be able to generate the prompt for them. And then at the bottom of that page, I'd like for it to have a button to copy the code to take it to ChatGPT, and then another button that goes straight to ChatGPT when you click it. So make sure that that goes to www.chatgpt.com. And we'll stop. So do you see how I just spewed out my sort of idea? And I'm like, or something like that. I don't actually know exactly what I want, but AI can figure it out for me. So now we're just going to press submit. Of course, I would read it first, of course, but just for time here today, I'm not reading it. The other thing that I would sometimes do with that prompt is I would take the prompt to ChatGPT and I would ask ChatGPT to clean up the prompt for clarity. And so I'm going to show you that while Canva continues to code for us. So right now, Canva is going to create this software tool for us while I sit here and talk to you, and it's just going. So right now, it has created.
Alicia,
yes.
Tell them. So this is a tool that you can pay for, like you can sell.
Yes, yes. So this is a tool that you can sell. In my case, I would probably add this to the membership for my clients and charge them a monthly fee to have generators. So we have logo prompt generators, marketing prompt generators, different tools. You have to think about the tool for your use case, right?
So can this tool be embedded on a website or is it standalone?
We're going to get there in just a minute. Be patient. I know it's hard. I know it's hard. But I'll show you in a minute.
So is the code something too you have to ask them to turn on in your Canva license, or is you go to that site?
So it's part of Canva's AI suite of tools.
Okay.
But if you want to go directly there, canva.com/AI/code.
Okay.
Right? You don't need to know any coding at all. I don't know how to code, right? So, but it's going to code for me. Now, here's something that I want to show you that's going to be good for you in so many different aspects, all right? So this is the prompt that I gave Canva. You can see there's a lot of typos in it and a lot of I don't even know what I'm looking for in it. So I'm gonna go to ChatGPT and I'm going to say, fix this prompt for me. It needs clarity and, well, let's just do that. It just needs clarity. And then I don't even know what it needs. And we're gonna press go. And here's a more clear, I was trying to look for the word structured. Thank you, ChatGPT. Here's a clearer, more structured version of your, does anybody ever feel like, wow, how did ChatGPT know what I was thinking, what was in my head, or what I was trying to say, So here it comes right here, and it says, I'd like you to create an interactive, marketing prompt generator designed specifically for entrepreneurs. This tool should guide the user through 3 simple steps. Page 1, page 2, page 3. Make sure the tool is simple, visually clean, easy to use, especially for non-tech savvy entrepreneurs. Do you see how just asking ChatGPT to help me clean it up made such a difference? If I put this into Canva, I would get a better outcome than what we're gonna get. But just at a time, I wanted to show you the lesson as well, okay? So when you're writing your prompts, even as you're writing your prompts for ChatGPT, I will usually have ChatGPT rewrite the prompt, which the prompt is the instructions that you give it. I'll have it rewrite the prompt before I use the prompt because I want to also read it to make sure that what was in my head and what I was trying to get out is now clear. So when I can see that it's given more clarity to it, is that really what I wanted? Let's review it. So that's the review stage for you. So, this is working hard. Let's go. So now you can see that, has anybody in here ever taken coding or any coders in the room? So tell me about, you're like, not me. I've taken it, but I'm not a coder. Are you a coder? Okay, you have coded. How long would it take you? We're probably on. You started laughing. We'll move over here.
Actually, like if you were a design document, like when I've been playing with no code and cursor and WinSurf and stuff like that, I'll do the same thing, just like just splat, just whatever your brain's thinking of, stick it back into your Copilot, whatever, say, turn this into a design document. And that then starts putting software engineering wrapper around it because you're using software engineering language for a design document, and then you can feed that back into
It'll take a minute.
Now for somebody
All
else,
unlovable. I know, right?
I need to expand the screen a little, so let me go up. That didn't work. Hang tight for a few minutes. Try resending. Come on.
I feel like, so as a software engineer, I feel like sometimes if you don't know how to code at all, you can waste your time with this because you keep having to regenerate. And then this is failing. Like,
but it usually doesn't fail, so I will prove to you.
I don't
I'm gonna call you up to the front of the room in just a minute.
Literally, like sometimes ChatGPT will kind of like crap the bed a little bit, or like I use Cursor AI sometimes, and sometimes I'm like, discard everything you just even tried to tell me.
Yeah.
So it's like sometimes I'll catch myself trying harder to get Cursor to generate what I need than just being like, okay, I'm gonna start typing, and then Cursor can just kind of finish like this function that I'm creating versus like generating everything.
But you're a little bit more advanced than the average person.
Yes.
And so, so I don't know how to code, but I can build tools now with Canva, with Cursor, those
So it
types of
still
things.
saves you time at the end of the day. Yeah.
Time and money. So I built this same tool.
You'll
on
still hire me later.
I mean, I might hire you too.
It's not gonna do what you do.
You're a great MC.
She's great.
But here's the thing with coding, right? We all probably can hire her. How much would you charge us to create a tool like this?
I'm pretty affordable.
What's that? What is that?
How much would you charge us to create a generator?
A generator?
Yeah.
Maybe like 30K.
Yeah, we will rerun it.
So
That's the bottom, y'all.
But she's actually
30K.
she's actually 100% telling the truth. this.
Yeah.
I had it, another coder told me it would be 33K, right? So if you outsource it outside of America, it would probably cost about 6K to develop. So when I was doing this live with someone, they said that they paid developers 6K already to design the exact same tool, and they still didn't get it done, and it was a frustrating process, and they stopped it. And so, say it again? And it's a long process, and she said it would take months to create. So I'm gonna actually go shoot. Yeah, that's the why. Yeah. And so now though with Canva, and I'm gonna show you the end result because my time is almost over. So let's see the logo. I'm trying to remember what my URL is real quick. These and Canva. When you get to Canva code, it gives you a bunch of different tools that it can also make. So you can see the other tools that it can make here.
Okay, Canva.
Canva came up.
Yeah, that's why they charge so much now.
Yeah. So when the let's see, when the tool is done,
wow,
I'm going to go to the URL.
Oh, nice.
Tool. You know what? I think I need to connect to my phone. I can't connect to anything.
If you click advanced, it might let you bypass it.
Oh, okay.
Does it have a bypass? Oh no, it doesn't want you to go there.
It's like everything that I've tried to go through. All right, I'm tethering on my phone, which I've had to tether instead of. Okay, so here's the marketing prompt generator, right?
Cool.
And so again, I teach AI, and I have a membership. It's just $37 a month, and it's for people who are AI enthusiasts, and a lot of newbies are in the course. So sometimes they need tools to help them. So this is something that's inside my membership now. So it's a marketing prompt generator. The first thing says choose a marketing role, and let's say we choose social media content creator. And then we click on next, right? And then after next, it says select your use case. What do I want to do? And I can say content calendar planning or social media audit, or see how we're picking those? Hashtag research. And then it says, what is your brand or business name? So I'm going to say AI InnoVision. And then what industry are you in? AI, who is your target audience? Entrepreneurs. And then we click generate prompt, and it's done. There's my prompt that I can now copy the prompt or take it and go to ChatGPT for the people to use it. Just a really simple tool, right? Just something really simple for my community. Why would I add it to my community? Anybody know? Why would I give it value? Say it again. Thank you. I care about my community, right? It's added value. It's recurring revenue. Give me a high five. Say that again. It's recurring revenue. So you think about the different tools that you can create that for your community or the things that you're trying to do can add value for them, and it can add to your bottom line. And so we've done this for like somebody who teaches finances, and they wanted to show how to be mortgage ready. And so we created a tool based on their understanding, and ChatGPT helping them document the process of what kind of tool that they would need so that they could generate that type of tool. Right? Does that make sense? So think about your use case, and then you work backwards with what tools that you generate. And if you have $30,000, I definitely recommend that you can hire a professional, but you, I'm sure, service corporate and government and that sort of thing. And so a lot of times it's just us entrepreneurs that need those sort of solutions. And let me tell you something, still in corporate and government, they're gonna hire the professional coders. They don't want this. They're gonna hire the professional coders. But I will say that Microsoft just laid off, I don't know, how many coders they lay off?
Every year. It's ridiculous. Like 6,000.
It's worse and worse every year, right? So they've just laid off 6,000 coders, and they now say that AI is doing 30% of their coding now, right? And so I'll leave you with this because my time is now up. But I'll leave you with this. We're stepping into a time where you really need to know how you can leverage artificial intelligence, how you can truly take advantage of it for your benefit. So you start to think, how are you going to use AI for everything that you want to do, for building your businesses, for really rising up professionally, and make sure that in this time that we're in, which is the AI revolution, that you ride this AI revolution all the way to the bank, all right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Always.
Are we out of time?
Yeah.
Yeah. We enjoyed you though.
Wait, we got a couple
She's
questions.
like, get off stage.
Yeah, no, go ahead. You want to take? We can take two questions. Let's take two questions.
Two questions? We got three.
That's a good question.
I showed you the last time.
Yeah, the market creator.
What came, so that marketing prompt generator is
What's the
still
code?
coding, so it's still building it. So when it's
where did you put it?
Good question. So inside of Canva, they have an ability. So this is it inside of Canva right here. Okay, so it's in Canva, and then you click Publish Website right here, and then Canva will ask you if you can register a URL within Canva. I think it's $20, and that's what I did. So I registered a URL in Canva, and then you can build multiple tools on the same URL. It just has a subdomain. So right here, it's showing me what the website is, and just like that, it's online. So inside of my membership, it has the link to the website for them to go to for all their different types of generators that are included in the program. So it just launches it on the web for you, or you can embed it in a design or embed it in something if you wanted it to. So I've also embedded it like in a PowerPoint, and then I put the PowerPoint inside of the portal.
Does it give you an embed code? You can take it, put it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She just said
yeah.
that. Yeah, bet. Yeah, you can bet the link.
You can sell, of course you could sell it, of course you could. Sell it for $33,000.
I just wanted to say, I graduated college in 1984.
Yes.
And so coding to me was COBOL.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yes.
HTML, some Java. And so back then, it took days.
My sister.
And a walk all the way across campus to pick up the results of a punch card that was incorrect to generate 3 or 4 lines of code.
Right.
So this is like
Game changer. So
Yeah.
those, the youngins in the room, y'all don't know what
Y'all don't know what I'm
You don't know. The times that we're in today are beautiful, and I recommend that we learn how to leverage them and use them as much as we can.
And then I want to just add one quick thing to that. Like, Canva is a great tool because it's just, they did Canva Create. They just released that. So
Right.
that is brand new. But other tools, huh?
Isn't it woman founded?
It is woman founded.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is woman founded. But the other tools out there too will do the same thing. So you can, and they, what I found is that I create so much code. There's a platform called GitHub.
Yeah.
So when I think Pam was asking what happens to my code, you might want to store it there just in case.
Canva not giving y'all that code.
Well, I'm not Canva, but
They
I'm talking
own
about
that.
other platforms. The platform that I use Lovable.
Right.
But so with Lovable, you can connect your Lovable account to GitHub, so you can
Right.
store all your code there.
There's a lot of platforms that
Yeah.
you can do it on. I use Canva as an example because it's easy for us. And
Yeah.
most people have Canva.
Yes.
You probably use ChatGPT because most people have ChatGPT. But now that you got a taste of it, you can use different platforms like Cursor and Lovable and dig a little bit deeper in it. I just want you to know that you can do it. Like
Yeah.
you can do it.
Yeah.
So, my sister has hired lots of developers. We've had lots of software created. And I would say to myself, I can't do that. I can never do that. I can never take my idea to execution quickly, easily, and for $11 a month. That's what I pay Canva. The thing is, for us now, we can go from idea to execution at the speed of AI. So
It's
amazing. Do it, yeah.
So are you able to set up like a sign up page that would store the data and then is it actually secured?
So you would send it to an offsite. So like we have sent ours to our landing page or something like that. I created one where the button goes to a URL that's our Stripe account, so you can collect money at the end of that process. So like you could do the, whatever, a business plan and then charge them to get their business plan or whatever. So you can integrate Stripe into it. So you can integrate other tools into it as well. Yeah. And then if you really want to do that, get off of Canva.
And go to Lovable.
Canva and go to another.
But she'll be around. Yeah.
Thank
you so much. Thank you so much, Alicia. That was awesome.
Oh, and I do take small I take small businesses. So I do the model is get a corporate client that pays you enough money to lower the prices for the small businesses. Right. So that's the model. So I got y'all covered.
Have to be a huge
Well, I take equity too. So like, if I do the product discovery with them and I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be great, then I'll discount it and I'll take part ownership. So like right now I have 2 apps that I do that with. So yeah, we got options over here. Okay, don't let the prices scare you. The whole point of the business is to help people get their product out.
And if you really have a really big project, like for real,
yeah,
and Victoria can help you get funding for it too.
Yeah, I have a lot of partnerships too with like VCs and like I have a list of.
But before you do that, now make sure you understand what that means, taking VC money.
Right. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Go talk to Jess.
Yes, talk to Jessica because that VC money.
Was it Hurley?
Hurley. Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna intro our next speaker. So we have Ishmael Rogers. He is a robotics and web design expert with degrees in mechatronics engineering and robotics and intelligent systems from Kennesaw State University. Born and raised in the A, Ishmael has built robots for a leading global manufacturer and developed digital platforms from the ground up. So known for blending speed with thoughtful design, he helps startups bring bold ideas to life while also mentoring youth in tech and robotics. Let's welcome Ishmael, a builder, innovator, and community advocate.
Hey, Ish.
Hello. Represent. Yeah, so that was a great introduction. I really do appreciate that. My goal here today is to talk about kind of the other side of AI. Is the kind of the more foundational work and what kind of where that is leading us to as a society. Before I start though, I was checking computer.
You need a computer?
I just want to put my website up. Really, that's my only visual.
I got you.
So yeah. But part of that, I'm gonna tell you about myself, where I come from. South side of Atlanta, South Florida.
No, I also here. Here. Create here. Give me the code.
3301.
Lumped out there. Yeah, definitely.
You know the website?
They thought my name was. So yeah, got into some, some little trouble in my life, and then afterwards, after that, I went to Atlanta Metropolitan. There, I studied chemistry, biology, and math, and then moved on to Kennesaw State, where I did mechatronics engineering. Mechatronics engineering is kind of the focus of all of what I have to talk about because that defines my next degree, which is robotics. And robotics is a good precursor to why AI exists, because the purpose of a robot is to emulate real things, birds. They got creepy crawlies. It's used to emulate what something living could do, and that's what AI does, basically.
We getting there. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no problem. So yeah, AI. Think about AI. It's kind of like this magical. It's like this magical tool that kind of just does what we need to do. In the case of ChatGPT, large language models, they work because they can understand what you want to say by the context of the words that you put in. So those models, that's what they do. You feed in a sentence, and it'll try its best to understand what you mean. So in that sense, it's going pretty far. They also have image recognition models, and I use those in the field, especially in robotics, because sometimes we need to understand what our robot is looking at so that it can make decisions by itself, which makes a robot useful. If a robot can't do things by itself, then it's just a fancy image or a token. Right? And that's where mechatronics differs from robotics, because mechatronics is the study of mechanical, electrical, software engineering all together. So most people put that in robotics, but robotics is a little bit more sophisticated than that. It builds on mechatronics a little bit. I've worked with AI in terms of building healthcare applications. So these are applications that could be taken to market and probably see them soon, but more and more doctors will probably be using it. But they can basically take your CT scans or any type of medical imaging and make kind of pseudo diagnosis, right? And the more critical that diagnosis is for the patient, the more FDA regulated it will be, right? So if you're ever thinking about going into building apps like that, please consider, where you fall in the FDA. They have it outlined pretty well on the website, so that's pretty cool. And then another thing that I haven't been working on it quite yet, because I don't have funding to do it, but I'm leaning towards what's more so synthetic biology, or not synthetic biology, synthetic intelligence, which is a build upon artificial intelligence, where it's actual, instead of AI, which is more so just math and probability, this intelligence would be more genuinely intelligent, actually comprehend. And to do that, people are using what we call biocomputers, and they have these microchips that you can seed cells on them, nerve cells, and they have these electrodes on the inside, so you can talk to the cells, and the cells can talk to you. And so they've used, I wouldn't say it's quite synthetic intelligence, but they've used a more advanced concept of AI to teach a dish full of nerve cells how to play Pong. And there's websites you can do it, brain cells play Pong or whatever. That same company, interesting enough, they have what you call a brain server, where there's a bunch of brain cells that are put into this room collectively, and they act as a server.
You said a server?
A server,
like a computer server.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
But it's all made of brains.
Real brain.
Brain cells, yeah.
Brain cells.
So brain cells,
Where are they getting them brain cells from?
Usually animals. Yeah, like rats or. I mean, they could have human brain cells, but I don't know. I don't know if they have them or yet. Yeah,
It won't let me connect.
I don't know.
Neuralink's technology is pretty. I wouldn't call it primitive, but it's pretty old, right? Like they have this material that they can use, this non-reactive material that they can use to implant, and I guess the electrode concept is the same. Yeah, that concept is the same, and it's being applied throughout all of medicine.
So like CRISPR, right, is actually the editing. Is that all?
CRISPR is a little different.
Okay.
Yeah, CRISPR is different. That's a whole other thing.
Okay.
Beware of CRISPR.
As well, like I'm trying to
Say beware.
to see
Beware
where
of CRISPR, yeah.
Why?
CRISPR has the capacity, like all technology, to be perverted. That's it. And I think that level of perversion on that kind of scale would be pretty bad. Almost like abomination level stuff that could happen from there. So yeah.
I think that was covered under the. I'm like, how are you connected? HDMI, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the next thing I want to talk about is AI in education. Right? That's going to be super important, especially when you have certain countries taking advantage of different AI tools and different AI analysis.
It's coming up.
It's HR.
Oh, there you go.
I appreciate this MacBook too.
That's a Samsung, baby.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, we don't do Apple over here. We techies for real.
What? What does that mean?
I just love how it looks like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is my super old, outdated website. Demonstrate some of the things that I've been working on. The ones that I wanted to look at, though, is this one. Even though I did say we were going to move past healthcare AI, but I also want to talk about this too, because this one is super critical. And I think that, because I think this, I can't remember the statistics, but I think pneumonia goes undiagnosed it's pretty common to go undiagnosed. So we can start seeing things like this, or, they'll start getting your consent, like, do you consent to having your stuff, reviewed by AI or whatever. Funny enough, China has a fully automated, fully AI hospital where they don't have any doctors.
What?
Everybody's being diagnosed by
the surgeon and everything.
I don't think maybe they have surgeries, but if they did, they wouldn't need doctors there either because you can do it remotely with a PlayStation controller.
PlayStation controller.
PlayStation controller.
Says that casually.
Okay. Maybe. Okay. Yeah. So the hospital itself, I think they said they can do like 10,000 patients a month. Wow. In and out with like 93% accuracy on the diagnosis.
That's pretty impressive.
Wow, 93%.
That's impressive.
So, there's some concerns about that, which is another point we can talk about, which is robotic ethics, ethics in all of this, right? Because if you build a robot and that robot, or you build an intelligence and that intelligence causes great harm, who's responsible for the harm? Is it the person that made it, the person that bought it, or the person that used it? So those are ways that we can all get involved in that, because like legislation and stuff for AI is not really well defined. So, and there are some concerns with it. I don't think most of us would not be happy going into a hospital without a doctor. Right? So,
I don't know, because I really don't trust them either.
that's fair.
They be,
That's fair.
I don't know. I
You
might
gotta
trust
have
the
some
AI.
human presence, though. You want to talk to somebody.
Not really.
Not really.
Not really.
I mean, I don't. I just.
We have a broken bone, but outside of that, if you have a complication, what happens?
Complication like what?
If we've got robots that operate and there's a complication, how do they?
That's less bias, so.
Less error.
So, in terms of the facility in China, I couldn't really say how their surgery work, but typically here in America, when they use robots for the surgery, it's usually the surgeon that's remote, and then everybody else is just there,
right,
watching it work on the Da Vinci. It's called Da Vinci.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
So with the pneumonia thing, you said it goes undiagnosed. So is it a AI that can diagnose it? Can you do that at home?
Yes. Wait. Diagnose it yourself?
Yeah.
Probably not. Yeah. You would probably need to get the. Oh, you saying if you got the X-rays and stuff already?
Okay, so you talking about pneumonia,
Mm-hmm.
and you were saying it goes undiagnosed, which I didn't know that. I thought when you had it, you just couldn't breathe, so you go to the doctor. But with the new technology, do you see that as something that people can do, like in-home diagnosis? Like, is it there already? Do you think it's coming?
I don't think not for this specific application. But I do think, when they start we start working with micro sensors and stuff like that, I think we'll be able to determine things a lot earlier, just like this. But this still needs kind of a doctor touch, because you still need to get like the scans, and then somebody looks at them, and then, stuff like that. Because this right here would be considered one of the highest levels of FDA approval that you get.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just want to quickly just talk about what you were saying about having accessibility of that in the home. But if you look at AI, one of the fastest growing area is the wearables. The ability to have an AI like a wristwatch that really calibrates and understands everything that's happening in your body. Where you can go back to what you said about having that in home, where you can leverage that. this on the way to.
Yeah, oh yeah, I believe so. I mean, they're doing a lot of that now. I think you can get a kit. And you can send all your results to your doctor and all that stuff. So that's only the next logical step, right? Now I don't need a doctor. Now I got this large language model that understands the MCAT test better than me.
So how does this work with the HIPAA compliance? Because there's a lot of argument with all the smart contracts and RRNs and everything else. Those companies are not really HIPAA compliant because they are third party. Does this go under umbrella of HIPAA or not?
No, not in the HIPAA, because that's like with maintaining. Well, I guess it would go somewhat, but not as much. Like you got to get through the FDA before you can even talk about it. Yeah, and I mean that's where I left off at too, right? Like this application is done. I just need more images to train it with, and then I can train. So yeah, this is
So is that gonna be released to hospitals once you finish that app, or is it gonna be, what's the plan for it?
I don't know. I just started it as a project, and I've been busy on other stuff. Sure. You made it with bubble. Oh, is this iPad?
Yeah, it's a Samsung.
Yep, there it is.
Yep.
Yeah. So these are just some of the things that I've worked on in my life. Speaking of healthcare, this is one that I did back in 2019, maybe. And so this basically is an AI guided. What's this? Cat? Not a cat.
Uh-oh.
It's back.
Okay, yeah. So this thing basically acts as a snake robot, right? And we can get into one of the deepest parts of your lungs with this because it kind of guides itself through your tissues without hitting it. That's what the problem is, right? Like you can diagnose a lot of things a lot quicker in terms of the lungs if you can get into the part that's hard to get for manual stuff. Yeah.
Are you taking questions?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. How are we going to fix the, there's a statistic out there that says that Black women are the first to die in maternal labor. Like, how can we implement AI to save us? Like, and save the medical industry from implicit bias?
Okay. That's an interesting question because there are some that say the data that we train, like when you train a model, you're basically training it based on data that's already there. So without careful consideration, there could be introduced bias into the model, just based on what's going on in society or human.
You can make it colorblind.
Maybe. I don't know. But in terms of AI, I don't know how AI is going to help that. I just feel like just listen to the women when they say whatever they got to say, and we will be okay.
I mean, it sounds easy.
I know, but I think I don't think, I can't say that AI won't help that. I can't imagine how it would right now. I think that's more of a us thing that we need to figure out. How to do that.
Put more data in about like for pregnancies and that kind of thing, because now a lot of data is not built on Black women precisely.
I'm not sure about that either. I can't speak on that one.
Sounds like a problem.
Yeah.
That needs a solution. I'm just saying. Sounds like a problem, Victoria.
I guess these two kind of relate. These two kind of relate because this leads into this, where we figured out how to regrow cells on 3D printed surfaces, and so we can potentially grow new tissues. Like say for instance, you need a joint replacement, which people need as they get older. Right now, the way they do it is pretty primitive. They've been doing it the same way for years, and it's this long metal piece, and then you got like a small, medium, large. It's made of titanium, which is fine, but then there's this plastic polymer that it causes, once it breaks down, it causes you to become inflamed. And so that's what causes them to need to, because your body will attack it. It sees it as something, and the more it degrades, the more it inflames that area. Now I have to go back in, do it again. So with this technology, I can take an image of your hip or whatever area it is, take an image of it, and I can make you the perfect substrate. I can take some of your healthy cells, put that on the substrate, let it grow up, put it back here, put you in the bed for a couple of weeks, and then what will happen is, because that material is familiar to your body, once you when you work out and your muscles start to burn, so most of the polymers that we use are polylactic acid. So just multiple of those lactic acid molecules that you feel. So in other words, your body has a way to get rid of it. It's called the tricarboxylic acid cycle. So that plastic substrate will begin to degrade, and then your tissues will hopefully begin to mature.
So with osteoarthritis, that's a big one, right? And people think they need to get knee replacements and all that good stuff. And Makita, the one told me this about the sound therapy. So with sound therapy, what you're talking about, is there a way to put the two together because she was explaining sound therapy to me, how you got calcium that is crystallized, it's formed on your bones, so it's like bone on bone, but it's really calcium. So people think they need to get knee replacements, so they go and they get surgery, but it's because the ligament is supposedly gone between the joints. Are you saying that now we can take that, put it on the substrate, regrow that, and put it back in the knee without putting in the plastics and all that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty much, because that's really what drives this, because that cartilage tissue is hard to, it's not very vascular, so it takes a long time for it to receive nutrients from your bloodstream. So most ligaments are like that, so make them so hard to grow back once they are damaged. So that's why this, and this again is just a precursor research into this neural robot interface that we're working on. And so what this would do is it will build what I like to call a biomechatronic interface. So just that same mechatronics definition, just equipped with the word bio in front of it. And that basically makes a bridge between your body and the prosthetic. And in hopes that it will allow you to train the prosthetic in the same way you would train your ChatGPT and all that stuff. You'll be given visual cues, you'll be given stress level cues or whatever every time you're trying to work on making a new grasp or some sort of new motion, until it'd be just like being a baby, right? My baby is 2 months now, and she's just now discovering that she has hands. So it'll be something like that. Y'all want to know about automated cocktails?
Is that the bar robot?
Not that one, but it was something similar. I worked with a company in Houston. She wanted to do something similar to that.
Oh, that's cool.
So I helped her design that. Well, I guess this is all the interesting things. All this other stuff.
What about so you said you do a lot with the kids and stuff, right? Do you teach workshops? What are you teaching them, or what do you feel like is important for them to know at a younger age?
Well, I should probably update that, because I mostly focus on high school students now.
Okay.
And I focus on, there's a program at Atlanta Metro called Upward Bound. So I teach them robotics, the fundamentals of robots. We go through there's an online course where you can crash all the robots together and won't cause no damage. And study skills, a lot of study skills.
Nice.
That's what I mostly focus on. I don't judge my students based on, not judge, I'm sorry. I don't grade them based on the work they complete. It's just, I grade them based on the steps that they took to complete the work. Because there's really a formula, right? I was able to complete those 4 degree requirements in the same 2.5 years that it takes to do one, right? And that was just because, before you, get the syllabus, read everything you gotta do, go to each chapter, read the intro for each one, do a KWL chart.
What's a KWL?
What do you know, what you wanna know, and what you wanna learn. It's like.
See, I never heard of this. I don't know how to learn.
I did that from I think we was doing that in 4th grade.
What? What school did you go to?
I went to school in the hood. I went to Point South Elementary.
Okay. That's, I'm from up north, y'all. Apparently, we got some work to do. Huh? Is that north or is that like mid whatever? When I say north, I mean like New York. Yeah. Who?
Up north.
Up north? I mean, I got a decent enough education.
I get that a lot too, though. Especially being like the company I work for right now, they're in Rhode Island.
Okay.
They it's always a conversation about the schools.
Yeah.
I almost got a little thing. But yeah, that's me. This is what I've been working on. This is a good way to reach me.
Oh, you can turn this into a QR code and they can just scan it and reach you. So this is where I sell y'all on Samsung. Quick share this. Get a little QR code generated. Go ahead and scan it. Go ahead. His website. Hopefully it's not broken by the screen. Yeah, the screen is in the way.
Can you?
I don't know. We move it over.
Can we flip this?
Oh, that's smart. Oh, it's still in the middle. It's what was the website anyway?
It's hr.dev.
Yeah, ishr.dev.
Yes.
Quick question. If you are interested in building an app, is there, I guess you don't know any coding or don't even know how to do it. Is there a quick way to do this?
Don't do it.
A quick way?
You're going to waste your money.
A quick way to build an app. The quickest way, I'll tell you the truth. Because I consulted, before I got this job, I consulted all of 2022 and 2023. The best thing you can do is hire somebody like Victoria at the beginning of
Like a data scientist or?
No. You need an app developer. So I do a product discovery first, right? Like I don't want to just develop your app because I might not know. You might not even fully know your vision. So like we'll go into like how you're even gonna monetize this or like if it's a viable business. Like I help you just explore your ideas first, and then I will quote you based on that. I'll say, hey, we want to get this out to market in 6 months. We want to get you making revenue. So what features get out in 6 months that make you revenue? And then we get you an MVP in 6 months. And so I charge for that MVP, and then we roadmap the rest of the items in. So sometimes the MVP is only 10K. Sometimes it's 25. It just depends. And if you want to take features out, then we can like, okay, can we deliver 4 features right now for this price, and then keep building once you start getting adoption. So yeah, but like doing short mobile apps, like you end up wasting your time and money because they do charge you a lot monthly when they do stuff like that. And then you're limited on the features that you can do, and you don't own anything. So it's just a whole bunch that comes along with that versus like, okay, let me just sit down and actually figure out what it even takes to get it within my rights. Like it's your code that you own. I don't own it. You'll own it. So
yeah. And that discovery, honestly, is the quickest way from nothing to something. Because a lot of people skip that step and they just get into, building stuff, and then they find out, I don't need this stuff. My customers don't need this stuff. Too hard to do. The best thing to do is get you a discovery in place. So like with my discoveries, I'll charge you for a discovery, and I'll apply that to the next phase of our development. So that way you can take that document and you can take it to anybody else, and they can tell you exactly how much they'll charge. And in that you get a system design, a design document, which is very important.
yeah. Oh yeah, I deliver those too.
Yeah.
That's all included. Like so. I made a mistake of just giving it away for free. I was like, here's the architecture of how I'm going to build your app. And then they just took it to somebody else. They'll be back though.
Any more questions?
If I asked you to build a robot to do something that I want to tell you in private, how would you go about the process of programming the robot?
Software.
So it depends on where you are. It depends on, so there's a couple different routes. You can start here. One, you have a robot platform, or a platform robot exists. Or two, that platform doesn't exist. And then if it doesn't exist, then I have to build that first in order to put the software on it to program it. But if it does exist, then I'll just use whatever the people who made the robot provided to customize it.
Okay. Now, what would normally be your time for something like that?
Oh, that depends. That depends. It really depends. Because I could, you can tell me that you have a platform and you just need to build specific features, and that'll probably be like maybe 2 months. A month of development and a month of testing.
But if you have to build something yourself and then apply it to software.
That'll probably,
No,
it's like a year.
You have to build.
I mean, the last time I did that, it took a year for us to go from nothing to raising 13 million off of our robot.
I'm sorry, when you talking about like what you're doing, the development, are you talking about robotics or just software development?
It's both. I'm actually a robotic software engineer.
Okay.
So I build software for robots.
Nice.
That's my main job, and then I also build apps. Anything good.
I didn't know that. I didn't know you did that. We got going.
Can you spell your name again? I got lost.
Ishmael, Ishmael.
Are you not on LinkedIn?
I am on LinkedIn. There's a robot head in front of my name on LinkedIn, so I can figure out who's a spam or not. Because when if somebody hits you up on LinkedIn and they put the emoji in there, that means they're using a bot. Because a normal person would just see that that is, you know, an emoji. So
So you're doing some great projects. How can we follow up what you're doing? I guess it's called everybody.
LinkedIn. Yeah, I think LinkedIn would be the best.
Ferguson.
LinkedIn.
Rogers.
Ishmael Rogers. Yes.
And if I have an app idea that might benefit you, can we talk about it?
Maybe.
It's medically related, of course, right? But I just thought about it. I was like, oh, that's a good idea. But should I?
See, everybody got an idea, so they're going to develop it, and then it's
Yeah, so my thing, I love to, like, so I always tell my friends they have it the best because I am expensive, right? But my friends have it the best, right? Because all they do is they get me to the bar, they keep, pouring it up for me, and then they're like, bro, how you make this money off of crypto? I'm like, look, this is what you got. I mean, so,
right.
Yes. But I don't take, because I have a lot of projects, right? Like I have a stack of contracts. So I don't take many projects, to be honest. But, guiding you through, especially if you're part of this community, I can guide you through. I can help you out.
And how do you say
Ishmael Rogers on LinkedIn.
I mean, that is like Instagram.
You can look him up on the flyer as well.
LinkedIn.
Yeah, Ishmael, Ishmael, Rogers, Rogers.
On LinkedIn. Yep, that's me.
All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Doing cool stuff over there. Yeah. All right. That was a nice little conversation right there. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. She actually spoke for us last year as well. Lynette Furr is the Chief Security Technology Advisor and founder of iCare Technology Geeks, an Atlanta-based cybersecurity and managed IT support firm. So with over 30 years of experience in the IT industry, Lynette has led digital transformation efforts for major clients like JP Morgan Chase, T-Mobile, Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. A University of Alabama graduate with a background in MIS and computer science, she launched her business to help protect individuals and companies from cybersecurity threats. Lynette is a trusted leader in the ethical tech, business growth, and cybersecurity education field. Welcome, Lynette.
Thank you.
No problem. You want me to plug this in for you? Because you have USB-C. All right, yeah. Whew. All good?
Yeah. Okay, so, yes.
Okay.
I'll just bring it over there.
Yeah. Might be left, might be right.
Yes. Hello, everyone. How are you? Good. I know we've heard a lot of people today, and so we're not going to go back over what you learned. We're going to try to hit the higher points and keep going from where they left off at.
They didn't hit cyber much, so.
Huh?
So they didn't hit cyber much today, so I think we're good.
Yeah, they didn't hit too much. A little bit here and there. Okay. All right, so first thing I want us to do today is to kind of figure out who all is in the room. How many people here are entrepreneurs? Okay, great. And how many people are students? And, okay, so who did I left off? Leave off. Educators. Educators. Awesome. Thank you for that. Let me know that. All right, so we got some educators. All right. Let's see here. All right, so I have a question for you. How many people here have been hacked? Or you know somebody who's been hacked? And what was their experience when they were hacked?
I was just, a few weeks ago, my LinkedIn account hacked. And so I knew because I got an email notification that my profile picture was changed. So when I went, it was in Chinese. And they changed my picture, everything was in Chinese, everything, like all the menus, everything. And so it was a little jarring, and a few of my posts were deleted. And the only way that I was able to get back in there and change my password and do all the security things, and I had two-factor authentication enabled, and it still got hacked. I had to go into Google Translate to figure out all the menus.
Wow.
So it was, it took a little minute to get it on.
Okay. So it took you some time and effort, frustration, irritation, aggravation.
Yeah.
And you had the things in place that you thought was going to help you. Right. Welcome to my world. Who else? I think we have one more person. Go ahead. Ismail?
Oh, yeah. Buddy of mine, he was applying to jobs. Recruiter hit him up on LinkedIn. Said that he had a crypto job for him, and that because my buddy, he's a DeFi analyst, so he analyzes decentralized finance protocols. So they posed as a job recruiter. They sent him to a link. They sent him a link to go into some place to take a assessment. They said, yeah, you passed the assessment, no problem. What is your crypto wallet address? So I can send you a token in order to, because only token people can get into our access or have access to our stuff. So send them the address, and they bring the wallet.
They were signed. So you can't get it back.
Okay, and so what happened is, when I go back through the cycle, what happened is when he went into that link and took that assessment, he unintentionally gave them permission to all his photos of his account. So all they needed to do was get the wallet address and then.
So you were able to at least help them with that part, to figure that part out?
Yep.
So why can't it be, like, when you give permission for someone to go into your website, add user, right? And then they're not able to do a lot of things without you because you're not giving them full permission, you're just giving them an add user.
There is,
permission.
you can do that.
There is, I mean, for crypto.
For crypto, oh. That's a different boat. Yeah. It's kind of like when you use the various, Cash App and all those, if you read before you say yes, you're gonna give it to somebody, it tells you. Once you hit the button, they don't have to give it back. Now, sometimes they will, but for the most part, they don't. So, similar to that. All right, so today we're gonna talk a little bit about AI and how we use AI. So, obviously, we know AI is being used for negative, and we also know that it's being used for positive. So we're gonna talk a little bit about that today. So first thing here, hopefully we're gonna watch a video, we're gonna see how it works here. We're gonna watch a video about cloning. If it plays.
After an employee's video call with deepfakes, a Hong Kong firm loses $25 million. We thoroughly examined how this attack was organized. Fraudsters spent a lot of resources studying their victim, a clerk with access to the accounts of a major company. The attack began with an email allegedly from a London-based CFO. A supervisor wrote about some secret transactions. The clerk had doubts, but continued the correspondence. The victim communicated with the fraudsters for several days. We assume the communication was almost non-stop. This way, the fraudsters put the victim in a state where there was no time to critically think about what the hell is going on right now. And a week later, the clerk was summoned to an urgent call. At first, the victim saw the CFO. Then his colleagues joined the call. The deepfakes looked and sounded like people the victim knew personally. The fake CFO issued orders on where and how to make transfers and hastily ended the call. The victim complied with the orders.
Okay, so what do you think about that? So this is Zoom. Imagine you being on a Zoom and you're with people you think you know, but it's not the people you think you know. They've been cloned to be the people you think you know. And as a result, 26 million later is what happened in this scenario here. So I want to kind of make you aware that
Do you work as influencer marketing?
the positive is outweighing at times the negative. So we have to keep those things in mind when we're out there online.
After an employee's video call with deepfakes, a Hong Kong firm loses.
All right, so who we are. I Care Technology Geeks, we do a little bit of everything. So we do fractional CIO, CTO, CSO, Chief Security Officer Services, Chief Technology Officer, Chief Information. We are a managed service provider, meaning that we manage all your technology at a fraction of a cost of what it would cost you to hire a staff. So that's pretty much in a nutshell. We service quite a few industries here, as you can see. We do cybersecurity awareness training, AI automation productivity training, IT staff augmentation. So there are times where some clients don't want us to come and take over, they just want us to come in and kind of help them out. So that's what the augmentation is. Our mission, preventing businesses from shutting down due to cybersecurity, fines, lawsuits, non-compliance fines, and usually, all of these go hand in hand when something like that happens. A little bit about myself. I'm kind of considered the queen of technology. They say I got a lot of gadgets, so sometimes I've been told that that's what they call me. Been here in Atlanta for a little bit over, that's probably changed now, 27 years. Roll Tide, University of Alabama. And one fun fact about myself is I love going to beaches. I just don't like it in the water. I just like it here, right? So that's one fun fact about myself. And she told you a little bit of so let's get to it. All right, so what is cybersecurity? I think we know what it is. Everybody has kind of told us what it is, yes? Okay, good. So what it is, how is it still affecting us, our businesses and families? Notice I said families too, because if you're hacked, I didn't say when, I said when. I didn't say it's no longer when, it's no longer if, it's when you're hacked. It's gonna affect you usually personally and professionally. So we wanna talk a little bit about the types of risks, and we wanna talk a little bit about what to do about them. All right, so what is cybersecurity? It's a bunch. So we talked about that already. This is another definition. It's basically protecting online data or online technology. When you're online, they can get to you. If you're offline, they can't get to you. So pretty much anything that you're doing online is what cybersecurity is protecting you against. So I got one. Couple more things. We're gonna do a quiz. We're gonna make this interactive. We got a quiz coming up. We're gonna check out your emails and see what, if not been hacked. We're gonna check out what Dr. Phil what he found out in this video. I figured you might find this a little bit interesting.
Listing your vacation rentals on Booking.com opens the door to more Canada, just like this function.
All right, log into the account. It doesn't help. Foolishness. I do have a paid account. So that
Yeah, but you can skip it now, though.
I think it did it. It's crazy.
For this fun.
It's a little delayed. Come on.
I think it's all just complicated.
We don't want to. So we just watch it. There we go.
Lindsay wanted to create her career, so she signed up for a Google Project Management certificate and got to work learning
Every time I hit skip, it don't pause.
valuable job skills, like how to make a project plan, manage a
Code word, but they want you to look at
industry
it.
standard tools. She finished her certificate in 6 months and got a remote job.
So just to give you a little background while we wait on that, Dr. Phil was recently.
To take that career certificate.
I'll try again. When I hit skip, it
You're
just
ready
paused.
to get a job you love. Let's get to work.
The person that just doesn't use the computer as much, do you know that you're not ever supposed to plug in a USB drive that you find on the ground or that someone sends you in the mail, that when you plug that into your computer, they could install malicious software? Did you know this? Of course. Okay, that's great. Well,
I didn't know that, and I've never done that. I would never pick something up and plug it in because
a lot of people do.
I would never want to put something I didn't know what was on the stick.
Yeah, but people go to conferences and there's jars of USB drives and people just usually plug it in and things like that. But people have known for years, you never do this.
Yeah.
But you have to think about how have hackers evolved in their tradecraft to even do this with something that's so simple that anybody would fall for it. So think of, do you have an iPhone or an Android?
I do.
You do. So you charge it with a cable. So you charge the phone, right, with the cable?
Yes.
What if I could tell you we could modify that cable so when it's plugged into your computer that we could remotely command the cable to install malware on your computer?
The cable?
The cable itself. And I'm going to show you in a second.
You're talking about a little wire?
Yeah, right here. Doesn't that look like an ordinary charging cable?
Yeah.
How do you get the cable to the victim? Well, if you have on-site access, you're in a company, you can swap it out. Or we could do what we call a social engineering attack and send a device with a cable, like a new iPhone or a new Pixel 4, and it comes prepackaged in the box. And when you open the box and take the shrink wrapping off, it looks exactly like it came from factory. But what the target doesn't know is that the cable has been modified. So let me show you actually how it works. Do you have any questions, Liz?
Yeah, I wonder how this works.
Okay, so we're gonna plug this in. What we have here on this white screen, this is the hacker, and this computer is sitting in Virginia. It's not even in this room. So this is the hacker. This here is the victim. This is us. We plug in the cable, and now what the attacker is going to do is command the cable to install malware, malicious software on the computer, so the hacker has complete control. So this device is a Bluetooth transmitter. I could be, within about 300 feet of the computer. I could push a button on here, and then what's going to happen, if you look at the lower left-hand corner of the Windows computer where it says type here to search, in about 5 seconds, you're going to see it like magically type. It's going to be a split second, and then what's going to happen over here, we're going to gain control of the computer. So what I want you to do, Bill, is see that A button? You can walk over the back of your chair to the A. Yeah, just, press the A button, stop. Okay, and then we should look at the lower left-hand part of the screen. There it goes. That's the malware being injected. And that's it. That's all the victim sees. And I don't
It happened that fast?
that fast.
So right now, you're controlling this computer
From
from here.
Virginia. Yeah, I'm connected to a computer in Virginia. This has malware installed now because of the cable, and now I'm able to take full control of this computer as a hacker. So I could go through all the files on the computer. I could turn on the microphone and listen to the conversations in the room. Or what is really scary is I could turn on the victim's webcam, and now I could spy on them.
Have y'all heard about that?
I know that.
When I saw that, I was like, really? So I wanted to just kind of show you a couple of those things that some of us may have not seen, and some of us maybe, because we have some colleagues in here that inside security. So we want to unmask the risk, right? We want to talk a little bit about what does the risk look like.
Alan, a brighter future.
All right, so AI, as I said, we have some great features of AI, and then we have the bad people who like to do bad things to us. And that's their job, to do bad things to us. They get paid more doing that than they do legal work, so that's why they do it. So when it comes to your AI, there has been, I looked it up today and yesterday, there's about, I want to say it's about 15 different occasions where ChatGPT, Copilot, and there's a few others where they were affected by, because of those, like in other words, when you go and put your document inside ChatGPT to upload it, how many of you know that you should not put private information in it? Everybody knows that? Okay, even your, so what if you have a document that's specific to what you do, right? So let's say that you have some private information, or you have some, what they call it, IP, intellectual property. Any information that should not be shared with your competitors, for example, if you're going out there and how Alicia showed you, if you're not taking that toggle and toggling that off, even if you do toggle it off, everybody would probably, I mean, how do we know it's still not leaking data? We don't. So what we are telling, our clients is we come in, we do assessment, and the assessment will allow us to know everybody, who the entire organization, what you're doing, who's using what, which programs. Because a lot of our clients say, well, we're not really using it. They're not using AI, but then when we come in and we do assessment, maybe we were, and I didn't know it. So what a lot of people say is AI security guard, false security, amplified risk, you got new attack vectors and information exposure. So just like I said before, all the information, the different things I just showed you,
there's always all kind of ways that your information gets out there, and we just don't want to have them. So there's 5 critical areas for AI security threats. Your data leakage, AI impersonation, which we just showed you, the deep fake with the Zoom callers, the weak authentication. How many in here has a credential manager? That's like most people call it password manager. Okay, so before you got that, about how many passwords did you change and use on a regular basis? Usually about 5, right? That's about the average, about 5. You put a 1 behind it, and you put a 2 behind it, and you put a 3 behind it, and you think it's different. Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, we want to stop that. So we want to get a credential manager. That's what they mean by the weak authentication. So what the goal is we can't prevent a hack. What we can do is try our best to have multiple measures in place so that when you're hacked, we can at least get you back up and running fairly, quickly, without you having any downtime, without you. The goal is without you to have to go back to your clients and say, hey, we got hacked, and potentially, losing your reputation with your clients. So insecure APIs. A lot of us, APIs. Those are little small programs that are written to help you connect different applications together. So have y'all heard of, what is it, Zapier? A lot of people have heard of Zapier. So it zaps, for example, if you want to connect your one application with another, it'll zap it together. That's usually an API is what it's using for that. And you want to just make sure that when you're doing this, you're only giving it the limited amount of admin privileges that it needs, if that is available when you're doing that. Vendor risk, a lot of times what we're finding now is we may be safe, but our vendors is not safe. So for example, we service financial sector. So accountants, when they get hacked, I want to say it was last year now, there was an accountant, big time accountant that got hacked. She serviced hospitals. The hospitals were down. They had to take all the patients out of the hospital to the next hospital closest by because they couldn't do anything for them because all their equipment was down. So those are the type of things we have to be careful of when it comes to even managing your vendor access. If someone asks me for website access, we're going to send them credentials, share the credentials with them, or we may create an account for them. But we'll monitor that account and make sure that they only have the rights they need. And when they're done, that's key. Everybody needs to take them out. Take them out of your system. Here are some statistics. So number 1 threat, data leakage, 1 in 13, 100% awareness gap. So users being aware of the things that we're discussing today, $4.4 million is the average cost of these breaches. So number 2, we talked about the voice cloning. So the voice cloning is good, then it also could be used negative for you. Autonomous attacks, that's multiple scams on a constantly basis trying to attack you in different ways. The video deep fakes, what we just showed you earlier. And then the personalized phishing. Number 3, we got the blind spots, you got the prompt injection, we got the reputation damage. So that all comes with a breach. Then here's a framework that we're allowing ourselves to use to help us out. You do an assessment, you secure what you access, you monitor it on a regular basis, and then you put certain procedures in place, governments in place, policies in place. AI policy, what you can do, what you can't do, what you just making sure you know how many tools are you even using, things of that nature. You want to build these particular technical safeguards here. You want to put like your input, output sanitation, your zero trust environments. You want to make sure you have that. For those who have LastPass, I advise you change. We did. Okay, so, and then, we have, various areas here. So Right here, you may say, well, why are you showing me this, Lynette? Most people, when you go to your car and you have a long day, and you look at your car, and you come out and you look at your car, what do you think? Huh? It's been tampered with. That's all you gonna think? How you gonna feel? You gonna be pissed off, right? Hot, trying to figure out what the world happened. Okay, well, imagine this. I came out from a long day of working at that time. I had a job. I came outside and I persevered to go to the gym in the first place. And then I come out and I see this. So you may say, well, Lynette, what does this have to do with cybersecurity? We don't know what we don't know. You can't see certain things in your environment. So if you're not doing the type of tests and assessments on a regular basis, not just once or twice, on a regular basis. And if you're a tax firm, you know, I've had some tax people I've talked to, they say, oh, we just do once a month, or once a year, we just do an assessment. Okay, but hackers are not hacking once a year. Yes, sir.
Is that your personal disease?
It is.
So that's why you got using passwords and you just.
What personal machine for what? That's the car.
Right, but go ahead, go. You invited them.
I invited them to come into the car.
The purse on the seat?
Oh, that's not a purse. No.
Look at towel.
It don't matter. They did. Back at that time, it was a smash and grab. They were smashing and grabbing during that time. When I later found out, they said they smashed, they grab whatever they see. They first come back, you know, I was in Buckhead. I thought I was okay. But no. So what type of threats are there? Phishing, smishing, quishing, vishing. Who's heard of vishing? What is it?
Yeah, no, we have to do cybersecurity training every quarter.
Okay.
And phishing.
So everybody know phishing, right? Emails, right? Okay, smishing. Does everybody know that? SMS, texting, right?
Oh, SMS.
Quishing.
Video.
Quishing?
No, phishing.
QR code. Yeah, I like that. They didn't know that one. Phishing is voice. Okay. When they call you and they say they're the person they say they are and they're not. We'll show you in a minute.
Okay.
So ransomware, everybody's heard of that. Insider threats, does everybody know what that is? Someone on the inside doing the most? Okay. DDoS, y'all heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. Snack attacks, y'all heard of that?
No.
What? Y'all don't know what that is? Which one is not real?
Which one's not real?
Between what? Between all these.
Snack attack?
Which one? You said DDoS? Who said?
Snack attack?
That's correct. Yeah. We was just messing with y'all, see. My nephew put that in there. Courtesy of my nephew. You can love him for that. I'm like, really? Why you put this foolishness in there? He said, give him a laugh. Okay, so we talked about basically your phishing, quishing, smishing, all of those areas. Everybody know about this. We're going to keep going on that. You have to look even closer now, y'all. Yeah. They may put a 1 in there that's an I. Just the other day, I have some people calling to do marketing for me. They said, go and create iCareTechGeeks with no S.com. So now when people get an email from me, they're going to look at the fact there's no S at the end. So those are the things you want to really, really hone in on even more now, okay? Smishing, everybody's getting these text messages. So, no matter which kind of cell phone provider you have, we won't fuss you out if you got the Android. I got both, so don't feel bad, but my primary is my iPhone. So make sure that you're not clicking on anything. I don't care who it's come from. Call the people and find out if it's true. Don't click it. Even if it's from a relative, especially if it's from a relative, don't click it, okay? Because it's probably not. All right, quishing. Here we go. I'll give you a quick example. Downtown here in Atlanta, a couple of years ago now, they announced on the news that we need to be careful when you're going downtown and parking. You see those parking. When you do it, take something like a key. Don't put your hand, because I was telling people put your hand, but take a key or something, because they could be put some poison on there and then hit you side the head and then take you away. So take a key or something and put over the top of it, just kind of rub over the top to make sure it's truly the QR code that you think you're scanning in on. Why? Because they go and take another one and they put up just a little box and they put the little tape right on top of it. And now you're scanning that QR code and it's going to where you come outside and not only do you have no car, or your car's still there, but you got a boot because you think you paid, but you didn't. So those are some things that the QR code, I really wanted to go over that for you, okay? Be careful. I was doing it the other day. I was parking somewhere and the guy was like, "What are you doing?" He said, "You don't mind me asking you what you're doing?" I said to myself, "Yeah, I do, but I can tell you." I said, "I'm making sure this QR code is valid." "Oh, okay." He didn't want to ask no more questions. All right, fishing. This, I want you to keep this in mind. Do this for business and do this for personal. If your children, anybody calls you, there have been times where they'll call you acting like they're from the police, and they're not. So you're trying to hurry up and get the money to get your child out of jail, and your child is really not in jail. But it sounds just like them. Okay, that's key.
They have to run a co-worker.
Okay, so it sounds like them. It's not like it's the cloning deal. So it sounds just like them. So make sure that you call to wherever they say they're at, but do not give them any money, and very much so. And really, I would just hang up usually and just verify that it's true. But if you think it is them, then you need to have a passphrase for them to use, personally and professionally. Okay? Any questions on that? All right. Ransomware, everybody knows about that. Let me go back. So with the ransomware, if you see this red symbol here on your computer, what do? This one right here. If you come in and you hear this noise, because usually it makes a noise without. If you see that come up on your computer, or any pop-ups for that matter, what do? Shut it down illegally, right? The wrong way that we tell you not to do. Great. Okay. And then what do? Who you gonna call? IT? Okay. Good job. Or call somebody. Ghostbusters. All right. So insider threats, we talked about that. 95%. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question about the vision?
Yes.
When the phone calls, so I get a lot of phone calls of, "We want to buy your house," or "We want to and I'm like, "Well, tell me where I live." And they don't know. They get frustrated, and I just assume that it's some kind of something going on.
Do not call.gov. You can register with them your numbers, all your numbers. I know, but you got to get back on that list every year. So it expires every year, so it'll at least help a little. And then on my iPhone, I changed it where if you're not in my contact, you don't get through. I will let you give a voicemail. And so if you give a voicemail, that means you must really want to talk to me. But you won't get through unless that's the case. So that's helped me tremendously on that.
I just want to add one more thing. You want to really be careful with answering the calls, because there was a hack years ago where they just recorded your voice saying yes.
Yes.
And then that was their kind of key into going.
So you want to answer the phone like this? And they'll be like, "What, girl?" I do it sometimes. If he's somebody real, then they'll be like, "Are you okay?" No, I'm fine. So you have to play it off.
Don't say it now.
I've heard of that.
How you turn your phone on that? I'll show you. You got an iPhone? Okay, you know what to do. Okay. All right, so I'll show you. Yeah, I'll show you. It should be a way to do it on the Android as well. I'm joking with y'all because I have both, because we have to support both clients. So, okay. So 95% of the issues is human. Okay, we're gonna click on something by mistake. It happens. And don't say, oh, I should have did this, or I should have did this. Okay, should have, could have, would. We just keep on going. You do the best you can. That's all you can do. Okay, DDO attacks. This is pretty much what we discussed this already. Is somebody sitting there just hitting your internet, a box, going left and right trying to get in. And if they get in, they're in. A lot of times they're in and you don't know it for quite a while. Okay? All right, so first thing we want to do here, let's test y'all skills. Okay? Y'all ready? All right, here's pop-up quiz. Y'all scan this. Answer some questions. Mario. That means y'all listening. That's great. Oh, so how do we do it if they got this big old thing in there? We got it. Oh, it came up? Oh, yeah, it's a real one. I thought that was a virtual one. Like I got on mine. It's a real one. Y'all got it?
Is this a tricky question?
No, it's not. It's not a rubber ducky. It's true. It's a real QR code. I won't trick y'all. I promise you that. I definitely don't have time for that because y'all can say, now you fix my stuff. Everybody got it? All right. So while y'all doing that, let me tell y'all another trick. If you take a picture of a QR code, let's say sometimes you don't have time to do it. You take a picture of a QR code, this is a trick. And usually, when you take a picture, what you gotta do, sometimes it's a live, so you gotta make sure it's a still. Take a still picture of it. If you hold your hand down on the QR code, it should pop up the little URL before you go to the site.
Do what now?
Yeah.
But on the new phone, doesn't the URL pop up on it?
It will, and then sometimes it'll give you a little preview now. So that's another thing. I've noticed that when you see the pop-up, it'll give you a little preview on the iPhones. I haven't checked it on the Android. Y'all have it?
Android.
It does the same as well. Okay. All right, so that's what I want y'all to do on that. And when y'all finish, we got some more assignments. So we're gonna check your passwords out. This is for your personal. So a lot of you are using your personal emails for your business. That's a no-no. Okay? Buy a real one from somebody. If you're gonna buy it from me, somebody. Do not buy them from GoDaddy.
No.
Don't. Oh my God. It takes forever to get rid of them when you grow. Okay? There's certain things that we can't do on the back end to support our clients because they have made some changes to it till we have to migrate from it, and it's a headache. So try to buy them straight from Microsoft if you don't have anybody that you trust, or you can buy it if you want to get a Google business email. Go straight to them. Don't go through all these other people because it makes our life really difficult when we help y'all. Yeah, if you're buying a professional Google email, so you can get a professional Gmail account, Google account through Google Workspace, or you can get a professional one through Microsoft. So if you got a personal email that you use right now as your business, or personal in general, you can just go on and scan this one, and this is going to tell you where, if you hacked, or things of that nature, and then I'm going to play this so you can see how it works.
Okay, we'll go again, and for those of us who have personal email addresses that we want to verify if it's possibly been leaked out on the dark web, or bad actors to do bad things with our email address, we want to type it in here. And once you type it in, you want to.
So you're gonna type in the password, you're gonna hit the little button, then it's gonna do a scan, and it's gonna tell you a quick review of what you're looking like.
So you'll see what the results are for that. Stating that this email address, technology@gmail.com.
Those are a couple of my personal ones.
It is one occurrence where it was reached.
So that's pretty good. Sometimes we're gonna see way more.
Passwords associated with it.
How many has done that for the personal email check? Anybody seen a lot going on with it? Okay, so the site is gonna be You are okay.
Keepersecurity.com.
Keepersecurity.com. Well, I gave you a direct link to it because it'll take you all over the world. Let me go back. Let me go back.
Thank you.
Mhm. No problem. That's another trick. Take a picture of it and then hold down on that URL and it'll just come up for you so you having to type it. Even the little QR, the case sensitive one here to the left. Can't be live though. If it's a live picture, you gotta take another picture on top of the picture to make it not live. Then it'll let you do it. I noticed that the other day. I'm like, why is it not working? That's because it was a live picture, was moving a little bit. All right, so that's for that one. Y'all ready? Y'all need help? Yes? No? They said, That means they ain't ready. Okay. Now y'all ready? Afterwards, I'll show you if you want to go through it. Okay? All right. So that was the instruction. So we're gonna keep moving. Okay. Now this is for the business one. All I did was just created a shortcut for it to go, so that y'all didn't have to type up a whole long address that goes to Keeper. Keeper Security is one of our tools that we use for our clients for credential management. I call it credential management because it's not just for passwords. We put everything in it. Passports, secret codes, all kind of things. Social security cards. It's a vault. You can put everything in it. And we use the commercial grade, obviously, for our clients. All right, so this is for your business password. This is going to tell you what your password looking like for your business. If we was on Zoom, I could just copy and paste it in the chat. We were so used to being on Zoom for everything. All right, next, and then this is going to tell you the same. So I didn't take you all the way through this one because you don't need to be seeing all the information. But I went through some of it. So you come to the site, you put your email address in here. Then you're going to hit the little right arrow.
Also known as compromise. So what we want to do is type in your email address here, your business email address. And
I tested my help one, help@icaretechgeeks.com.
Click on the arrow that goes to the site.
It wasn't used often. I don't think I had too much going on that one. Not to say that you will never have anything. The more you use it, the longer you use it, the more it's going to be out there.
Here, what's important to learn, let's check the notifications here.
So it's going to tell you about your domain, meaning your website, you use it that's associated with your email, and it's going to tell you about the email itself. That's what it means by domain and email. Any questions on that?
And it's my website, icaretechgeeks.com.
So that was telling you on that. And
okay, so what we're going to do is verify.
Okay, so that's that. Now you can take this one down and do this one later. This one is going to send you an email, okay, and tell you you want to do business only on this one. This one is going to send you an email, and you can click a button. I'm going to show you on the next page once y'all tell me you got to capture this one. Then you would come on here.
Okay, now.
Oh, go back. Sorry. I'm sorry. They tell me I clicked too fast. Next time I'll bring a little sheet, put them all on there for y'all. So you have to pick the sheet. Be like, here you go. I got it? Okay. So this is going to tell you how to do it. You see right here? What else is cool? And then when we use 30 minutes call, we can go over what we found for you. And with you can uncheck it if you want. It's a link.
Okay, so first thing I want to do is introduce you to the channel. Is there
A pineapple?
Yeah, you know, the lights that they put up and they capture.
Oh, oh, wow. Short answer is yes. But it's gotta be a professional environment with a professional people. Okay. Okay. All right, so here you're gonna just come in here and you're gonna put the email address in here. You're gonna hit start test. Once you start the test, you're gonna see a little bit about, this is one of the vendors we use to protect our clients' emails. They call it business email, what is it? Help me, BEC, business email compromise.
And so.
I can't remember. BEC. Okay. So this is just showing you what it'll do. First step is you put the email in. Second step is you go look for the email. Email may go to your junk. Just get it out of there. And then click on it. You're verifying it. And then the third step is after it runs and check everything, it'll send you an official report and tell you the things you need to do to fix it. So that's the difference in this one and the other.
All right, so let's get started. So we're gonna hit start test button, and we're gonna hit this, and we're gonna get the email. I'm only gonna show you the first part. No one shows everything else that's confidential information, but I'm gonna really show you how to get started.
So that's that. All right, what's next? Passwords. Don't use the famous 5 that you use and put the numbers behind them. Make sure they're passphrases. You want to get your credential manager that will allow you to put passphrases. Okay? Passphrases. You see what I say right here? Passphrases. Okay? These are F's, B's, you know the drill. Password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, stop it. Don't do that. Okay? These are some of the recommended protection credential managers that we use or have used or have access to. Our main one is Keeper. But these are a couple other ones. I think NordPass will let you use that one on a personal level, but I'm not password boss, I think, maybe not. Okay? But they're secure, low cost. If you want to just go and do it yourself, you can do that. A couple things I want to show you, and we'll be almost wrapping it up. All right. This little lock in your corner when you go into a website. Did y'all know that that lock tells you something? Most of you do. Okay. So when you go into the site and it look a little funny, even if it doesn't look funny, if you go into your bank sites, I always look at the top and check it. And then I click the button and it'll look like this, just like so. And nowadays the browsers like Chrome, Edge, Firefox, Safari, etc. They'll be a little different, but all of them you should be able to click somewhere in there, and then it should tell you if it's a secure connection. Okay? If you see this, don't do it. A lot of times I had to tell somebody that their connection wasn't secure. They had forgot to go and update their SSL, their security. Yes.
HTTPS.
Mm-hmm.
Does the S mean that it's secure?
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. Oh, is that it? We done? Oh, okay. We done. That's quick. All right. Any questions?
If you happen to get hacked and stuff and leak that on the web, sites that you did, I know one, I've heard of Delete Me, I don't know how good that is, but well, as far as if you need to get things deleted off of you, what would you do?
If you've been hacked on the web, social media, or just in general? Well, like what though?
It could be anything that starts posting out about you. Like if they just like a hacker and they got your information.
There are people who do that has a special service to do that. There should have been some more, by the way, y'all. I'm not sure when I came up here, stuff started moving around. It should have been the way to connect to us and things like that. There are people who specialize in doing that. I believe LifeLock also has a service similar to that. So you can check with them, they're a very reputable company. I'm not sure to what extent they go, but I know that I have had prepaid legal forever. The new name is Legal Shield. And so they have a service that goes with so for the legal side, and then also for the personal side, for it checking to see, if anybody's using your credit, putting new credit in, and things like that. So that's what the LifeLock is similar to. And I think they do have a new service, but that's very rampant right now. So I think, if not mistaken, they offer a service like that. They can help clean it up or go and get things removed.
They do, and I can help you with that.
Oh, okay.
I'm a representative.
Okay, all right. Any more questions?
Oh, we can take one more.
I
Yeah.
just have a little comment that it's not necessarily that you will get hacked, but if the company that you do business gets hacked, aka or credit report companies, all the information is leaked. So it's really good to use one of the softwares or tools that she was talking about to go into deep web or dark web and remove all the information.
Cool.
You can also lock down your credit bureaus.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the
That's a
best
good one.
thing.
Yeah.
If you're not doing anything like getting a house or a car, you can remove it. It takes like 3 minutes.
Yeah, you can do it on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Cool.
All right.
Thanks, Lynette. Thank you.
Great, Lynette.
Yeah. All right. We talked a lot about security. Yeah, we got a little bit of everything in here, so we're gonna take it back to the usage of AI. So our next speaker is Anthony Rivers. He's a consultant, peer mental health coach, author, and AI-powered storyteller. So as a creator of 18 children's books using AI, he's redefining what's possible in publishing and creative entrepreneurship. Through Cloud9 Consulting, Anthony empowers others to harness free and low-cost tools to turn imagination into impact. I think I heard some of you guys asking earlier, too, about visuals and videos through AI. He's also a trusted trainer and facilitator who helps leadership teams foster inclusivity, vulnerability, and psychological safety. So let's welcome Anthony as he shows us how to unlock creativity and turn it into profitable, purpose-driven work. 18 books. That's amazing. Are they on Amazon?
Yeah.
Are they virtual or print?
Print.
Okay, nice. Congratulations.
This is the.
Yep. The red one. Yeah.
Cool. How's everybody doing?
Right, good.
Good. Good. You probably heard a lot of this information with all these people. I'll tell you, I'll just start off by saying I started using AI last year. So these people are probably a lot more informed than I am, but I've been able to do a lot. I did 18 books last year within about 6 months. And that was children's books, that was journals, and that was coloring books, all really geared towards stuff that I needed to see myself as a kid. So that's essentially who I am. There's a lot of ways to make money with AI, especially when it comes to using your creativity. My name is Anthony Rivers. I am a creative consultant, like she said, with Cloud9 Consulting, a consulting firm that I started. I wear a lot of hats. I actually work for the Washington State Department of Health. I work in mental health. I manage 4 YouTube channels. I've got social media accounts, all of them. And I got a dog and a cat. So I stay pretty busy. But one of the things that I enjoy doing most is really helping people unlock their creativity. I'm a creative person. I've been a creative person all my life. And so I really get joy with helping other people unlock their creativity. If you come to me for one of these projects, I'm going to charge you a lot of money. So what I would rather do is just teach you how to do it yourself so you can kind of sustain and you can do these things on your own without having to come back to me. Again, I'm busy. So I don't want
to do the job, which is why I'm going to charge you a lot of money to do it. And I'm honest with people. I'm like, I don't want to do it. So when it comes to generating passive income, things are expensive. Groceries, mortgages, rent, your kids, the pets, everything is expensive. Right now, there's also a lot of job insecurity. If you work for the federal government, people are getting laid off, people are downsizing. So when you put those two together, generating extra income is really important in this day and age. But there's one thing that I believe that can't be taken away from you, and that's your creativity. That's yours. It belongs to you. So I believe in using what you got to get what you want. And with AI, you can unlock that potential, and that's one of the things that I do is help people learn how to use AI to actually be able to do that. Y'all seem a little bit more advanced. Y'all heard of prompt engineering? Okay. Well, for people who don't understand what prompt engineering is, I'm like, look, y'all been using prompt engineering for a long time. When you enter your destination in Google Maps, you're essentially prompt engineering. When you say you want a faster route, you want to avoid the highways, you're kind of customizing that. When you're using Bing or Google search, you're essentially doing the same thing. You're putting that information you're asking questions or you're asking for information, and that's prompt engineering, and it's going to give you the response based on that. When you're using your Alexa, Siri, Google Assistant, it's the same thing, but it's actually verbal prompt engineering. When you're at the gym and you're trying to work it out, you might want to hear something upbeat, and you tell it, play your workout mix, it's going to give you what you asked for. And then finally, job searches. Job searches is essentially your prompt engineering. When you say, this is the kind of job I want, this is the kind of money I want to make, I want to work from home, I want to work in the office, that's all prompt engineering. The key to all of these is really you just got to know how to talk to them. Every program is different. It's like having two different kids. You got to talk to them. You might have to talk to them different to get the same response because they're just two different people. So one of the things that I have done is I became an author. And so that's one of the things that I help people do. And so I use AI as a personal assistant. A lot of people are really concerned about, taking ideas from AI and it being very generic. A lot of times it is going to be very generic, but that's why you use it as a personal assistant. When I decided to write this 4-part series here, I wanted to write books on preventing childhood abuse. So I wanted to give kids the skills to prevent that grooming. Knew what I wanted to do. I really didn't know how to go about it. And so I went to AI. I use Microsoft Copilot. That's my jam. I went to Microsoft Copilot and I just simply asked it to help me write those books. Now, with that, I also had to go back and do a little bit of research because I wanted to target a specific audience. I wanted to target kids between the ages of 4 and 8. So that was my research. So I had my plot. I had the topic, I had the plot, I did my research, but like I said, I want to use it as an assistant. So now it's time to do the writing, and anybody who's done writing, which is probably everybody in here, writer's block is a thing. And writer's block will shut you down. But the thing about AI is it will complete the sentence for you. It will tell you, it will give you that information that you're missing, so it kind of prevents that writer's block. But the thing is you're collaborating with AI and not letting it lead the work. Now, the collaborator is the best and most cost-effective personal assistance you can have because most of these programs are free. But then also using it for formatting. I did my plot, my research, my writer's block, but because I'm trying to gear it towards kids, I also want to know what size font, how much font per page, and how many pages does it make sense to have for these books for kids that age. And then when it came to the publishing, the cover design, the marketing, I wanted to analyze reviews to see what was really popular out there when it comes to kids' books. Not to copy them, but to make sure that I wanted to be in the same realm of the people that was getting the good reviews and not the other kids. To make sure that my books were actually going to do something. And then what a lot of people don't think about is actually taking your book and using a text or a text to voice program to actually be able to turn it into an audiobook. She asked me if they were digital. I just haven't done the audiobook yet because I'm busy. I got a lot of stuff going on. They're on Amazon, they're doing their thing, but I also sell them in person when I go to different vendor events and do different things like that. But those are 6 of the books that I've written so far as of last year. Next comes the graphic design. Now, when everybody recently just started talking about AI, everybody was making pictures. You've seen pictures all over the place. But when you're using it to create books or when you're becoming an author, one thing that will, again, slow you down is consistency. A lot of these programs will not give you a consistent character. And for a lot of people, if you're stubborn, that's going to stop your process. But if you can be creative, you can keep moving with it. For some of my books, the scenery, the 4-book series, the scenery was in a forest. So there's a lot of things in a forest. So if I'm describing something on that particular page, I don't necessarily need to have the character. I just need to have the forest. I need to have something that's going to be visually appealing to the kid. So that's how I kind of worked around that because I was compromising with my wants versus my needs. Then I also tell people, be specific when you're doing this artwork, because if I say I want a rose, it's going to give me a rose. If I say I want a white rose with a green stem, with thorns, with morning dew, it's sunset, the background is sunset, there's a hummingbird, all of that is going to give me a really good customized image. And that's essentially what I did here. With this book, these are all coloring books. With this coloring book here, it's our roots and our hair story, and it's a celebration of Black women and Black hair. And so I knew I wanted to have that representation. I didn't want to just say, give me a group of Black women. I wanted to have different hairstyles. I wanted them to have powerful suits on and look professional. And so that's what I asked for, and that's what I got.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You asked Microsoft or ChatGPT?
I use Microsoft Copilot.
And you asked for those images for your book?
Yep. I just started using ChatGPT literally yesterday.
Wow.
And the only reason why I started using that is because I don't know if y'all have seen the talking baby thing. Well, now I'm creating those. And ChatGPT gives you better images than Microsoft Copilot. Microsoft Copilot will just give you a baby, where with ChatGPT, if I put a picture of Mike Tyson in there, it's going to give me a baby Mike Tyson. So again, it's knowing how to use the program and how to talk to it, because you will get different results. I'm a Google person. I love Google, but Google Gemini, I haven't learned how to talk to it yet. And so I continue to go back to Microsoft Copilot because that's the one that I started off using, and that's the one that I communicate with. It's free. It's in the Edge browser. Nobody wanted to use that Edge browser, so they put Microsoft Copilot in it, and now people want to use it. So again, these are all coloring books that I made last year. Yeah.
Question for you.
Yeah.
Especially on the images.
Yep.
How are you, or how do you feel, I guess, in the copyright office said you cannot copyright AI-generated content?
I'm not really concerned. I'll be honest.
Fair enough.
You know, it's, even if I drew it, even if it was created by hand, somebody could still steal it. You know, so it's like people say the same thing about the books. They're like, "Are you concerned?" And I'm not concerned. If it happens, it happens. It just is what it is. That's just what do you call it? Occupational habit.
So are you not actually pursuing copyright on in the first place, or what is your process?
Give me 1 second. So when you're publishing, I heard the lady previously talking about Canva. Well, first let me talk about the book description, KDP, keywords, and titles. Are y'all familiar with SEO? Search engine optimizing? It doesn't make any sense to put something on the market that can't nobody find. So when I am writing my description, when I'm doing my KDP keywords, and when I'm doing my titles, I'm asking AI to SEO, to SEO, search engine optimize them, because I want to give myself as much opportunity as possible to be found. People don't know me. I talk to people, but if I'm going to be online and people are searching for these things, I want my stuff to come up. So then I go to Canva. Canva has, again, it's free. I pay for it because I just use it that much and it's an investment. So when it comes to formatting my book, when it comes to designing the cover, promotional materials, because I said I am a vendor. My banner was made in Canva, modeled after my books. I made business cards. I made T-shirts. I made all kinds of supplies that I can put on my table that's going to attract people to come visit. Some of those things, bookmarks, I can just hand those out as promotion. But with Canva, one thing that I also do is I generate a QR code. And each one of our books has a QR code on the back, because when someone purchases it, when they get to the end, they can scan that QR code and go buy some more on Amazon.
The QR code takes them to Amazon.
It takes them to my page. It takes them to my page. And all my books have it on there, because again, if I'm not in the room to market that book, and maybe they bought that one, maybe they bought one of the 4-part series, I want them to get all of it. So once they finish that one, they can go back, they can scan the thing, and it'll take them to get my book. I like Amazon KDP. Has anybody in here used Amazon KDP? You guys familiar? Amazon KDP is great. And the reason why I love it is because it gives me the ability to self-publish, for one. 2, it's free. When you upload your book to Amazon KDP, you don't pay them anything to do that. So if you think about it, I haven't paid anything to get my books on the market. I'm using Amazon KDP, so I'm uploading my stuff for free. Once it's self-published on Amazon KDP, it's copyrighted. The book is copyrighted. So that's how I'm protected, is once I self-publish, it's copyrighted and all that information is actually in the book. But the other thing that's great about Amazon KDP is you're on Amazon. There are millions to billions of people using Amazon per year. And so you've got an online presence. If you don't have a website, if you don't have any other way to market your product online, it's on Amazon. Now, the only time Amazon charges you is when your book sells. They will charge you to print it, and then they will take a portion of the sales. So when I sell my books relatively cheap, because it's more about the message than it is getting rich. If I sell enough, I'll get rich. So on my $9.99 book, I might make about $2.50. But if I get my author copies and I go and I sell those books in person, I can make $5 to $6 per book. So the online presence is great, and I want to have them on there. But where I'm really going to make my money is when I am selling them myself and selling those author copies. So I always tell people, if you can utilize Amazon KDP, yep.
Yeah, so I have a question about the copyright.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't copyright AI. Even if you upload it to KDP and it's copywritten, you can't recoup any losses, because if you sue, it's going to go back to AI generated.
Well, I'm not concerned about the images. I'm still writing it. So the writing is mine.
Okay, so you're not using AI to write them?
No. And I don't advise anybody to do that, because if we decide that we have the same idea and you put in the same prompt, we're going to have the same book.
Exactly.
So, like I said, I use AI as an assistant to collaborate through the process. Once it gives me the idea and it's something that I want to work with, now I have a general idea of what I want to work with. If it says, it might say, if I'm going to write a children's book about a certain topic, it might say, make it people. It might say, make it elephants. But that's not really what I want. I want to change it and make it what I want. I want to change the setting to what I want. I don't want it in a zoo. Maybe I want it downtown Atlanta. You know, I'm making all those changes to make sure that it's actually my product. So that answers that question for you. So that's the beginning to end of publishing a book. And like I said, this whole process doesn't cost anything. If you pay for Canva, yeah, it's going to cost you, but it's like $120 a year. That's more than fair with the things that you can actually do with it. Yeah.
How do you overcome writer's block?
I've been a writer my whole life. I used to write music. I started off writing poetry. And like I said, with AI, writer's block doesn't have to necessarily be a thing. Because if I'm like, what word do I want to use? I put the sentence in there and ask it to complete the sentence. Now, again, I don't have to necessarily take what it says, but it might get me over that hump of, well, how do I want to say this? So again, I'm always going to take the lead. I'm always going to take the lead, but I'm going to collaborate through the whole process with AI. Because again, it's cost effective and it's a great personal assistant. Any other questions about publishing the book? So I'm all about the money. So again, between AI, between Canva, I do apparel, I create logos, and I also do graphic design. That's my dog, Buddy. It's on my shirt. I modeled the AI images off of him. I do a lot with mental health, and so all of my shirts are really centered around mental health messages, self-empowerment, things like that. But that's one of the things that I talk to people about is we've been sitting on a lot of ideas for a long time, a lot of us. We're very creative. Even when we don't think we're creative, we really are. And so if you wanted to do a t-shirt line, if there's anything that you wanted to do like that, you can use AI. Again, between using the AI program and using Canva, I customize it to make sure that it's not just this stock image that I'm just pulling. So these images, the dog I actually created in Canva. No. The dog I actually created in Microsoft Copilot. The background, all that other stuff, that came from Canva because they got all the templates and I just did that. And that's my baby, that's my buddy. But then I also create logos. And creating logos, again, between using AI, using Canva, you can create logos. Now, I don't know if you know many graphic designers, anybody here do graphic design, but y'all make money, right? It depends on, I'll say you can. Some people make $50 per project. Some people can charge $50 per project. Some people can charge over $2,000. I know my worth. So whether I'm using AI to help me or not, I'm not charging you $50. I'm charging you. And because I know my worth, I know what my time is worth, and I get paid for it. Because my product is worth it. You know, it's just not some stock, just anything type of image. I'm actually creating and taking the time and effort to put in it, which is why I'm charging you. Because again, I know my value, I know what I'm worth. Do you have a question?
Me?
No.
No, but if you, are you building upon the AI generated logo?
Yes, everything that I do, I'm building upon. I don't take anything from AI and just slap it and put it out there. So, no, never that. And with the different stuff, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, that's the distinction with the logos, generate them and on.
Right. Between generating, and sometimes it's a matter of getting the idea, but then going to Canva, again, Canva is my best friend. Copilot is my personal assistant. Canva is my best friend. I've been using Canva since it came out because it's so easy. But creating the logos, you can take something small that you've developed in AI and then use the templates or use whatever in Canva to actually build something around it to actually make it yours. Finally, designing promotional materials. People are having babies all the time. People are getting married all the time. there's a lot of things that people need when it comes to promotional materials. And again, between using AI, using Canva, you can create these things. And again, you can charge people for these services. Again, I'm all about making money. I make money off of all of these. I make money off my books as well. Next, any questions here? The next thing I do is YouTube and podcast. Now, I haven't done a podcast yet, again, because I'm busy. But if I do a podcast, I want to do it on mental health, and I just haven't had the time yet. But when it comes to YouTube and podcasts, a lot of what you can do with AI is the same thing. When it comes to generating your topics, your thumbnails, again, making sure that they're SEO, search engine optimized. But I can also generate my videos with AI. So one of my channels is a travel channel, and it's monetized. I make money off of it because I make travel guides. Well, I can tell you that 99.9% of these places that I'm making travel guides for, I ain't never been to. I want to go. And now that I'm making the guide, I really want to go because I know what's going to be there when I get there. But I use a program called InVideo AI. And this is another program that I pay for. InVideo AI. I put in the prompt. It creates the videos for me. I customize them. But it will do the voice. I actually have my voice in it, so it will use my voice if I wanted to. But I typically just use it's a male voice from New York. That's the voice that I typically use for all my videos. Just as it works out better. I feel like the pronunciation is better when I use them versus it trying to use my own voice. But with YouTube, to make money off of YouTube, you need 1,000 subscribers, you need 4,000 watch hours, and that sounds like a lot. It can be a lot. But if you create the right videos, you can get that 4,000 watch hours off of one video. YouTube videos, you can make from 5 cents to $20 per 1,000 views. So when you see these kids with these videos that have 1 million views, do the math. You wonder why they ain't at Taco Bell making your food? You wonder why they ain't at the grocery store bagging your groceries? Because they're making a lot of money. And when I learned how to do this, I learned from them. They give you the information for free because they make money when you watch the video. They also have their partnerships. Once your channel is monetized, you can make partnerships, you can use affiliate links, and you can make additional money on top of that. With podcasts, it's really the same thing. The only difference is you make your money off of podcasts by getting sponsorships, people doing ads on your show. But then again, you're also using AI to develop the topics. Now, again, I want to do it on mental health. I know I want to do it on mental health, but maybe I want to do a series. So I'll just ask AI, give me 10 topics or give me 10 episodes for my podcast on mental health. The thing is, I want to know who I'm trying to reach. So I want to be specific. For my podcast, I want to reach Black men between the ages of 30 and 50 because we're talking about mental health. And so when I ask it for that content, I'm going to be very specific in that message because I want it to resonate with that audience because, again, that's who I want to attract. Promotion and engagement. You can also create your ads with AI. I've got ads on Facebook, Instagram. I made ads for my other stuff on my YouTube for my YouTube channel. And again, all of that stuff is SEO, search engine optimized to make sure that people can find it. And it's a lot easier to just ask AI to generate the video for it. I go back and customize it, but it saves me a lot of time. And a lot of people have these ideas. They want to do a podcast. They want to do YouTube channel, but they just don't know where to go with it. Finally, monetizing social media. Now, when it comes to monetizing social media, I use AI, one, to create the message, but then because images and videos are going to get more they're going to get more clicks than just text. I take that and I partner it with an image. And, you know, images that are, the whole thing, they're memes. People are going to, people like them, they laugh, they're funny. But I made up the ideas. I'm like, I want to make a smart remark about people borrowing money. And it didn't give me that exact phrase, but it gave me something. I remixed it, and that's what I came up with. Because I don't know about y'all, but when you let somebody borrow money, they get amnesia real quick. And the same thing, but this is again geared towards my audience. When it comes to monetizing social media, it can be very easy. And the reason why it can be easy is because you can look at the analytics on who is on your page. When you look at the analytics on who's on your page, you can customize content for those people. They're going to look at it, they're going to share it, and it's going to get more exposure. For me personally, I have 90% women. They're mostly in the United States, and they're between the ages of 30 and 50 in Chicago. That is some serious information. I know exactly who I'm marketing to. So when I ask for this information, I'm asking for it for those women, and it's going to give me that content. Men check out my page, but not enough for me to care because 90% of my audience is women. With monetizing your social media, with Facebook, you need 8,000 followers. And then you can get monetized. With TikTok, you need 10,000. And as of today, I was just checking my phone. As of today, I just hit my 10,000. So now I'm actually monetized. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Oh. Thank you. And again, you know, how I got over the hump was I started creating those babies, the talking babies. And I don't know if y'all watch Martin. But the first one I made was Deion Cole. I went to a Deion Cole stand-up show. So I took the audio, made Deion Cole a baby, and I put it on my TikTok page. The other one I did was Shanae. Made her into a baby and then put her on there. And they kind of pushed me over the top.
Question.
Yes.
Is that legal?
Yeah. You ain't seen all these talking baby things?
Well, yeah, I mean, but I just never wondered, you know, I never thought about
Yeah, there's people who have YouTube channels with just talking babies, and they've got millions and millions of views, and you don't think they're making money over that? Yeah. So, yeah.
So our son has 22.5 thousand followers and 1.4 million likes.
On what? On what?
He's getting money, right?
No.
TikTok, that's the
On
No,
TikTok?
well, he has to like
Turn on the
do
creator.
content creator.
Yeah.
If you want that, obviously.
So I guess my question is, how do we connect him with you so you can advise him that he doesn't want to monetize?
He doesn't
What?
want to?
What? That makes no sense.
Well, you tell him to give you the account. He can make the content and the money can come into your bank account. But when it do, you tell him, you didn't want the money, remember?
Why doesn't he
But-
want to monetize?
You know, just kids.
What does he do on there?
There's a difference between TikTok money and YouTube money.
Yeah.
Oh, there is.
Big gap.
Oh, yes.
Big gap. Pennies to the dollar.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
YouTube pays better.
Oh, yes.
And for your question, what's he doing? He's lip singing great songs.
Oh my God.
In a tank top and with his caption on. And women from 8 to 80 are on there.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it is.
Oh, thirst traps? You gonna make money off the thirst traps.
Are you doing your closing? Because we got to
Yeah,
get to the next.
yeah, I'm just closing that. So there's three things that I just want people to take away. First of all, AI is the future. A lot of people have issues with AI, but it is the future. And I tell people, if you've seen the movie Hidden Figures, when they came in, the women who were computers, they were losing their jobs. What did they do? They learned how to operate the computers and they kept their value. The second thing is don't wait, because people who are resistant to it now, they're going to be playing catch up later. Also, I always say with people who are from marginalized communities, people of color, we want to start using it now because we want it to be able to communicate with us in a way that we talk and not waiting until later and then have to, when it develops these biases, and have to go back and correct. And then the other thing I want you to take away is what have you been sitting on when it comes to being creative that you can actually monetize? Because we've all got something, whether it's you have a book of poetry and you just need a cover, or you want something like that, everything is there. Everything is there for you. So that's it. That's me. That's my contact information. You asked, this is where you can scan that code. Again, Canva.
Is this a valid code?
Yes. Yeah, that'll send you to my email address. And again, you got questions or whatever. Oh, we'll talk about just.
Girl.
Huh?
Your personal email address or your business?
No, that's my business.
We gotta get you a domain name on there.
Yeah.
Google
I heard you.
Workspace. Google Workspace costs $12.
I got you. Well, I might get that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's me. That's my contact information, and that's monetizing AI.
Nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me know if you can help with that.
Oh, that's sure.
You need this?
Yes. Yes, let me grab my laptop.
Alrighty. Hope you guys had fun learning about.
Do anybody need snacks?
Does anybody need a break or
snacks?
walk
We
or
got a table
stretch?
full of snacks outside.
Okay. Yeah, there's snacks on the
We
table.
got 1.5 minutes while Rodney set up his laptop.
90 seconds.
We're good.
Got snacks and water just in case you need some snacks. Thank you to Gwinnett County.
I thought you were right behind me. Oh, no, you're fine.
90 seconds. I'm saying, and I had to go find my sweater. I was like,
Okay.
I'm freezing. Ooh, I hate being cold.
Yeah, it did get cold in here.
Feels
It's
good.
been cold the whole time.
I like it cold.
My did get cold. I was freezing the entire time. Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna pull the tree first.
Oh, smart idea.
Like it's coming out.
That's a cool system if they put some instructions.
That is a cool system.
There it is. Bam.
Nice little picture to go with the picture. Oh, man. We're at like 30 more seconds. Come back in.
You need a clicker? You good?
Yeah, I think it would be nice.
Let me make sure we're not out there talking. All right.
You not worried this clicker?
I knew that was gonna be an issue.
It's not necessary. It's power.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward.
Let me see. Maybe you gotta turn it on. Oh, is it Bluetooth? Let me see this.
Who used it earlier? I be
There's no but.
I be using it earlier.
Oh, there's batteries.
Yeah. I be using it earlier.
It was quite this. What's this?
Oh, you plugged that in?
That's okay.
Okay.
I be using it earlier.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna go ahead here and introduce Rodney Lumpkins. Rodney is the founder and senior consultant of R. Lumpkins Consulting, where he helps law firms, corporations, and agencies transform operations through AI. So, through AI, legal tech, and automation. So a U.S. Army veteran and decorated legal specialist, Rodney brings a mission-driven mindset to every single project. With speaking engagements across top universities and professional organizations, he's a sought-after expert on AI's role in streamlining legal and business processes. So let's welcome Rodney as he shares how AI is shaping the future of operational excellence. Let's do it. I'm Victoria.
Oh, wow. I'm really, really honored to be here, guys. Thank you very much. I think we're on to a good start. This is gonna finish strong. I know everybody's anxious to get out of here on Spaghetti Junction and I-85, deal with this traffic. I don't know if you know, but today's last day of school is with that, so everybody's in the street.
Oh.
They got 9 graduations.
Those of us with no kids are like, oh.
9 Gwinnett County High Schools are graduating tonight. So I'm gonna do my best to get y'all out of here and speed with a speedy delivery and be respectful of your time. Couple things I want to make sure I do today. One, set the tone. I want us to have high energy. I'll make your energy be fun. I want to give thanks before I get out of here. Want to make sure we finish strong. Be respectful of your time and leave you with about 4 or 5 takeaways. Is that fair?
Yes, sounds great.
So let's start by setting the tone with lots of energy as we give thanks to the organizer, Miss Audrey. Okay. Our presenters, Anthony and was it Lynette?
Yes.
Yes, give it up. That was some good time. I've been working in AI for about 4 years, but I learned some stuff from you. I use that stuff every single day, at least 4 or 5 pieces of AI. So that's my story. So those are my goals. I also want to take a minute and thank my wife for coming out, Miss Shonda Monroe Lumpkins. Last time I got introduced, they called me Rocky Monroe. I won't say any names.
That was me.
I won't say any names, but she's a force by herself. So thank you for coming out there. She's my right hand.
I thought you forgot that, right?
No, that sticks with me. That's my rib, and that's my reason why. So thank you again for coming out. Let me figure out how to move without the clicker here.
You could probably hit the arrow, the right arrow.
So let's talk a little bit more about this AI. You've probably been here since 8 a.m. today.
Right.
So you've heard it. Probably want to pull your hair out. I hear those words again. But let me tell you, it's not here to replace you. It's here to help you be more efficient. It's here to help you do more with less. Okay? So we'll talk about some of that. I'll give you a little bit more of my background. I think the young lady told you my birth. What's your name again?
Victoria.
Thank you, Victoria.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So we'll do that. And at the end of the day, I'm going to be respectful of your time, okay? Because you've heard a lot. You ever hear the phrase reclaiming my time?
Yes.
You know who said that?
No.
State Representative Maxine Waters, reclaiming my time, reclaiming my time. That's our theme today. We want to get some more time back so we can do more with less. Anybody here know the history of AI? It's been hot for the last 2 or 3 years. But how long has AI been around?
Forever.
What's that? 20 years? 30 years?
Siri and for what we'll talk today, forever, ever since we've been putting in addresses in Google Maps or whatever, and then it readdresses and changes to a different one if alternate. So I didn't know that.
We'll touch on a little bit of that. The term, the words AI, artificial intelligence, were first coined in 1955. John McCarty, he had a goal of creating a smart machine. Then in 1957, General Motors created the first robot to replace humans on the assembly line. So this stuff isn't brand new. It's not brand new at all. It's been around a while. So just keep that in mind. I think Anthony was talking about how you learned about AI and you use Copilot. Everybody has their favorite tool. Raise your hand if you have an AI app on your phone right now. Let's talk about it. I know what you have. You have Copilot. What about you, man?
I have ways, is that AI?
Yeah, that's AI technology.
What's DeepSeek?
DeepSeek, that's a newer one. That's one of the newer ones. How do you like it?
I love it.
You mind if I ask what you're using it for?
Everything.
Research,
Advice.
create. You use it to create?
I think I'll use Copilot for writing, I've been using DeepSeek for questions that people can't answer for me.
Anyone else got a tool we haven't referenced?
ChatGPT, ChatGPT.
That's the go-to, right? For everybody. But let me ask you this. There's ChatGPT 3.0, 3.5, ChatGPT 4, the paid versus unpaid. Which one do you use?
Definitely paid, and then depending.
Worth it, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
Why?
Well, first, because I can build for security reasons, but then also I can build my own logs. So it's making life much easier.
And I'll tell you based on personal experience that the paid version lets you upload a lot of stuff for analysis. I use it for a huge spreadsheet. Give me a summary of this, summarize documents, and we'll talk more about that in here. But what I do, I've been working in the legal field since I was 18. I was military, U.S. Army, paralegal, worked at my first law firm, the JAG Corps, right? And I got out after about 8 years. I served really hard duty in Europe for 4 years, and they shipped me to Hawaii for another 4 years. So I suffered on the island. But I stuck with it. I joined a law firm and I've been doing that ever since. After I left the Hawaii, I moved to Atlanta in 1997. So then by that time, technology was really evolving. And I got involved with litigation support in law firms, the evidence transform. We used to have vacant boxes of paper documents that rooms like this would be filled with people going finger by finger, reading, analyzing, typing, blah, blah, blah. Well, now, of course, it's changed. 95% of all evidence in litigation is electronic. We'll talk about that. Whether it's your Fitbit, messages on your cell phone, photographs, all that stuff is evidence and statement needs to be analyzed. That's what I do. I teach law firms, businesses, and individuals how to manage their data, how to comb through it faster. But we're not talking about 20 emails. I'm working on the case right now. We'll talk about that as well. Has 1.8 million documents. 1.8 million documents. That's not pages, that's documents. In that data set, some of those documents are 1 pages. Some of those documents are 600 pages. My team is responsible for combing through that data, figuring out, getting to the meat of it, right? Because 9 times out of 10, I'll come to you in just a second. 90% of that data is irrelevant. It won't support your case. It won't help you win. But as part of the collection process, you get a lot of junk. You get Yahoo Sports. You get Christmas sales. All the irrelevant stuff. So I build teams and workflows that go through that data, process it, manage it, make it easy to collect so the lawyers can focus on lawyers. So that's why we're here today. You got a question?
Yeah, I do. My degree is a paralegal. And a lot of stuff, what you're talking about right now is why I do not want to be a paralegal after I got my degree. So is this putting those jobs in jeopardy? Or are they being shifted to do some other kind of work? Do you know?
There's still need for paralegals, absolutely. Because once that data has been filtered, sorted, categorized, redacted for personal information, making sure we're not sharing social security numbers when we exchange evidence, someone still has to prepare it, right? Someone still has to make it easy to catch for that partner or counsel to take the cost of the go line, right? So there's still plenty of room for paralegals. And a lot of paralegals have made this their specialty. I built a team with 10 paralegals that all they do is review documents. All they do is review documents. So does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Well, it also speaks to the fact that when people say that AI is going to take over their jobs, if you shift with AI, then you keep your value. That's So there's those paralegals are still valuable with that one. That's kind of what I did probably 15 years ago. I saw the landscape changing, so everything was going electronic, and I went and made that my specialty. I wanted to be that go-to guy in the firm. This was at Jones Day, a very big firm, probably number 3 in the world. So, what else? Some of the things I do outside of work, I'm a syndicated writer. I like to write like you, kind of the old-fashioned way, though. I wrote for magazines. But I love writing. I love working with kids. I have a youth camp that I do every year. It's a mentoring camp. We have about 80 to 100 kids come through there every summer. I've got 5 kids of my own. So they keep me busy, like you, right? I got a dog like yours. His name is Crypto. Shih Tzu, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They kind of got handed off after our daughter went to college.
When you said the dog's name, is it Crypto?
Crypto. That's Superman's dog, right?
Yeah.
So, who can benefit from AI? It's sort of a myth that's tech talk. But after today's sessions, everybody knows it's built for everyone. My first experience with AI, probably about 4 years ago, using it for productivity at work. I had a guy who worked under me, who was a project manager out of California. And he wasn't the most, let's say, articulate guy. He didn't have a good way with words. And I asked him to complete an assignment. And he came back within minutes with this 3-pager outline, detailed, eloquent. By this time, I've heard about AI, but I knew. And if this guy was working for me, I needed to know what he knows, right? And so I started dipping and dabbing in it. And I started really simple, because I was dating her at the time, sending her flowers, right? Called myself a wordsmith, and I said, let me say something different, tell AI what I want to say. Chat GPT, my buddy now. Every morning I say, hey, good morning, chat. Good morning, how you doing? So before I send this to the floors, let's come up with something that would make all the ladies jump. Came back, sent it to the floors. You remember that?
Yeah.
Yep. So you can start with something simple. I use it to cook stuff. I use it for recipes, grocery shopping, all of that stuff. So let's not make it overcomplicated. It's for everybody. It's not a technical thing. But I will warn you that it's addictive. It's like TikTok for tech. If you're a techie, I know I use chat more than I use TikTok, Facebook, or Instagram without. I do. So that's just my thing. But the whole point of AI is to reduce the stress, the burnout, and turnover. This is at work. All right. We don't want our employees at 1.8 million records that they're reviewing right now based out of LA. You're going to get burned out because it'll take years to get through that. And of course, there's going to be human error. If you're looking at that monitor for 8 hours a day, you're bound to miss something. We have the technology now that can do that in hours. Okay? So that's the goal. But we'll also talk about some of the limitations of AI. Everybody heard of hallucinations by now? Yes. Right? It goes rogue, things of that nature. But if you're a business owner, you got to know that not only do clients want you to use AI. So we have clients that are insurance companies. And some of them tell us, no way, don't use this. So just be mindful of that. Talking about creating new opportunities now. Firms, companies have AI ethics officers to make sure everybody stays in balance and don't abuse it, right? So I'll give you an example. The last firm I worked at, we had young associates. They were using AI technology to summarize deposition transcripts. Everyone knows what a deposition transcript is, right? 400 pages. Right? right? AI does it in 2 minutes. This young associate puts it on the invoice to the client. I used AI to summarize the deposition transcript. Took me 8 hours. It's unethical, right? Unethical. So you gotta really be careful with it. But the most important thing is don't abuse it and understand the limitations. Like I said, not all your clients want you to use AI. What you already know. We talked about Copilot. Anybody here use Meta? That's Facebook's version. I heard someone mention Gemini, of course our friend Chat. For project managers, PMI has created a chatbot of their own, PMI Infinity. So again, this saves time and reduces error, helps you streamline your work product, and helps you make faster decisions. I always tell people that I use AI as a baseline. I'm never going to cut and paste something that's produced by AI. I'm going to look at it on a linear level, line by line, edit it to make it mine, right? And just kind of, it gives you an idea, jump start. So you don't have to recreate the wheel every time you get a new project, which saves hours upon hours of time. So we're not going to spend too much time on that. I know you've heard a lot about that today. We've also talked about some of the devices that contain data, your smartphones, your smartwatches, your laptop, of course, Waves, any apps you're using. All of this is discoverable in court. So lawyers, if you ever get in trouble in the litigation, they're going to ask for your mailbox. Not just the ones that you think are relevant. You need a whole mailbox. I want everything. They're going to ask for all your text messages. I had a guy who we defended. He was a neurosurgeon. And I had the responsibility of getting his phone. It took about a day or two to get all the data off of it. But as we're going through the data, we're looking at text messages, and there was he was a family, married man. There was some stuff out there he didn't want to do about. I'll just tell you that. And now it's record. All of it's discoverable is what I'm telling you, right? Everything we do. Your car has a computer. It'll tell you, what's it called? Snapchat, how fast you're going, when you're braking, right? When you're speeding up, when you're making a sharp turn. So everything is a data source, and it's all electronic evidence. So my team, we make it easy to catch for attorneys at the end of the day. Financial records, all discoverable. If you use QuickBooks, Cash App, that you didn't know, that's discoverable, okay? So my goal here is to make sure, one, you understand the value of this. Because at one point, whether it's for personal use or business, you need to know that this stuff is obtainable by someone else. It's not yours to keep. Even when you delete it, it's there. We have former FBI agents, that's their job, to go in and find deleted information. Yes, sir. And then they can tell by the path on your computer, and this is a little bit above my pay grade, but there's some filing sequences on the back end of your computer where they can see, it's not an index, it's like a color chart where they can see where files have been manipulated, or moved, removed. They can tell if you stuck a jump drive, what day it was attached. All of that's discoverable. So I'm going to show you here 3 different examples that we use that can be applied to any business. This is AI right here.
Can you go back?
I'm sorry.
Too quick on the draw. Okay.
Well, I've been given that signal.
Yeah, you got it like 10
you
minutes.
give me that, okay.
So Short, I'll talk through this. We're using AI to sort of translate images. We get databases of photographs for construction cases, and AI can tell you really describe in a snapshot what's in that picture. What pictures are you looking for? And it'll help us pinpoint instantly. Of course, AI is used to summarize medical records. Your doctors use it, hospitals use it. We use it in litigation. Get to your entire medical file. We've got veterans that have medical files 20 years long that we can get to summarize it down to a one-page record, something like that. And lastly, translation. This technology is being used. The biggest example I could think of is the United Nations. They use that technology every day, right?
So, going back to that quickly, what are you doing to validate the accuracy of the summary?
That's a great question.
With human interface, because you work with AI all the time.
So do you remember when we had that replaced paralegals?
Right.
So someone has to go back and still validate everything you find. So that's part of the check process. Okay, once you get that information, but it gives you light, it gives you a head start, literally.
Well, I mentioned that mitigation of the risk of taking that into the court and having thrown out here with AI.
Exactly, and the courts appreciate it. We'll talk about that if I get to the other slide. But judges appreciate it because your methodology is recorded, it makes sense, it's error-proof. Someone has to validate it though. So that's why paralegals are still valuable and junior associates.
What are y'all using for security, for the PII that you put in these AI tools?
So all of these tools that you see here, they're specially designed for that process. Okay. Relativity, reveal, lexicon, there's dozens of them. Like any AI app, there's new products coming out every day. By the time we leave here, there's 3 more that came out. You know, but we always, that's part of the process. Once you find out that a document is responsive, or a piece of data is responsive, then you code it for PII. These tools now document PII on the front end when it's loaded. So they'll say out of these 100 documents, these 15 have potential PII that you need to go and validate. Once validated, you redact it. We're talking about bank accounts, home addresses, phone numbers, social security numbers, right?
Right. Are you using only commercial applications that are designed for security, or is this kind of work being done in like at BDP?
No, it won't be done secure. That's, I mean, because the word on the street is law firms are the low-hanging fruit when it comes to cybersecurity, because they have big clients and low security. They have banks as clients, hospitals, doctors, but they don't put a lot of money into security.
Correct.
A lot of law firms keep their data in-house rather than hiring an outsider. So I've always been a fan of contracting a specialist. All they do is protect our data. That gives us a firewall of our own. Right? Any questions?
You go back to the previous slide.
This one?
Yeah, you covered that previous one.
We talked about how technology is using pictures as key evidence in lawsuits, photographs, also your data that's on your Facebook page is evidence. You know, you can't file a personal injury claim and then post on Facebook. Well, you stuff on my skin. Because we're going to ask for your social media. We'll get it. We'll get it. And the facial recognition software, I have it on this computer, that's AI. That's AI driven, and it's all recoverable data. Does that help? We talked about the generative AI in medical summaries. I'm sorry, that was an example of some of the tools that we're using right now. Digital Owl, Apex, Thomson Reuters is probably the biggest player in that space.
And this is for doctors, right, medical or lawyers as well?
Lawyers and doctors.
Oh, okay.
Yes. You've heard of Westlaw Legal Research? That's Thomson Reuters.
Okay.
So I was at a conference, AI conference yesterday, and they were talking about the how the doctors are doing using Epic to record their meetings, their doctor meetings, and then they're posting the notes and the test results on the portal, which is the MyCharts. And now they're trying to translate that to simplify it so people can understand their medical test results on there. Are they using any of these tools?
No, but they're probably using, and it may sound simple, but Microsoft Teams, and then a lot of, there are a lot of proprietary tools that allow doctors and anyone to record their notes. The cool thing about it is not only will it summarize it, but analyze it and tell you who's responsible for what. It'll assign tasks based on that. And what you can do is you can export those tasks to a calendar and share it with your team so everybody's on the same page in a matter of seconds, right?
So I got a potential new client, gonna claim it, a new client.
Yes, I like that.
He is an attorney, and we're in a networking group, so he was mentioned to me that when we talked about AI last month, because we meet once a month, he says that I want to know more about how so they have note takers during their video meetings, and then he's saying the chats from that, how secure is it whenever they need to, to send it over to the client. He wants to know like transcripts and things like that, how secure are those? Do you have anything for that type of scenario?
Absolutely. So those are court reporters you're talking about, right? Court reporters that are there taking the testimony of the witness.
Yeah, I think
If it's a hearing or a deposition where somebody's testifying for a case, it should be a court reporter there. At minimum, a videographer that can record it, right?
I think it's him having one-on-one meetings with the client, and he's doing transcripts, I think.
So if he's doing that, it needs to be transferred in a secure portal. So, yeah, most law firms have their own secure portal where they exchange. We're not sending it by email anymore.
Of course not.
It's confidential data, so most law firms have, encrypted portal. We talked about the translations of AI. I want to jump to the money side, because time is money, right?
Yeah.
Time is what?
Money.
One more time. Time is what?
Money.
So I'm going to show you this case that I have in California. I jumped on this case probably April, 1.8 million records, 3 attorneys, 2 paralegals, 4 review specialists. And they're out of LA. So these numbers are conservative. 3 LA attorneys probably are $900 each per hour, right? I know the contract reviewers numbers have jumped up to, this is about $190 per hour each. So, but if you look at the amount of money they're spending a day on this, and it takes months. I know, I'll tell you that they got the records in October of last year. Their deadline to process, scan, code, tag, redact is June 1st. So if your average person reviews documents, let's say you got a 100-page document, how fast do you think you could review 100 pages? Per hour. How many pages in an hour?
This legal jargon too,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not simplified.
Construction litigation, let's be specific.
Okay. Per page, maybe.
No, so how many in an hour, how many pages in an hour? Out of that 100?
I'm gonna say 10.
So the average rate in complex litigation is 50 documents per hour.
50 per hour?
Yes. And that's pretty fast. Those are experienced reviewers. Remember, we talked about some of these documents that are produced are 1 pages, then some of them are 600, 700 pages. So it varies. But when you look at the scope, you realize how monumental that task is if you have 1.8 million records. I think we did the math, and the numbers were ridiculous. Maybe on the next slide. But it equated to about, no, I don't know that slide. Bear with me. About 5,000 hours? 5,000 hours? 1.8. 5,000 hours. Whereas now we have the technology that can do 1.8 in 4 hours. The thing about law firms and most older businesses, they're stuck on history. They want to keep doing things the old way. And they don't want to change. It's built on history. So it's a tough hill to climb to convince them to move into modern technology. But when you break it down like this, show them the numbers. And we talked earlier about all the things that can happen during a project like this that will be red flags, human error. There's going to be sick days, there's going to be PTO. No one's going to do it for 5,000 hours consecutively, right? They're going to break it up. Somebody's going to find a better job. Somebody's going to have a flat tire. You see what I'm saying? But we can knock this out in 4 hours with technology. So those are just some examples. I feel like we had to rush through it, but I hope I was able to expose you to a whole different side of AI that you wouldn't normally see. Not only from a business perspective, whether you're a law firm, corporation, but your personal use of data. Know that there's guidelines. And know that everything is accessible. Evidence.
Talking about ethics, there are no rules around. It seems like if you can not spend $93,000 per day, and you can actually charge your client $8,000. There's no rules around doing what you can to save the client money.
Well, there's ways around it. I promise you, this is a good code. It goes to my website. It goes to my website. So there's a ways around it. So for instance, they have this thing called offshore processing, where you send your data overseas to a place, a third world country where labor is really cheap. There's laws that sort of protect your data and regulate how that happens, that process. Sometimes you get what you pay for. There's time lag, communication gap. I've been on those calls with people that we can't understand. Project managers that are managing our data from India. So those things to consider. But it is a process that's penny on the dollar. So right now, most places are charging on the volume of data per gigabyte. So this one particular case that I showed you with 1.8 million records, that was 2 terabytes a day. So my current database has 24 terabytes a day. So, I said, any questions, guys? Anyone? Thank you again for your time. I really appreciate you. If you have anything on the top shop or anything, just hit me up. That's my contact information.
I will hit you up.
I can talk about this today. All right, guys. Be safe out there on the roads. And thank you for your time. I appreciate it. 1 minute over.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's trying to get in back there?
I just want, they automatically locked the doors. Locked me out of the room. Thank you.
Thank you for organizing this again.
You're so welcome.
This is very nice. I'm glad we did.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I know, it's a very sensitive.
Jeanette, thank you. Your presentation was great. Yes, yes. A lot of people don't pay attention to those things. I get trained on it all the time, but your average user won't even think about the fish and all the different methods.
I was kind of, yes, you are. So anyway, I just wanted to, sorry,
I'm dreading this traffic. Before I tell you going to Lynette.
Rodney, that was a great presentation. I used to live over here, but I don't anymore. So I live in Cobb.
Oh.
I live across the street.
Oh, yeah, you get to the place.
I used to drive to Cobb 5 days a week, like 15 hours.
Did you enjoy yourself? Yes. You enjoyed? You learned a lot? Yes. Great. Oh, it's hard to push this thing on this carpet. Goodness.
I don't know if you were aware of this.
Oh, be careful. From the chamber?
Did you get any while I was up here walking the thing?
Some goodies from the chamber. Yeah. I don't need this junk. Right, we'll get it anyway. So we say we got it. I might need to talk to the young lady. Came out here. You ain't good with her. No, not the one that came, that county sponsor.
Thank you, folks. Thank you.
From Gwinnett County. Oh,
You know what?
oh, yeah. All right. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, sometimes I add stuff on the inside, and then I work on the, I post the education and economic development side. They got their stuff in here. Some stuff they'll add in.
Let's get real.
Yes. So, and I work in copying class. For like now, years. And I'm taking a program. That's how we get it back in. All right. So, yeah. So, I know how to, yeah. Yeah. They're very good.
The reason I asked, I was on a panel at their 50th anniversary for the association.
Right, okay.
So, but they're going to be back here.
I see what you're saying.
Get this. Get the whole.
Did you learn a lot? Yes.
A lot, and I learned a lot.
Learned a
A
lot.
lot of notes.
I saw you taking notes.
I said I can go with Audrey and get a consultation and learn those.
Ma'am, I heard you, I think you could give a couple classes.
She definitely give and listen, she can give some classes. She gives classes the first Thursday of every month on money and investing. She's our financial chair for the Gwinnett Women's Chamber.
What's your name, Miss Financial?
Carolyn Shoemake.
Carolyn Shoemake. It's nice to meet you.
You as well. Carolyn, I need you. I'm gonna call you because I want to talk to you about something at the technical college. But
Aren't you at the Atlanta Tech?
Yes.
Sandy, what is this, a magnet?
I don't know. I have no idea. Is it?
I am there.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
You know what? I got